After months of anticipation, the 2024 draft is finally here, where one player's hype becomes hope for a team and its legion of fans. We could see draft history with a record run on quarterbacks as decisions are made that will alter the future of franchises. There is an endless amount of pass catchers looking to take this league by storm. And don't forget about the guys in the trenches, the cornerstones of any franchise. So sit back and watch your team's future change in an instant. The PFF Draft Show starts right now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into PFF's 2024 NFL Draft Show. Thank you so much for rocking with us, not just here on night one, but all 3 days of the NFL Draft. It's certainly going to be a lot of fun. I'm Trevor Sikkema. This is Sam Monson, Cris Collinsworth, and Steve Palazzolo. Fellas, I'm so excited for tonight. We have already heard so many crazy rumors of what could happen. That always happens when there's so many great quarterbacks to pick from. But honestly, I've heard y'all's draft takes a lot. Cris, I'm most excited because I haven't heard any of your draft takes yet. So as you're saying I'm here for the good people, I'm hearing them for the first time as well here on the show. But how you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm excited to do this too. I tell you, this is a really good draft. Not just the players, but I think from the fan standpoint, you're going to see a lot of offensive players flying off the boards, a lot of wide receivers, a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of offensive linemen. And then it kind of creates a really interesting scenario for teams who do want to go defense. Like, I don't think there's such an amazing defensive player that I would go into it and go, I got to have that guy, right? That is for sure the number one defensive player.
Right.
Like, there's probably at least 2 edges, maybe 3 edges that would come into play, a couple of defensive interior guys, and a boatload of cornerbacks on the back end, but certainly at least 2 that come to mind for me that could be the first defensive player taken off the board. So what could happen tonight is we go offense for as long as that streak goes on.
Right.
But then let's say it gets to 9 and the Chicago Bears again. If you're the Bears, wouldn't you then consider at 9 trading back? Because one of 4 defensive players are going to be there because there might be another mini run on quarterbacks in 11 through 13 or whatever.
Right.
And so you may be able to, if your goal is to come out of here with a defensive player in the first round, you may be able to trade back, and still get one of your 4 favorites off the board, which makes it, I think we're going to see a lot of trades. I think we're going to see a lot of negotiating in this first round.
And on the flip side of things, there's a lot of teams that either really want wide receiver or specifically really want offensive tackle. So there are sometimes where there's a lot of drafts where a lot of teams want to trade back, but not a lot of teams that want to trade up. Sam, it feels like we're having both, which could cause a lot of chaos. Are you in on we're going to have this massive run on offensive players to start this draft? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we've been talking about Atlanta at 8 might be the only team in the top 10 that's even really remotely interested in defense. And if they don't go defense, they could easily go in a different position as well. You're not going to have a defensive player in the top 10 at all. But I think you're right. There is trade opportunities everywhere, not just for the quarterbacks at the top of the draft where everybody's been focused, but all the way down the first round, you have these little pockets of players, whether it's offensive tackles, wide receivers, the defensive players that Cris was talking about. There are, I think, opportunities for these trades everywhere and an equal number of teams that are probably trying to get out of those spots and move down in the draft.
Yeah, no question. Look, I want to dig into some of this quarterback discussion because we're going to have a lot of these answers finally when these teams actually come on the clock, which is going to happen in a couple of minutes. But Steve, when you have been reading all about, okay, the trades of this team loves this quarterback and this team wants to move up for this, and like the Jaden Daniels, the Drake Mayes, the JJ McCarthys, what do you think ends up happening at number 3 at this point? Because I feel like that's when the draft really begins. What do you think happens?
Yeah, so we're assuming, obviously, Caleb Williams goes 1 to the Bears, Jaden Daniels 2 to the Commanders. At 3, I think a lot of the rumors are probably true that New England will take Drake Maye if he's there, but they are willing to wait for an offer. And so who could make that offer? I think the Minnesota Vikings, the most likely team. They have the 2 first-round picks. Would they give up their next first-round pick? So I think if the Vikings have this incredible offer, there's rumors about the Giants making the offer. So I think New England's content with taking Drake Maye, but also content if they could get 3 first-round picks somehow
Sure.
in the mix,
Right.
that they have to consider that. And that's why they're saying, hey, we're going to take up the whole clock and see and, get that desperation offer, because there's so many desperate teams who do need a quarterback in this draft.
What's interesting about it is the whole JJ McCarthy angle here.
Yeah.
It probably depends on what you think of JJ McCarthy, how much you're willing to go up and spend extra for that number 3 pick.
Right.
You're Minnesota, right?
Right.
11 and 23, they're gone. That's for sure. Now you're going to have to play add-on after that. But let's say that you like McCarthy, and now maybe you trade 4 or 5, or you wait until comes along at 11 or 12 or 13, one of those quarterback needy teams. So I think a lot of this draft is going to be about what people think of him. And we've heard it, right,
100%.
through this whole draft process.
Right.
In the beginning, he was a non-factor. Beginning of the season, a non-factor. Then we go to the combine and the pro day, and people all really like him, and it's all these interviews. And the only thing I would say about him is of the top 3 guys, I mean, obviously Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake Maye, those guys have unique physical characteristics, right? You can say something about every one of them that is sort of a unique, bigger than life sort of thing. JJ McCarthy is the first one of the quarterbacks that doesn't have that. And I think in the first round, people typically are looking for something physically special.
I mean, I don't think that we're getting Will Levis here. But are we getting Will Levis here a little bit? Like maybe half of what the Levis was last year?
But this is the thing, we could be. Like, we don't know. At this time a year ago, we were only a couple of hours removed from Levis being the favorite to go 2 overall.
Right.
And then he doesn't just go, like, not 2. He doesn't just slide past Tennessee. He falls out of the first round entirely.
He went 2.
The
round
difference,
2.
Right.
The difference, though, is you know that quarterbacks are going to go at the top, and then there are just as many desperate teams beyond that. There's the Vikings at 11 who have the 2 picks. There's the Broncos at 12.
But we thought that
and
a
there's
year
the Raiders
ago
at 13.
with some of the same teams, like the Raiders.
I don't think there was
last
as
year.
many. I can't remember all the way back to last year, but there were not as many desperate QB needy teams last year beyond those first 4, I don't believe.
Well, so then do we think maybe it's a different way to phrase the conversation, because once we get out of these big 4, some people think that Michael Penix Jr. can be in that next mix with the Broncos at 12 or the Raiders at 13. People kind of say the same thing about Nix. Is it less of a... Do we think that it's going to be less of a big 3, or a big 4 at the top, and maybe more of just a big 3, and then McCarthy is actually closer to how teams view Penix Jr. and Bo Nix? You're kind of nodding your head here.
That's exactly where I have it. I think there's 3 and then 3. And
Okay.
and honestly, I think the top 3 really wouldn't make that big a difference. I know people love Caleb Williams. They think he's the greatest thing. I can make a case for all 3 of those on top. And I think the next 3, I can make a case for all 3 of those guys to be the 4th one. So personally for me, I would not move up that high for JJ McCarthy. I would be willing to sit at 11, 12, 13, whatever, because I would be just as happy with Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr. And so I wouldn't make that move once it got past the 3, so we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, we've got the PFF big board that you guys can see up on the screen, so you'll be able to see these players that we have available. We'll sort it, depending on the conversation. We'll show you exactly what PFF's big board looks like for quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, whatever it is, whatever the topic of conversation is going to be, so you guys get a good reference of what. Well, I say we selfishly.
That's what I was going to say. It's now where we have the opportunity to point out that the PFF big board is largely the Trevor big board, and we can distance ourselves.
You're taking
from
this
that.
away from me. So you're taking this crutch away from me that I've had all year. Sometimes I've even been like, well, the PFF board says this, and I've been the one who's been
Blame
constructing
PFF.
the
Blame PFF.
I wouldn't normally.
Not me.
I don't want to say blame.
I wouldn't normally, but having just done an entire week's worth of radio hits where I've had to defend your big board, I'm ready to pass it off.
Okay, I'm all right. Which spot have you talked about the most? We talked about Nix earlier today. Is it Nix?
No, the most questions I've had have been about Cooper Dijon.
Oh, Cooper Beebe. Oh, no, wait, no.
Cooper Dijon.
Dijon.
Oh,
Which is
okay.
how he wants
you
it
guys are
pronounced.
saying.
No, wait, what?
He wants it said Cooper Dijon like the mustard.
Yeah, we call him Mustard now.
Is that new?
That's how he wants
It's
it
new to
pronounced.
us. I've been calling him DeGene the whole draft process.
Yeah. whilst putting him number one as your number one corner.
This is true.
You've been respecting him and disrespecting him in the same breath.
You gotta let him know your next move.
No.
Like, are you a fan of this guy or are you not?
Give with
you
one
never
hand, take away with the other.
People love mystery, intrigue. That's what you need. That's what pumps up ratings. Okay, so DeJean has been the top of the conversation.
That's
for
the
you?
one that I've had the most questions.
Okay,
about.
all right. I'm comfortable with that. I think he's going to be a really good football player, so I don't really mind.
Over Jaden Daniels, I would have thought that would have been the one that popped up.
No,
because I got him at 21.
Right, but I think I haven't had that many questions about that one.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think people are okay with that.
Fair enough.
Or maybe they're just so blinded by the Cooper Dijon thing that they didn't even get
Because
to
it's
that.
a good corner class. I mean, that's the thing. It's just a good class. I mean, I think it's a good, like when you look at the top 25, 30 players on anybody's big board, consensus board, PFF board, it's like, yeah, I get it. They're good players. And so unless a team really reaches and grabs somebody who should be picked at 50 or 60 tonight, I think there's good football players coming off the board and at valuable positions too. And I think most teams are going to be pretty happy at the end of the day.
Do we think a lot of these offensive tackles, because I think that this first round is going to be shaped around the offensive tackle class. And I'm wondering if we think these guys are all going like top 20? Because going back to how you kind of started the show, if you need a defensive player, I think that there's a team later in the draft that's going to want to get up for a offensive player, particularly an offensive tackle. I do a lot of mock drafts. I read a lot of mock drafts. I feel as though we're going to see a ton, maybe even a historic amount of offensive tackles go in this class. Do you guys kind of see it the same way talent-wise with the guys that we have in this group?
I think you go back to those tiers again, and where do you place these guys? Because if you, like for me, I have about 3 tackles in there. 4. Joe Alt, I think, deserves to be the first tackle off the board. And then I have about 3 in that next tier, and then I've got a couple of flyers underneath there. So as long as one of the 3 was still sort of there, maybe I'm more patient or willing to trade down. So that's, for me, the cornerback, there's really 2 that I like at corner, and that's Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell. And so to me, those separate out a little bit, like the defensive interior that Byron Murphy and Johnny, I think they call him Newton. I hope they call him anyway. And in the edge, I know everybody has different opinions here at this table, but Jared Verse, I think, would be my number 1 defensive player off the board.
Okay.
Dallas Turner, 2. And then after that, I've got some interesting discussions I want to have with you guys.
Well, I was going to. We've been pounding the table for Laiatu Latu, who's got one of the best PFF grades we've seen since 2014. Best pass rush production. We're not doctors, though, just a son of a doctor. That's all we could, the closest we can get.
Those things, they don't pass down.
They don't. No. They don't. So we can't comment on that. But I saw in your mock draft, Cris, you always have one where there's like a little inside info and it kind of comes through in the mock. You had Latu going to the Lions at 29. So is that because you think he's dropping because of the medical?
I do. I think he's got 2 knocks against him. There's no question the numbers, the grades, and usually we're pretty reliable when our grades are good on a player.
Right.
The problem I think he's going to face is that he's not that elite athlete. In the first round, I go back to it again, most people want some elite skill. Now his is typically the hand fighting and his ability to get around.
Football playing, really.
Just being a football player. That's right. It's been a long time, but one time I did that. And of course, Dallas Turner and Verse, they both have some special power or speed or something.
Yes.
So I think when you combine the fact that he's not a physically unique guy and he's had the injuries, that's at least going to make you fall a little to the bottom of the first, even if they love him as a football player, and it wouldn't totally surprise me if he, at the end of the first or even early second.
You had a point in that mock, your write-up for him that I thought was interesting. You compared him to you because you said you were one of those guys that wasn't, the special athlete, but was just a better football player, right? And I was sort of interested because a lot of times we talk to former players and they see the game like through the lens that they experienced it, right? Kurt Warner is looking for pocket passers. That's how he thinks that the game should be played. It sort of felt like you went the opposite way. You're like, well, guys like me went in the second round, so he's probably a second round guy.
Join the club.
As opposed to I got screwed. I should have been a first round player. So should he.
You know what? The best thing that ever happened to me was I went in the second round. because we drafted another receiver in the first round when I went there, David Verser. He's a good player. But he came in a red Mercedes, and I came in a Bobcat, not lying. And I was so mad on draft day. I was mad that they took me after they'd already taken a first round guy. I'm like, I'm never going to get on the field in this stinking place. So every day I would go in and drive my Bobcat, no matter where he parked that Mercedes. I parked mine right next to his. And I walked by and I touched both cars on the way to practice. I touched both cars on the way back in at night. And if you're the second choice of somebody, you try a little harder, right? I always thought it was to my advantage.
For sure.
And I think some of these second rounders will come out fired up.
And honestly, athletes are wired that way, right? Like when you get to the pro level, chances are you have rarely been anybody's second choice, right? In high school, you were probably the best on your team. In college, if you make it to the pros, good chance you were one of the best that was on your team. So it is, you do hear that motivation from even NFL players who, guys will remember, Tom Brady, right? Remembers every quarterback that was picked in front of him that year, right? Or you hear guys who remember exactly what their pick number was, and it's just a motivation.
Who is it? Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yeah,
didn't
all
he?
16
Like
guys.
Right, exactly.
I
And
know all 4,500 names who were drafted ahead of me.
Do you? All 4,500? But you had the chip on your shoulder to get here to the PFF desk.
Look at us now.
Look at us now. We're right here. I do. The draft is about to get kicked off and underway, but I do want to go back to the quarterback conversation because I want to specifically talk about Caleb Williams with the Bears at number 1. I don't think we're going to have the opportunity to talk too much about this because it's sort of the obvious, right? He's been wire to wire. Should he have been? Does anybody on this desk have any sort of objections? Do you see Drake Maye in a similar light to him? Do you see him really close to Caleb Williams? Or did it really deserve to be Caleb all along? Sam, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, when we first started diving into these guys' tape, it was sort of said to be Caleb Williams, Drake Maye, 1 and 1A. And that's what I expected to see when I was going through the tape. And the more I watched these other quarterbacks, the more I think it became obvious that I think it's Caleb Williams by a distance and then anybody else. And the other guys are actually quite closely ranked to me. But I think Caleb Williams is the best composite of ridiculous talent. I think the things that he's being knocked for, are sort of similar to that Mahomes story coming out. Can he really play within structure? I think he can. I think he can do that stuff actually quite easy at the NFL level. If you watch his in-rhythm throws, they're really good. They're really accurate. He makes smart decisions quickly. He just knew that he didn't always have to in college, and he could go and make crazy things happen all by himself. So I think he should be the number 1 pick, and I think he obviously will be.
Yeah, when I watched Caleb, an underrated part of his game is actually how he processes things. Yeah. When he stays between the tackles and when he is not moved because of a bad offensive line from USC or not feeling like he had to escape the pocket and buy more time, like when he actually was going through the offense and operating, which happened a lot more than I thought it was going to, given the narrative with Caleb Williams. I was like, I looked at the time to throw numbers, 2.16. It completely average. It's right there with everybody else. There's nothing egregious about it. And I thought that he really went through his progressions very, very well. So that gave me faith that, okay, if you don't have USC's historically bad defense to make up for, you'll probably be all right. Cris, what did you think about Caleb Williams? Is he the far and away number 1 pick for you?
Not for me, okay. But, and I think I was biased coming into it. We're talking about biases going into something. So the one game I saw him play live was the Notre Dame game, and he had probably his worst game.
One of his worst games.
Right?
Sure.
But then I go, well, Notre Dame and their weather is pretty close to Chicago and their weather and how they like to do it.
It's true.
And he is 6'1", and he was playing more of a pro-style defense against them. I think, I was telling these guys earlier, but there's something about him in the pocket. Like when Jaden Daniels decides he's going to run, now he takes as many sacks as anybody, but it's usually something explosive. When Caleb Williams decides, he floats. He just kind of floats around the pocket a little bit, and he takes a lot of completely unnecessary sacks. I actually felt better about him when I went back to the 22 season and started watching some of those games because he would sit in the pocket and just sit there and throw it on time. In the NFL, what happens is your offensive linemen get mad because you're I don't know, use the wrong word. You're messing around back there, right? And
we're
it's
on
like,
YouTube, Chris. There's no.
That's true. That is true.
So like, hey, asshole, get the ball out of your hands, right?
That's good.
Yeah, because it's like the
compromise.
only thing they get paid on, rushing yards,
right,
yards per attempt, and how few sacks
allowed.
PFF.
So now you block your guy for 3.5 seconds, and your quarterback takes a sack, you want to go kill him and walk back in the huddle. It will not fly. And while he could make people miss on the college level, it will take an extraordinary effort to make people miss at the next level. And if you take a sack like that in the NFL, generally that drives over.
Yeah.
You get 12 drives a game. You just gave one away because you're fooling around back there in the backfield.
Yeah.
Get the ball out of your hands, take some quick completions, take some pressure off of your offensive linemen, make them look good, quit trying to do everything yourself. And I assume that's where he's going to get to. I've seen him play like that.
Right.
But he made me nervous with how he played last year.
See, I think what happened, though, is like Lincoln Riley's offense, which has been so good through the years, didn't look right last year. I don't think the quick completions you're talking about, I don't think those were there. I don't think they had answers against the blitz. Didn't have a great receiving core, didn't have a great offensive line, and you mentioned the defense giving up 45 every time. I think all of that showed itself in Caleb Williams' play, which really showed itself in the Notre Dame game where they're pressuring him and he's just panicking, right? He made some horrible plays.
Right.
And that compounded down the stretch. So we saw the worst of Caleb Williams down the stretch. The best of Caleb Williams was as a true freshman at Oklahoma, taking over for Spencer Rattler, as a sophomore at USC in the first half of last year. So I think he's capable, and I think the big thing is what the Bears have done now to support him from a supporting cast standpoint.
I think there's a balancing act when you have somebody that's that talented and that capable of making crazy plays happen all by themselves. And this is the same thing with Josh Allen in particular, but Patrick Mahomes as well. How much is too much? Like, you can't take away what they do because that's what makes them superstars. But at some point, you're like, okay, we don't need you to do it every play. Like, somebody described Josh Allen at one point, like, there can't be fatalities when you're just rescuing a puppy from a tree. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to be Superman all the time. Like, there's a simple deliverable here, and there shouldn't be casualties on this one, right?
Yeah.
When you need to go and rescue somebody from a burning building, okay, there might be collateral damage here. But saving the kitty from the tree, nobody dies, right? That's how this works. Caleb Williams, because the defense was so bad and the offensive line was awful,
right,
and the offense wasn't firing the way it normally did, every play felt like he needed to be Superman, and he was trying to make it all happen by himself. You have to assume when he goes to Chicago and he's got those receivers with a better offensive line in front of him and a defense that's moving in the right direction, you can dial that back a bit and say, we don't need Superman every play. Yeah. Just, every now and again on 3rd and 15.
Did you see the play he made against Arizona in 2022? It's one of the great plays I've ever seen in football. He was sitting in the pocket, like on his goal line. It was borderline, and he had already gone about 3+ seconds, and it was starting to close in on him, right? So I'm going, this is safety. He jumps up in the air and did this and lobbed it over the head of a linebacker, complete for a first down, right on the boundary. And I just turned my computer off. I go, all right, I guess he's going to be the first overall pick. So he has that in him, right?
Yes,
he definitely has that Mahomes stuff in him. It's just, let's tighten it up.
It is going to be interesting because what happens when, and like Caleb's probably been able to do that a long time, right? Since the second he started playing quarterback, whether it was like junior high ball, high school varsity ball, very clearly at Oklahoma and USC, he's doing the same thing. The NFL is probably going to be the first time when Caleb truly can't do that all the time.
Well, I think last year was the first time.
Well,
right?
it definitely, he failed more last year.
Yeah.
Like, he got caught and in trouble way more last year.
Last year was like the first time where not all of the time it worked.
But and I completely agree with you, but the Notre Dame game is every week in the NFL, right? There is the potential to be the Notre Dame game every single week. So you have to learn how to, and we all obviously love to make the Mahomes comparisons, but the fact of the matter is that Mahomes gets to do those things because, like you said, there is more regularity. In between those crazy plays, Mahomes is still one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, right? Mahomes is unbelievable when he's on script. And that's the thing that I think is missing from Caleb Williams, is continuing to be that kind of on-script quarterback. And that's genuinely why I think he scares a lot of people.
I mean, look, the Mahomes comp is unfair to anyone
100%.
because it puts expectations on it. But from a stylistic standpoint, I always say if you go back and read Mahomes' scouting report and you go through the weaknesses, doesn't like to play within structure. He's only faced a 3-man rush in the Big 12. Takes too many chances. I mean, it reads similar. And then Mahomes took all of those things and turned those weaknesses into strengths.
Yes.
And he maintained all the other strengths, right? I mean, that's why he's one of the best of all time. So why is Caleb Williams the number 1 overall pick? Because he's got all the special stuff. And then you say, okay, we kind of hope he just does a fraction of what Mahomes did, I think, as far as in structure plays and growing within the offense.
And the big question with the Mahomes thing is, to what extent is he just Mahomes? He's a freak. He would have done that anyway. And how much did sitting for almost the entire year one,
and being with Andy Reid
offense,
and having 2 Hall of Fame pass catchers, there's a lot there.
So this is another good conversation with these quarterbacks. I want you to take, let's say, all 6 of them. Okay, Caleb Williams, Drake Maye, Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, Michael Penix, and Bo Nix. Take the 6 quarterbacks that you think could go in round 1 tonight. Give me at least like the number 1 on that list for sure, but maybe there's more than one who you would feel confident starting relatively early. And I'm saying within the first 4 weeks of their rookie season. Is there any quarterback that you feel comfortable enough, or is it a situation where I think all of these guys really need to sit a little bit? Is there anybody who stands out as the most ready to start in week 1 out of those 6 quarterbacks that could go round 1?
Caleb Williams is fine. I'd let him start. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Jaden Daniels. I think most of them I'd let start.
I just think this is a question that a lot of people have. It's they look at Mahomes, he sat. They look at Jordan Love, he sat, and they go oh, okay, this is the perfect scenario. But in reality, these teams are starving for quarterbacks. So they're probably not going to be afforded that luxury. Outside of the Vikings, who have Sam Darnold, who I think are very comfortable playing Sam Darnold early, a lot of these guys are going to have to start right away. So they don't really get that luxury.
Peyton Manning didn't sit. Dan Marino didn't sit. For me, personally, it's Jaden Daniels, because you have another option. And I know Caleb Williams can run, and I'm not going to say he can't, but he doesn't run like Jaden Daniels. And so from my standpoint, in the same way that RG3 had that kind of success early on,
sure.
And let's face it looks like Washington's probably where he's going to go.
Right.
So they had the downside of a quarterback that runs like that. The Ravens and Lamar Jackson had the upside of a quarterback that could run like that. But as far as early success, I think it gives him kind of a two-way street way of having that success early.
Yeah, I think the big thing is always just the situation, right? It's is playing right away going to damage this guy, or is he going to be fine? And there are 2 ways. 1, if he's going to get into bad habits or he needs to learn on the job, or 2, the situation is so bad, like Bryce Young, that playing him is not doing him any good because there's just no way it functions. I don't think any of these guys, based off sort of what we're looking at now, are going to be walking into a terrible situation that they can't work with. And maybe, Washington might be the worst, but as you say, he can get by getting himself out of some trouble with his athleticism.
I think it's interesting to think about how we got here. The Bears have the number 1 overall pick for the 2nd straight year. Last year, they traded with Carolina. And last year, before they did that, we debated, should they have drafted Bryce Young? Were they ready to give up on Justin Fields? Clearly, in hindsight, they made the right move, right? They trade down, pick up Darnell Wright, get DJ Moore, build this infrastructure, give Justin Fields 1 more year. He doesn't work out. Get the number 1 overall pick from Carolina, and it's going to be Caleb Williams. It looks like it's almost official.
Sure.
But it's Ryan Poles heading into year 3 for Chicago looks like making the right moves and getting to this point.
So Chicago is officially on the clock. The 2024 NFL Draft officially underway. Chicago's got about 8 more minutes to make this pick. Who knows? Maybe NFL is in their ear saying, hey, we got to fill the air time, so don't pick Caleb Williams for another 8 minutes. So we might be blabbering here for a little bit of time. But I wanted to take this time because we're going to have plenty of time to talk about these quarterbacks as they kind of come off the board over the next half hour, 45 minutes. Who's the surprise guy who gets into round 1? At the end of round 1. I think Braden Fisk gets into round 1. That is my bold prediction of the guy that I think could sneak into the back end of the first round. I know top 30 visits aren't everything. Sometimes guys bring in top 30 visits and maybe they just don't like him. But as I was researching top 30 visits of so many different NFL teams last night for my final mock, so many teams have talked to Braden Fisk. And I feel as though when you look at what he did at the Senior Bowl and how he switched teams on Saturday and hadn't even played for the coach, he just wanted to go out there and play, and everything that they said about him, how they were raving about the football character, how he performed at the Combine, I think somebody's going to take the chance on a super explosive, one-gap penetrating interior defensive lineman at the back end of round 1. That's my claim.
So I think the two positions that I would look at would be wide receiver and edge rusher. But the thing is, there's like any one of 20 wide receivers being picked in round 1 wouldn't shock me. Like, one of them will be a surprise, but it could be any of them, right? I wouldn't want to pick which one. Jonah Ellis, though, the edge rusher from Utah.
Let's go,
That's gonna be my
baby.
guy. Twitchy, legit edge rusher, speed rusher, and you take a chance of those guys at the bottom of the first round.
I don't know if this is even that bold because it's come up a few times, but Roger Rosengarten, the right tackle at Washington.
Yeah.
You know, there's been rumblings over the last few weeks that he could sneak into the back of the first, and most of the surprise first-round predictions have been BYU tackle. It's been Patrick Paul from Houston. It's been tackles. So give me Roger Rosengarten.
Well, that makes sense for Kansas City, right? Because I think Kansas City at 32, if they keep that pick, they're going to want to upgrade their offensive line, I believe, from what it currently is standing. I don't know, Chris, you got a surprise guy to get into the back end of round 1?
Yeah, Peyton Wilson.
Oh, let's go. LB1, baby.
It was funny that I go, okay, I understand he's a little older, he's had some injuries, it's all that kind of stuff. And then you go a little deeper into the film, and they started putting him on the edge. And the guy runs 4.45, something like that.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, I go, well, I only really know of one defensive player lately that started as an inside linebacker at Penn State.
Oh, boy.
That is now an edge rusher. Is there somebody out there that goes, man, Micah Parsons been killing us for a long time, and he's got moves on the edge out there, you know, and plus you've got the backup ability of going, okay, I'm drafting him here because I think he could be a good edge rusher. But if not, I've got a pretty solid inside linebacker that can also blitz from the inside position. So if there's one guy that I would go would be maybe a surprise to the table here, that would be mine.
By the way, you know that meme of, you know, whoever it is has the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time?
Yes.
If Chicago takes anybody other than Caleb Williams, every mock draft in the world is ruined in pick 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
Every one of them.
It's true. No, it would just go absolutely nuclear if that was the case. By the way, just to talk more about Peyton Wilson, I do have him, or should I say PFF has him.
No, you.
No. I have him as, but I'm giving praise to your boy here. I've got Peyton Wilson as LB1 in this class, and I'm with you. I see the injury history. I know he's a little bit older, but when he has been out there, he's been incredibly productive. And if you want a between the tackles guy who's going to plug the run for you, be a little bit stronger, I think Edgerrin Cooper's got a little athleticism, but that's kind of his role as a downhill linebacker. I think Junior Colson, very strong, can do that same thing. But Wilson, to me, is the one who can be a tackler, also come off the edge, also gives you plus coverage ability as well. He's got that potential. So
Edgerrin Cooper is the best spy I've seen coming out of college football.
He is fast.
Forever. I've never seen a guy that can play the spy position. I was thinking if you're playing in Lamar Jackson's division, right, in the North, you could draft him just to have that one role. He is incredible doing that.
Or Mahomes in the West.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it's just like I've never seen anybody who plays it better than he does.
Well, I've read that it is official.
Yeah.
And that Caleb Williams has been the first pick in the 2024 NFL draft.
I knew it.
So they did not do. Okay, that might have been the has the potential to do the funniest thing possible. Steve called it. Let's not forget that Steve called
this.
I've
been on this since the beginning. Here.
So they didn't do the funniest thing possible, obviously.
They did the smart thing, though. So it's probably more important.
They did do the smart thing. Since Washington's officially on the clock here, how do we feel about the Top Golf multiple QB top 30 visit?
Do you have an hour? Do you have an hour?
We do, actually.
Do you have an hour?
We got a lot of time
We've
here.
already done about an hour.
Explain what they did for the viewers.
They used up all of their 30 visits for the same day and brought all of them in, and apparently took them all to Topgolf. On what apparently Jaden Daniels thought was a one-on-one visit, but turned out to be like a giant team-building exercise featuring everybody.
Okay, wait a second. How did he not know? There's no way they didn't tell them.
Apparently they didn't. I mean,
That's the first part of the test. Surprise! Everybody's here. Hey, look, it's Drake.
Maybe him being upset at that is part of the test. You know? Does he get annoyed by that?
Does he get annoyed?
I guess. Maybe you're right.
He's the only one who had an agent publicly complaining about it and everything. How could Jaden Daniels be the pick, with his agent complaining about the alpha test?
By the way, agent, you have to be, in order to read the agent complained about that, you have to decipher emojis, because the only communication from the agent was in emoji form, and it was, I think, the chin scratching emoji in quote tweeting a Florio tweet. Yeah. So that could be anything. That could be, I don't like what they did to my guy, or it could be, Florio's an idiot. Yeah, anything on that spectrum, it could be what the agent was saying.
Could be both.
Or both.
Caleb, very courteous there, because I believe Roger Goodell,
he's playing hurt,
had back surgery, right? And so Caleb looked like he was coming in hot. He looked like he was coming in hot, but they didn't let up for the bear hug.
Do you think that, is there somebody reminding them? Because
yes.
Amarius Mims
1000%.
coming in hot with a hug. That's not going to go well.
You know what?
Raj.
Actually, that should have been a good discussion point that we had before the draft. Who's going to come in the hottest for the hug? Because there's some.
I'll tell you what, if Braden Fisk does go in the first, he might tackle him. So watch out for Braden Fisk at 31.
I can make a short arms joke, because I said that he should go in the first round, but maybe he can't reach on the round.
But no, he'll knock him out.
From Raj's perspective, some of those are bigger problems than others. You can get by Caleb Williams coming in for a hug. If Amarius Mims wants to hug, you've got some issues.
So Jaden Daniels, I really thought this would be Drake Maye in Washington. It sounds like that's what it's going to be. Cris, sounds like you're closer to Jaden Daniels being the top quarterback than closer to the rest of the group. There are other people, football analysts in the draft community who like Jaden Daniels as maybe the top guy. So you're kind of in that same boat, huh?
Yeah, and honestly, I'm about there with Drake Maye. But if I only got one, I probably would take Jaden Daniels. I just think his size, his ability to process and put pressure on the defense. I watch matchups every week. I can't do everything, but when you see the ability to run from the quarterback position, it forces defenses to put a fifth plug in that thing, because there are 5 gaps in there, and so you got to either be able to tackle them with 4. Or you've got to fill it. So you either have to spy or pressure, and when you pressure, you end up with one-on-one passing opportunities down the field. And I can remember when Lamar Jackson came out of Louisville, and I wasn't sure about that pick, and obviously nobody else was either, because he didn't go till the last pick in the first round. But you go, all right, is that going to work? Can you really be a pocket passer runner from the pocket and still be accurate enough in the pocket to make those kind of plays? Well, now he's a 2-time MVP, so the answer is obviously yes. So fool me once, right? Now I'm sitting here looking at the guy, and I literally cannot watch him play without going, this is Lamar Jackson. Maybe he's not as fast or as great a moves or whatever, but he throws the ball pretty darn well. He throws it over the middle well. He's going to get those one-on-one throws. It's not going to be as hard is what some rookies have to face with these zone defenses and multiple looks and spies and all the different things. He's going to get the simplified version of that. It's the reason I think that of these young quarterbacks, I don't know who will have the long-range success, but if you said who's going to have first success, I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels.
That Cliff Kingsbury connection, if this is what ends up happening, how do we feel about that? And do you believe that Kingsbury being that offensive coordinator has swayed them one way or another for potentially who they might pick here at number 2? Because a lot of people look at what Daniels has been at LSU and specifically the style in which he dominated this past year. Not only the rushing ability, which you mentioned, but also the fact that Jaden's offense at LSU was very spread out. It was very outside the numbers. He only had, I was looking it up, Jaden only had 30 attempts this year in the intermediate middle of the field, 10 to 19 yards down the field between the numbers, which is, some offenses were really predicated on attacking the middle of the field. Cliff Kingsbury, when he was the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, from 2019 to 2022, they were ranked 23rd in the NFL in passing attempts in that area. So they just don't do it. Like Kingsbury his offense is much more natural to what we saw at LSU. Do y'all think that has a heavy, who the offensive coordinator is? Is that something that has a heavy leaning into who they might have selected and why it might be Daniels?
My bigger question, I think, for the Kingsbury thing is, how has his offense changed since the last time it was in the NFL, right? Because he, on the one hand, demonstrated that he was perfectly willing to adapt his offense. Remember, right away when he came in, it was like pure air raid, 10 personnel, empty sets, 4 wide receivers the whole time, and that lasted like a week. And he was like, okay, that doesn't work in the NFL. I'm going to have to change. We dumped the 10 personnel. We became an 11 personnel team. And he made some very quick changes to understand that what he did needed to change at the NFL level. But then he stopped changing it. Then he's like, no, I think now I have what works. And he didn't evolve the system. And I think he was leaving a lot of meat on the bone in terms of sort of free, easy yardage, easy plays that a lot of NFL offenses take for granted. So has he figured that out while he hasn't been there? And is the offense going to change? And then you get to the idea of which guy is now best fitted for whatever current version of his offense is going to be.
Well, Steve, I do want to go to you because you talked about you'd rather have Drake Maye at this spot, but it is, in fact, Jaden Daniels who is the pick here at number 2 overall. So Jaden goes number 2 overall to the Washington Commanders. You'd have taken Drake Maye here. I would have taken Drake Maye here. The PFF big board would have taken Drake Maye here.
That's a shot.
I'm going to keep making that joke all night.
PFF board.
So how do you feel about this now that we kind of just had the Cliff Kingsbury conversation of the offense might be really in tune to what Jaden does well? Does that help out this case, even though you like Drake more as a prospect overall?
Yeah, I mean, I like Jaden Daniels too. And, to go back to kind of what Sam said in the history of the Kingsbury offense, there was a point when he had Kyler Murray, I think it was year 3, when they finally let Kyler run the ball a little bit more and they, used the designed run game. And Arizona was actually pretty good at running the ball with their spread sets. And then they added Kyler, and that was when they, made the playoffs, kind of tapered off a little bit toward the end of the season. But they used Kyler Murray in the designed running game. And so I think, to Chris's point too, Jaden Daniels basically has this high floor because of the running ability right off the bat. And I think, if Kingsbury remembers that's what we did well with Kyler Murray, that fits well. And then you talk about Jaden Daniels throwing outside the numbers to Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson. It is a fit as far as here's the personnel that's outside receiver driven, and a run game that can lean on the quarterback from a run game perspective that puts a ton of pressure on the defense. We had this conversation with Anthony Richardson last year.
Yeah.
Richardson had these accuracy issues. He had all these things to work on, and it's like on the way we could run the ball and just exploit defenses.
Right.
Jaden Daniels doesn't have those issues, right? And he does work through progressions. He is accurate, and that's why so many people liked him. So I'm fine with Jaden Daniels as a prospect, and I think it is a good fit for Washington.
I think you're seeing now that the floor is higher with mobile quarterbacks.
Certainly
right? There's just, while you are working on the passing game stuff, you just have the ability to be an aid to the run game. Like you said, it can be an instant thing while he's figuring out how to become the best passer at the NFL level.
Plus, I think that guys who are head coaches that are also defensive coordinators, like Dan Quinn, they hate running quarterbacks.
Gives them
they hate running
nightmares.
quarterbacks. So they want to put somebody on the field that they hate to try and defend.
That's true.
But one thing specific to Jaden Daniels, how scared are you of how he runs the ball and the number of plays where he becomes a crash test dummy? Because he's not built like Josh Allen or even Lamar Jackson. They, I think, are similar weights, but Lamar's thick.
Beefed up since he got into the league.
Jaden Daniels is thin and takes some absurd hits when he runs the ball.
Yeah,
that would scare
The playing style is a huge one because again, the Lamar Jackson comps have come, for a while now. I know Lamar got hurt those 2 seasons. I think those were more freaky than anything. He was really healthy at Louisville. He was really healthy for the majority of his NFL career. Lamar Jackson is really good at avoiding big hits. He knows how to not get hit. Historically, there are quarterbacks who are not good at that. RG3 was not good.
Like RG3.
Right, yeah. RG3, Michael Vick. Anthony Richardson, he's got the big Josh Allen type of body, but he's not good. He lowers his shoulder and gets hurt. So playing style does matter. Jaden Daniels is closer to the guys who tend to, be the crash test dummy, as you said. So I do think he's got to be a little bit smarter with the ball.
By the way, everybody watching the show, if you are watching live on YouTube, you can also go to pff.com/draft/tracker, and you can see all of the picks as they are being made, and you can see all the analysis and everything like that. We've got the New England Patriots coming on the clock. We got to take a quick commercial break in a second, but just before we get there, do you think the Patriots trade this pick?
I think now we have a game of chicken between the Vikings and
this is where the draft
Patriots.
starts. Yes.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. I think the Vikings want this player, and I think the Patriots want this trade, but neither one of them wants to go where the other one does.
Real quick, we can expand upon it. Do you think the Patriots trade it, yes or no?
I think they make the pick. We'll see if the Vikings unload everything they have to come up and get this, though.
Cris, real quick, do you think the Patriots move?
I think the Patriots take their quarterback and dream of Tom Brady all over again.
I feel like they have to. I feel like that's the way that they've got to go. I am with you guys as well. We are going to take a quick commercial break, and then we will be right back with the PFF NFL Draft Show. See you guys in a sec.
As parents, we all want our kids to grow up to be happy, successful, and financially independent. With a UGMA account from Fabric by Gerber Life, you're arming your child with a powerful financial tool to help shape their journey towards financial success. It's all online, and setting up an account could take you just 5 minutes with as little as $1 a day. Then you can manage your child's UGMA account and monitor their investments right from your phone. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Start investing in your child today at meetfabric.com/draftshow. That's right. That's meetfabric.com/draftshow. One more time, MEET fabric.com/draftshow. Portfolios managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors, Inc. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk, of course. Monthly minimum contribution required. Learn more at meetfabric.com.
All right, welcome back to the 2024 PFF NFL Draft Show. We wondered, and we asked the question before we hit commercial break, will the Patriots trade this pick? They did not, and they selected North Carolina quarterback Drake Maye. So Drake Maye goes number 3 overall after all of that craziness. And Cris, while we were in the break, you said now the draft gets interesting.
Well, it really does, because now those top 3 quarterbacks are off the board. And I think deservedly so. In any order that they went, those were the 3 top players in college football. At least I thought they were, including the wide receivers. I think those 3 guys have a chance to be really, really special players. But now you're Minnesota. You're our buddy Quezzy up there in Minnesota, right? Mm-hmm. And you have 2 first-round draft choices. Everybody in the world has been talking about the possibility of them trading up. But now are the guys gone that you would have traded up for?
Right.
That's the question. And now if that's the case and you come out of here with 2 really good players, you know, at 11 and 23, is there a great state of depression over the great state of Minnesota that happens because now they don't really have that dream quarterback that they were talking about? So much of being a general manager or even a head coach a lot of times with decisions in games or whatever is, you know, you have to get up in front of that press corps and in front of your fan base and explain what you're doing, right? What happened? Like, so hey, I just got 2 really good players here. Mm-hmm. We don't care. What happened? How come you didn't get one of those 3 quarterbacks? You told us you were going to get one of those quarterbacks. No, I didn't. I didn't say that. But now the whole game comes down to, does he jump up and take JJ McCarthy, and at least they have somebody in there, or just play the patience game and take one of those remaining 3 quarterbacks, which is what I would do. But it's easy for me to say because I don't have to take the heat for it.
Well, this is where the rubber meets the road in terms of theory versus actually putting into practice. Like, Minnesota knows that they know what they should do on paper. Generally, you know, you shouldn't give up too much. If the guy that you liked is gone, be patient, right? There's quarterbacks still remaining in this draft. You've got 2 first-round picks, but if they come out of it without anybody, or if they, you know, play the patient game and somebody else is willing to be irrational, then you end up at the end of the first round with maybe QB6 or nobody. And Sam Darnold is your starting quarterback, and the whole thing is a disaster. Mm-hmm. So they now have this fascinating game of how patient are they willing to be? How close to the book or, you know, the actual analytics are they willing to stay? Or when do they jump up for JJ McCarthy? Or do they come back for Michael Penix Jr. or Bo Nix or whoever the next quarterbacks are, maybe with pick number 11, maybe with pick number 23, I think the Vikings are now like the most fascinating team to watch.
So I want to keep talking about the Vikings, but I do want to hit on Maye for a second here, because there was a lot of talk of no matter what quarterback went to the New England Patriots, this was the worst spot for any quarterback, right? How do we feel about Maye now being that quarterback there? Are you really worried? This is the person who has had the most big-time throws in college football over the last 2 years, right? This is somebody who has played well under pressure at times, and we know he's going to have to do both of those things at least over the next 2 years as New England makes that roster a lot better. Are you really concerned with this landing spot with Drake Maye, or because he is your number 2 quarterback, because he is somebody that you really believed in, do you think that he can handle this situation as New England gets a little bit better here?
They have to get better, though. I mean, they have to get better for this to work out, obviously. So you get your quarterback, and now it's about building the infrastructure. This is pretty much the same offensive roster that drove Mac Jones out of town. This is the same offensive roster where people were saying, Mac Jones showed a lot as a rookie, but the Patriots failed him by not having a good offensive line, by not having playmakers. It's the same group. So now it's on Elliott Wolf, Jonathan Kraft, whoever's running the show over there in New England now, not Bill Belichick. All right, let's go get playmakers. Let's get a left tackle. That's the next question here for New England, because it's the same group that was one of the worst offenses in the league.
Their next pick is critical, right? Whether they actually end up spending it, whether they actually use pick number 34 and draft the next wide receiver off the board, or whether the Patriots are actually a team that could trade pick number 34 for a veteran, right? T. Higgins. We've heard rumblings today that Deebo Samuel could be on the block for a team, or Brandon Ayuk has been talked about, one of those veteran receivers that might be available. Now the Patriots have their quarterback. You need to get him somebody to throw to, because the group that was there before was not good enough for the previous quarterback.
I'll take any of those guys.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're the New England Patriots, in recent history, we've seen Tua in Miami get his Tyreek Hill. We've seen Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia get A.J. Brown. Those guys had a year, 2 years of okay play, and then they got their star receiver, and all of a sudden the offenses were completely different. So now what New England has the opportunity to do that they didn't do with Mac Jones, take advantage of the rookie contract quarterback and go get your big name receiver, pay him. You've got the money to do it. So if that offer's on the table, New England absolutely should go get it.
It's so interesting, though. A lot of times it's what you see beating you, too, right? You see Josh Allen beating you. You see Josh Allen being able to handle the football in nasty weather. You see a guy that weighs 230 pounds that's running down on your 190-pound defensive backs, and they're looking uncomfortable. And the flip side, to your guys' point, is you see the Miami Dolphins now being right in the brink of Super Bowl contention. And how did they do it? They did it with speedy wide receivers. They did it with the ability to take the top off a defense, and a quarterback who wasn't really known for being able to throw the ball way down the field. So I think that a little bit of that is Josh Allen just got taken with his big hands, with his big body, with his ability to run, to handle the New England weather. And maybe they all sort of took it for granted that Tom Brady could throw the ball like that in that sort of inclement weather.
Well, the Arizona Cardinals were on the clock after the New England Patriots. That pick is in, and it is Marvin Harrison Jr. After all of the talk of, look at what Monty
Malik
did.
Nabers. All the talk of Malik Nabers being wide receiver one, aside from anything else.
So hold on now. I want to ask the question. Do you think that was a total smokescreen? Or do you think that the teams legitimately had Malik Nabers as wide receiver one, the Cardinals just weren't one of them?
Yeah, I think that. I think there were definitely teams that had Malik Nabers as wide receiver one. But some of the comments that were coming out about Marvin Harrison Jr., I think were getting ridiculous.
Yeah, he's a bum, can't play,
we could talk up Malik Nabers without tearing down Marvin Harrison Jr. and be like, I've never seen him run by anybody. I don't see this speed, this 23 miles an hour that's been registered by a chip in his shoulder.
What was the gas score?
I don't see that.
What was the gas? Was the gas high?
It was good. I was going to look up. I mean, we have top speeds on him. The average of his top 5 max speeds over the last 2 years, Marvin Harrison Jr., it's right there with Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. Brian Thomas went and ran in the 4.3s.
Right.
And the reason why we're talking about Brian Thomas Jr. in the first round is because he's big and runs fast and ran a 4.3 at the combine. So Marvin Harrison Jr. on the field has similar max speed numbers, in addition to everything
All of the other stuff.
everything else Sam wants to rave about right now and how good Marvin Harrison Jr. is at playing receiver.
Yeah, like the thing that he's being knocked for is, at least in terms of tracking data, right there with the guy whose strength is that, whose sort of one trick is the speed and the vertical speed and the vertical ability. Marvin Harrison Jr. was talked about as a generational receiver for good reason, right? He is big, he's got great hands, he runs great routes, he's got exceptional athleticism, he understands how to set up defenders. I mean, he is pretty much, you can't say he's a flawless prospect because nobody is a flawless prospect, but there aren't weaknesses to his game that you can identify and use as reasons not to take him at number 4.
Chris, what do you think?
I had Malik Nabers as my top player.
There were people.
Yeah, I've got to say, yeah, but it wasn't a little bit of a fear of not seeing that time. A little bit of, I think the NFL now has gotten to the point where people are protecting the big plays on the back end. So a lot of it is catch and run kind of ability. And I don't think anybody comes close to Malik Nabers in this draft as far as catch and run capability. I do think Marvin Harrison Jr. has some of the softest hands and the sort of ease of route running. And he's taller, so taller guys don't look as fast as Malik Nabers. But Malik Nabers with the ball in his hand is really something special.
Right.
So I didn't think there was a big difference. What is interesting to me is that pick was taken pretty fast.
Yes.
Right? Was there no conversation about coming up for a quarterback at number 4 at all?
So a lot of Cardinals fans, when I've done mock draft trades, I'll have like maybe the Giants moving up or the Vikings moving up, and I'll give them maybe 2 first-round picks or something else, and a lot of Cardinals fans will be like, well, that's not enough. And I say back to Cardinals fans, like, you're not going to get more. So if that was Monty's price, if his price was like, okay, I want 3 first-round picks for this, very clearly, Vikings aren't willing to give it for JJ McCarthy.
What if the Chargers were? So let's say the Chargers
now
are number 5,
right?
They were bidding against them. Go look, okay, they won't. You don't want what we're going to pay Arizona, but the Chargers are willing to take it. So now they've got to go take a wideout. Now you go make a deal with number 5. I don't think that's going to happen either.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see these quarterback needy teams now sitting until 11, 12. 13.
Yeah, and again, for Minnesota, like they don't need to get to the next pick. They just need to get higher than anybody else is going to go for a quarterback. Right.
So which doesn't feel like it will require 11 and 23 anymore,
exactly.
Right?
Because the lower that pick is, the less they need to give up to make it happen.
Yes.
So they are calculating in this fascinating game of chicken they're playing, how late can we wait on this and still get our guy and still beat the Raiders or the Broncos or the Giants maybe to the quarterback.
When do you think the Raiders and the Broncos start getting involved? What pick? 5?
We don't even know if any of these guys like JJ McCarthy.
Well, and there's 3 quarterbacks. If they saw it the way that I see it, which is those 3 are in a group, and I don't care, all 3 of them might get fed.
Yeah.
And they're all going to have different boards, right? I mean, there are teams who would have taken Michael Penix in the top 10. There are teams who wouldn't touch him in the first round, right? I mean, there's that much variance in what, QB boards look like. And I think you're right. It's probably closer to JJ McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Bo Nix being somewhat similar now.
Right. And it could
the
work
Chargers
out.
are fascinating here, though, because JJ McCarthy's on the board for Jim Harbaugh.
True.
He has that opportunity.
True.
It's true.
You're always rooting for the funniest thing.
Yeah.
But people have been debating wide receiver and tackle for the Chargers. They really need a receiver. They could use a tackle, right? They could use a tackle, or they could trade down and get the whole.
I think Harbaugh wants to run the football. I think first and foremost the Chargers want to trade back.
Let me ask you a question
everybody.
first. Do you know what the highest draft pick spent on an offensive lineman was during the time Jim Harbaugh was in San Francisco?
Tell me.
3rd round. 3rd round was the highest offensive line draft pick in 4 years.
They're making a pick.
So they had an offensive line full of first rounders, but they were all taken before Harbaugh got there.
Okay, well that's.
They're also not necessarily like they took a while to get going. Joe Staley was really good right away, but Anthony Davis was a slow start. Mike Upati, was up and down. I just think the idea that Harbaugh absolutely wants to run the football and will absolutely change the way that offense has been. I don't think that necessarily translates, and am I about 7 seconds away from being proven wrong? I don't think that necessarily means that it means offensive lineman at number 6 overall.
That'd make it better for the clip. It really would.
And you've got Rashawn Slater playing left tackle.
Right.
So, let's
they have a decent line. Like, the line's not in rough shape, right? It's not terrible. Yeah.
So let's say Alt ends up being your top pick, but do you really want 2 left tackles and you've got these 2 high draft picks and one of them's going to have to move to right tackle? Is that just messy, and so you go ahead and take a receiver? You got rid of all your receivers, so, maybe he's thinking, I got to do something.
I think what they really want is they want to trade down, right? Joe Ortiz, in his opening press conference as the general manager, he talked about wanting to get a formula with this team and how they use the salary cap to get a lot of comp picks, right? They talked about having a lot of success with that with the Ravens. And so he wants to get more draft picks. He always wants to have those 3rd, 4th round picks because he feels like that's where he's got a lot of strength in the draft. So I do believe that the Chargers' price, to your point, is probably less than the Cardinals. So maybe there is a chance that you can make a move here, although, I don't know, it seems like with this much time going off the clock, it feels like Chargers are going to make
the reports are that they're picking. We don't know who yet, but the reports are that the Chargers are staying. So again, I think the debate is Malik Nabers, who, again, you're not the only one, right? There's other people around the NFL who said Malik Nabers is the best receiver in this draft class. If Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't exist, I think we'd all agree it's Nabers, right? So debating him on a very thin receiver depth chart right now, the worst in the NFL probably for the Chargers, versus a power right tackle. There's a few of those in the draft here, or the best tackle prospect, I think, in a few years now in Joe Alt. So where are they going to go?
We see the Chargers offseason right there. Obviously, it's Joe Ortiz and Jim Harbaugh's first offseason here. So, we wondered if it was going to be offensive line or if it was going to be receiver. And I can tell you right now, it's going to be offensive line.
Yeah, it took about 90 seconds to prove me wrong, not 7.
But it's not.
The highest pick Jim Harbaugh has ever spent on an offensive lineman.
It is
by
not
3 rounds.
JC Latham, as the books kind of pushed over the last 48 hours. It is, in fact, Joe Alt. It is the offensive lineman that we thought would be the first off the board for a long, long time, really up until, I guess, the last couple of days here. So what do you think about this with Joe Alt, obviously only ever playing left tackle here in his career, and Rashawn Slater playing left tackle as well?
Well, first of all, that sound you can hear is cries of anguish from Tennessee as their top guy got sniped from.
Yes,
good point.
Truly brutal.
I don't think moving from left tackle to right tackle is a problem generally. I think it can be for certain players. It's not like it works for everybody. But I think at this point, the default assumption for NFL people is you can take a guy, move him into the NFL, and flip him sides right away and assume it's going to work, right? Until you find out that it won't. The problems arise when you take a guy that's been playing one position for his entire NFL career for 5-6 years, and then you go, okay, he's moving sides.
Right.
That, I think, gets into different territory. But for all these teams taking a tackle in round 1, I think generally speaking now, it's not like it used to be where left tackles and right tackles were dramatically different skill sets. They're effectively interchangeable, and you're assuming one can swap sides. So Joe Alt is great pass protector, a giant human being, incredibly strong, the sort of the purest composite of all the skills you're looking for in the traits. He makes sense as the first tackle off the ball.
Yeah, we're looking at his PFF grades here on the screen, and I mean, they're just about as good as it gets, right? I mean, like, the reliability is there for him in every way, shape, and form, whether he's pass blocking, whether he's run blocking. He always felt like the easy choice as the top offensive tackle. It just felt like we had heard steam the other way around. Now, I think you made a really good point right off the bat, right when you started making your point there. The Titans feel like a major trade down candidate now. Like, I felt like they were that before, but now that Alt is off the board, I think the Titans are probably just going to be looking to move back with whoever wants to move up for a wide receiver that might be available. Brock Bowers, we've heard that topic of conversation as well. But to me, I think Tennessee is an easy trade back candidate now.
Well, the thing with Tennessee is I think they want a left tackle more than a right tackle. And again, it's not that you can't flip sides or anything. And just, there are still people who believe, hey, left tackle is more valuable than right tackle. Penei Sewell's one of the best tackles in the league. He plays right tackle. He's not moving. It's just as important of a position. But I think Tennessee specifically wants a pass-protecting left tackle. So if that's a Fautanu from Penn State, or I don't know if they want some of those other guys, the right tackle. So they might just want to get their guy and get out of there. But there haven't been any trades yet so far. We've anticipated a bunch.
It's true.
The Cardinals and the Chargers were like the two big pivot points in the draft to potentially trade, and they both picked players.
And I tell you, This pick would get my attention if I played in the West, because Harbaugh is doing exactly what he did at Michigan.
100%.
When you watch them play at Michigan, the reason that JJ McCarthy was talked about as being one of the top 4 players in this draft is that they ran the football so well.
Right.
Teams had to bring extra guys up, and so when they threw the ball, they were throwing into man coverage of sorts, of some way, shape, or form. Those deep crossing routes over the field off of play action, they were just killing college teams because they didn't have enough people back to play. So now you've got the ability to not just play power football up front, but you're going to have that play action ability off of the back end of that, take a little pressure off your quarterback.
Yeah.
But that's a statement. You want to have a way to attack Mahomes and company, go in there and have the ability to run the football and play a little power and keep him over on the bench for a while. And I think that's what Harbaugh did.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Now, the Giants are on the clock. I don't want to jump over the Giants. We're talking about the Tennessee Titans, and, well, I guess so I was going to have the conversation of, are they going to be interested in JJ McCarthy? But I can tell you they're not, because they took Malik Nabers at number 6. So Nabers now off the board at number 6 over Odunze. It sounds like you're pretty cool with that.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about the Giants before the draft, but they were one of the most, I think, interesting pivot points in it. Like, they could have gone wide receiver as they did. They could have gone offensive line because that line is still a mess. They were not out of the quarterback conversation with Daniel Jones there as well, and they've ended up going with Malik Nabers. Look, I think there's absolutely a valid conversation to be had about Nabers versus Marvin Harrison. The explosiveness that Nabers brings, that fluidity of movement at his size is incredible. The only concern I have with Nabers is the way he gets off the line of scrimmage and that sort of shoulder shrug way of avoiding. Which gets him into trouble sometimes. There's a bunch of plays on tape where he gets stuck on the contact because he doesn't use his hands to clear it. Now, that's something they clearly teach at LSU, right? It's not just him doing it. But if he can get back past that and actually start using his hands, then he can be devastating.
So the Giants spent this offseason. We knew that it was one of the worst offensive line situations in the NFL, not just last year, but the last few years. They spent on John Runyon to come in and play guard, Jermaine Illuminor to play right tackle, probably with Evan Neal, disappointing over the last couple of years. But I feel like they've stitched it together to be a little bit better on the offensive line so that they can make this pick. I mean, we're sitting there with Daniel Jones heading into year 6, where I don't think he's had a good offensive line or a good group of receivers yet. So finally, Malik Nabers to go with Darius Slayton, to go with Jalen Hyatt, and a lot of speed on this offense.
But you're also, because the offensive line is so deep in this draft, you're going to be able to come back in the second round. They do have a pick, right, in the second round. That's how I get into trouble with these things. But
who, the Giants?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the Giants have the ability. Yes. Some tackle is going to be there in the second round that can help them. So they're going to be able to get both.
Yeah, they do. They have the Seattle Seahawks pick for the Leonard Williams trade, so they do still have pick 47 in the second round. So that is a possibility there for them. But it is interesting that 10-year anniversary of them drafting another LSU wide receiver who worked out pretty well for them for a little bit, Odell Beckham Jr. They take Malik Nabers, who they're certainly.
It is interesting for me though that slot receivers now, which is really what he is. Are going to have the ability to have that kind of impact on football games because of this slot go. The ability to run go routes from the slot was something I was preaching for my early days at television, because when you're inside there, you have all that field to fade to go catch the football. Mm-hmm. And when you're outside, watch the 2 Alabama corners and how well they can squeeze you in. Nick Saban teaches that.
Yes.
Pretty well over there.
Absolutely.
And they can squeeze you into the boundary, but from the slot, you're running 4-3 out of the slot. That's dangerous. You better hit that jam if you're going to get after him.
That's what Tyreek Hill started doing, right? That was sort of how he first made an impact, was running those slot goes where you couldn't get anywhere near him because he was so fast.
Good pick for the Giants, man.
I agree.
You got a lot of speed.
I think it's an awesome pick.
And so, we talked a lot on the podcast. It feels like a chalk type of draft until you hear the rumors of the trades, right? And you're kind of hoping for this, crazy, QB trade up and the whole thing. But it's kind of like the top 3 quarterbacks that we expected. the best 3 offensive players, I think, in the draft. Malik Nabers, Marvin Harrison Jr., Joe Walt. I mean, I think it's
there are
what we expected.
Yeah, there are a lot of mock drafts that are still intact after
Very
the first
intact.
6 picks.
Very intact, which I'm thankful for. No, I look at what the New York Giants did this offseason, and it gives them the flexibility to be able to do that, right? They've got worries of, okay, what is Evan Neal for you? They go out and they sign Jermaine Illuminor. They go out and they sign John Runyon. They sign Aaron Stinney. Like, they have added new bodies to that offensive line to give them the flexibility here to think, okay, we have the opportunity to go get a major playmaker, an immediate wide receiver 1 on this team. And if you can't upgrade Daniel Jones' position exactly by moving up to number 3 and getting Drake Maye, who I think they wanted a lot, the next best thing after you've upgraded the offensive line is very clearly to get him a player like this, who Cris was talking about, has so many deadly ways to beat you with two-way goes and deep plays from the slot and all that kinds of stuff. So I think this is a really good pick for the New York Giants. I think you're going to be very happy, and this is somebody who I think could be a major producer even in year 1.
And excuses now gone for Daniel Jones, right?
Oh, no question.
So what they're going to do, I'm sure, is come back with an offensive lineman with their next pick, go receiver, go offensive line, go, here you go. All right, let's see it.
So they're tied to him.
So what do we think? What do we think the Titans are now doing at number 7? They're on the clock. Do you guys feel as strongly as me and think that this is a trade back move, or is this
who
still
wants
a
to trade
team?
up? That's the problem. I mean, who?
Are we in territory where Sam was talking about before? You're close enough if you're Minnesota and you say, okay, at this point we don't have to give up 23 now. We give up 11, we give up our 3rd round pick, and we give up our 3rd round pick next year.
Or is this a trade up for Rome Odunze? So in other words, I think we all agree that top 3 receiver category separates from the rest of them. And now with both of those receivers off the board, and I don't think, so if you got DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ripken, and Treylon Burks in there, you've got 3 receivers, right? So are you willing, if you're Tennessee, to just go ahead and take another one here?
Yeah.
Go reach a little bit for an offensive lineman that may be a bit of a project, or trade back if you can. Mm-hmm. But I don't think anybody's trading up for a quarterback. I think they'll trade up for a receiver again.
Well, it's true. Nobody traded up for a quarterback, but nobody also traded up for a receiver. Picks in for the Tennessee Titans. They're making this selection. And it is JC Latham, the offensive tackle from Alabama. So we were not that far from him being that first offensive lineman off the board, right? When those odds were dropping dramatically for him to be that first offensive tackle. He doesn't go at number 5, but he does go 2 picks later. And I think a lot of the mock drafts, you talk about chalk mock drafts, a lot of those mock drafts had Latham at 5 and then Alt at 7. It's the same position. They're just switching it up here.
And now you get this fascinating conversation, right? Was he the top guy on Tennessee's board all along?
Maybe.
Or is he the guy they're settling for because Joe Alt went 2 picks
I think
ahead?
It's probably that. I really do think that.
But Latham also is a right tackle, right? So
he's only
they
played right
probably
tackle.
were thinking that the Chargers weren't going to take another left tackle.
Yes.
And so Latham would have been a better fit at right tackle, is probably part of it.
So now the Titans have a decision to make. Their current left tackle is Dylan Radunz, who's played better at guard, isn't really an NFL left tackle. They have last year's first-round pick, Peter Skoronski, who's got really short arms, so he had to play guard last year, but he's probably the best left tackle on the team.
Yes,
so I put Peter Skoronski out to tackle.
Let's go, baby.
The Bucs just did this last year.
Talk
with
about it.
Gedeke, right? Gedeke has really short arms, under 33 inches, under that threshold. Gedeke had a rough season at guard, good season at right tackle last year for the Bucs. I think JC Latham, again, can guys flip sides? Absolutely. Latham feels like the type of athlete you want to keep at right tackle, not mess with him too much, and he could be a good right tackle and kick Skoronski out to left.
I like the way we have the human with the largest wingspan in east of the Mississippi on the crusade for the short-armed people.
Yeah. I used to fight for short pitchers too. Those short pitchers always got overlooked for big, tall guys when the height's overrated.
Maybe that's why have the longer
it
arms?
is, unless they're a star. Unless you're an unbelievable short pitcher or an unbelievable short-armed left tackle like Peter Skoronski.
Maybe you should have spent more time advocating for yourself instead of the short guys.
I tried that too. It didn't work. They saw through me at the end. But hey, Latham's a good player, man. He's big, moves well. We did have a podcast question recently about recently failed Alabama offensive tackles. It's not a great group, so we'll see if Latham can buck the trend.
You know, I had Latham as a potential target to the Tennessee Titans. Talking about how this is a team that still really wanted to run the ball through their identity. You know, Titans fans kind of now this is more in January, and Titans fans were like, hey, you know, it's a new regime. They're not going to want to do this. And look, JC Latham's best characteristics are run blocking. I mean, like, he is a road grader. He is a mauler. Like, that is what he wants to do. So that is something that I think the Tennessee Titans very clearly are not giving up on.
Well, and King Henry's gone, though.
Well, despite him not being there,
yeah.
and Mike Vrabel not being there, very clearly they're still invested in that part of the game where I think people were going to see a drastic change.
Now we get to a really interesting part of the draft, though, right? This
Yes.
is potentially the first defensive player, but I also think there are a lot of people who are going to come after Rome Odunze. And so we will see here whether or not Atlanta will ultimately just go ahead and take him or take that first defensive player off the board.
I wonder if, you know, teams like Jacksonville or teams like Buffalo, even a little bit further down the board, who might really want a wide receiver. The Jets are sitting there at 10. I think the Jets could be very interested in a wide receiver as well, but we will see whether or not this is going to be the first defensive player off the board, or if the Atlanta Falcons are going to trade back. We'll see you right after a commercial break. We'll get the answer. All right, welcome back to the PFF NFL Draft Show. As we were talking before the break, the Falcons on the clock here. I haven't had the pick spoiled like it was when we were in the last commercial break, so we still get to talk about it here.
Let's text Zach and see.
If it's a, let me tell Zach.
Let's break it.
Tell Zach to give us a little bit of scoop here. Who are you taking? I am so very curious if
you better ask round two
to even respond at this point. But okay, so if it is the first defensive player, who's it going to be? Talk to us. Is it going to be corner? Is it going to be edge rusher?
This has been a pretty chalky draft so far. The chalky pick has been Dallas Turner to Atlanta the whole way. I will say, though, whether it's Rome Odunze, whether it is JJ McCarthy as that fourth quarterback, we're now in the range where that trade is not costing you a first-round pick, right? You can move up a couple of spots for a second, for a third, depending on which team's trying to beat the other one. So if Minnesota, Denver, Las Vegas, if one of those guys wants JJ McCarthy or whoever they have as QB4, that trade is within range now.
I'm so offensive-minded a lot of the time, and I thought Atlanta getting Kirk Cousins was a really good It was a good move this offseason because their quarterback situation was terrible, and it's a good roster, and it gave them the ability right now to not have to deal with all these questions that we're asking about the Vikings. Oh, when's Atlanta going to get their quarterback? They got him, but now I wonder about Kirk Cousins, the guy that he can't get over the hump and win playoff games and everything. What if you really loaded up on playmakers? Like, they're loaded up. They're pretty good. Drake London and Kyle Pitts and Darnell Mooney. What if Atlanta? Like, just get Brock Bowers in there to be your big slot. Just get Rome Odunze. You have Kirk Cousins. You know he can't really compete with the Josh Allens and Joe Burrows and Patrick Mahomes of the world. But if you gave him by far the best group of playmakers in the NFL and no excuses and just light it up, that's how you go win. You don't need another edge defender. You need another pass catcher. That's what you need in Atlanta.
You kind of do need another edge rusher, though. They
do. I mean, they've needed one for about 10 years. I get it. I understand. I'm just so tempted with those guys on the board that I don't, no matter what you already have on the roster, which I think is really good. Bijan Robinson in the backfield, you kidding me? This is a great group of playmakers. But what if you were really the team that was just uncoverable every single week? Atlanta has that opportunity here if they don't go defense.
Oh my gosh.
Well, there it is.
The Atlanta Falcons.
Wow.
Take quarterback Michael Penix Jr.
As I said a little bit earlier,
Oh
there
my
are teams
gosh.
in the NFL who would be willing to take Michael Penix Jr. in the top 10. And the Atlanta Falcons are one of them.
Including teams that just spend a boatload of money on a
When can
quarterback.
you get out of Kirk Cousins' deal?
Wow.
What?
This is BPA, baby. This is how you do it. Keep drafting your QBs.
This is wild.
Whoa. What, somebody look this up. When can they get out of Kirk Cousins'
it's
deal?
like a 2-year.
Because I thought it's at least a 2-year deal,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So you're looking at Penix, and you're not starting him until year 3 of his rookie contract?
This is no longer a chalk draft.
No, it's not. That's
Holy
every mock
smokes.
draft. Before, most of them were intact. Every one of them just got broken by that pick.
As you can see, the Falcons really loved Michael Penix Jr.
Yes.
All right. I'm not breaking any confidentiality here. They loved him enough that they had just signed Kirk Cousins. Still took Michael Penix Jr. We actually, so what is this strategy? We talk about teams doing this all the time. Keep drafting quarterbacks, keep having them. You got Kirk Cousins for a couple years. The whole, do you sit a quarterback? Well, Michael Penix Jr. is going to sit. He's going to sit, and maybe by year 3, now you reset.
Holy cow.
And you got the rookie contract quarterback. That's Michael Penix Jr. They loved him.
I mean, here's the thing. So we talked about this before, right? Everyone talks about quarterbacks in consensus terms, right? The quarterback order was Caleb Williams, then Jaden Daniels, then Drake Maye, then JJ McCarthy, number 4. That's not how each individual team is going to have those quarterbacks ordered. And the Atlanta Falcons, I mean, they've taken Michael Penix Jr. as QB4. I know they had him ranked higher than that, or at least somebody in that building did. And that's what they're doing. Like, this is a value pick for Atlanta. They think they're getting one of the top quarterbacks in this draft at the 8th overall pick. And look, Cousins is 35 years old coming off an Achilles. Okay, you've got him for 2 years, but this is a succession plan now for a regime that expects to be there long term.
I said this before free agency kicked off. I think Arthur Blank's sick of it at the quarterback position, right? Because they botched it with Deshaun Watson, and because of that, they lost out on a franchise legend like Matt Ryan. They pissed off Matt Ryan, and he got out of town. He's like, okay, I'm not dealing with this. They then went, okay, bridge quarterback Marcus Mariota. Okay, we'll draft Desmond Ridder. That didn't really work out either. Taylor Heineke, we got him on the roster. And I think Arthur Blank went into this offseason and said, I'm sick of it. I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this again ever. And they go out and they spend a ton of money on Kirk Cousins. And I think that's what empowers this team, or maybe even motivates this team, to go draft Michael Penix at number 8 overall as well, because he said, I'm already setting up the plan. We're not going through this again where, okay, we've got an aging quarterback. Maybe he'll be out of there before we thought. Maybe we won't have a plan B. We're getting plan B way before we ever need it. And I genuinely think that's kind of how we got to this point with the Falcons, is Arthur Blank never wanted to deal with what he dealt with over the last 2 years ever again.
So it's not quite unprecedented, but you have to go back a long way to find this kind of, like, this is more of a statement than the Jordan Love pick, right? Which was Rodgers coming to the end, and that was a low first-round pick. Okay, they traded up to get that, right? So it's getting there, but it's a bigger statement than the Jordan Love pick. It's going back like pretty deep into the ether.
I think there's so the analytical idea here too is we've talked a lot at PFF about what if you just drafted more quarterbacks than you should? What if you did draft quarterbacks in uncomfortable spots? And the most recent example was probably the Packers, like the closest thing, which was the Packers may have sacrificed, and they're not one player away from a Super Bowl, but like a Super Bowl run, right? Getting another receiver, another offensive playmaker for Aaron Rodgers for the future. And if you continue to make these decisions and always had QBs in the queue, so when you say never again, Trevor, this assures that 2 years from now, when they can get out of Cousins' contract, they don't have to deal with, theoretically, they don't have to deal with it again because they've got the next guy up. So they don't have to go to free agency and spend on another one. They've got the next guy up.
Right.
And what you're sacrificing is the best defensive player in the draft, your top defensive player, or another big-time playmaker to make sure that you're in a good shape in 2 years.
And remember, for most of last season, a lot of people were asking the question, like, have Green Bay solved quarterback evaluation? Like, is the answer to specifically draft these guys, knowing they're going to be sitting for 2 years, developing from the sideline, and then you put them out onto the field, and you get the next guy, and you go Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer, right? And okay, that's clearly too reductive and it's simplifying it too much. But maybe that is genuinely the answer, that if we take a quarterback, sit him for 2 years, and then put him out there. Like, I don't think anybody looks at Michael Penix Jr. and says he has no chance of being the guy. And if 2 years sitting behind Kirk Cousins, who, whatever you think about Cousins, he's one of the smarter quarterbacks in the league. He knows how to be a top-tier quarterback. I mean, it must give them the best possible chance of succeeding beyond Kirk Cousins. Obviously at the expense of, well, you could have had a guy that would make an impact tomorrow.
So you have a little downside. The guy's had 2 ACL surgeries, right? Mm-hmm. But you also have the deep ball champion college football. Over whatever it was, 1,700 yards throwing deep. He threw for 4,600 to set the school record, came back with 4,900, but for a game against arguably the best defense in college football in Michigan, and didn't look so great in that one. But here we go, right? This is one that is a franchise changing, developing, whatever you want to say. But if you want to believe in analytics, this is the right move. If you think he's the next best quarterback and you've got 2-3 years max on a quarterback, now you can go develop this guy. You wonder how long that is, though, because you're talking about, to win championships, you need to be on that rookie contract.
Right.
And if you are just planning on Kirk Cousins for 2 years, you just hatcheted off half of the availability of that, right?
I mean, look, there's an element of this that Kirk Cousins was an expensive hedge to make sure that they got their guy, which is Michael Penix Jr. So, fascinating move by the Falcons.
Chicago Bears, they're on the clock, and now the pick is in. And
happiest team in football.
When you talk about chalk, this has been the combo for the Chicago Bears for a long time. Caleb Williams at 1, Rome Odunze at number 9. So Rome Odunze going to the Chicago Bears here at number 9. Bears fans absolutely rejoice. What a wide receiver trio we now have in Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal haul for them so far. They get theoretically their franchise quarterback, the answer at the position they've never been able to solve, and then they add Rome Odunze, who is getting overlooked because he's in the same draft as Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Nabers. But in most drafts, Rome Odunze would be the number 1 receiver in the entire draft. He's that good. And it just so happens that those 3 guys are all coming out at the same time. And yeah, the Bears already added receivers, but you know, a guy like Keenan Allen is not a long-term solution for them. So now they have somebody, you can always find places for talented receivers, and they have a guy that can last beyond the next couple of years as well.
Well, and we're going to make it to where I don't think there's any way the Jets are taking a defensive player, so we're going to go through the top 10.
Full top 10,
Yeah.
No defensive players.
The first record was 4 QBs in the top 8. That's a record in the modern draft era. So 4 QBs in the top 8, and I believe this would be the record for most offensive players, right?
I mean, it has to be.
The top 10. But yeah, that group of playmakers for Chicago is looking really nice.
You're talking about Odunze, and we were talking about Michael Penix being the deep ball throwing champ. Well, big reason why was Rome Odunze. You look at the numbers of what he's been able to put up here. It is something special.
Yeah,
there's a trade. There has been a trade. Minnesota's up.
They finally snapped.
At 10.
Oh, Minnesota is up at 10. Okay, see, but this is kind of exactly to your point, right? Where were they comfortable saying, like, okay, because the Vikings,
for an edge.
The Vikings. Oh my gosh!
But also, this is a trade to jump 1 spot.
No, but it's a trade to make sure the 2 behind them
So
don't get the
the
quarterback.
Jets are sitting there at 10, and presumably the Vikings at 11, Broncos at 12, Raiders at 13 might want to jump up, and the Vikings just.
Right.
We saw this last year. Chicago jumped up one spot with Philadelphia.
Quessy probably called every team from the Titans up to the Jets at 10 and said to them, if you get a deal from Las Vegas or from Denver,
call us.
You call us and we will beat it. And I guarantee that's what's happening. That's what's been happening this entire time.
Well, when you take Michael Penix Jr. off the board, now there's 2 left. Right? So now you're starting to get into competition potentially with some of those teams sitting in behind you as well.
Right.
So are the Raiders going to jump up? Could Seattle jump up?
Right,
You know,
exactly.
It's like Denver, are they going to jump over us here?
Man, I was not sure that we were going to get Bo Nix in the first round. He's not the pick, just Make sure everybody knows that. But I feel as though
Settle down.
I feel as though we are now. We are. I mean, Penix went way sooner than I thought that he was going to. Obviously, JJ is still on the board here. If JJ McCarthy goes off to the board to the Vikings here, sure, or even if it's Bo Nix.
It could be flipped. That's what I'm saying. Those three guys were in a category together.
You were right.
I didn't think there was any major difference in those three guys, and I think that's going to prove to be true. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Nix went next.
What a division. I mean, there's so much drama right now with the Bears and the Vikings in the NFC North. We know the Packers coming off a great season, youngest team in the NFL. Jordan Love breaking out looking like a star, and the Lions are the best team in the division. So the North is going to be a must-see TV next year, no matter what. And we talked about the Vikings. They're sitting here at 10. The Bears are challenging them now, but of all the landing spots for quarterbacks, maybe the best spot with Justin Jefferson and all those playmakers and a good offensive line. So,
how about the draft, though, being in Detroit and Chicago, hitting the home run so far in this draft? I mean, that's from the Bears' standpoint, whether it plays out this way or not, from the Bears' standpoint, you go into this draft and you go, this is what we're hoping to get.
Just to reset a little bit on Chicago, last year at this time they made that trade, and we thought, okay, they've got 2 picks next year. They could actually get Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. Right? And we were kind of joking about that. But they actually get Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, which, to your point, Sam, Rome Odunze might be the best receiver in any other draft class. So Bears are feeling great.
So the terms of the trade for the Vikings and the Jets, the Vikings are getting number 10, obviously, and 203, which I believe is a 6th-round pick. While the Jets are getting number 11, moving back 1 spot, and they get 129, which is a 4th-round pick, and 157, which I believe is a 5th-round pick. PFF trade value, Jets win 56% of the time with this trade, and the WAR that they have gained is 0.16. That's some of the numbers that we have there. So.
You just wonder if there was a bidding war. So they knew the Bears weren't going to take another quarterback, right? So did the bidding war go to the Jets, and the Jets were able to sit there and play one against the other of whoever wanted to jump up either 1 spot, 2 spots, or 3 spots?
And look, let's give Kwesi some credit here, because pre-draft, all these mock drafts were Minnesota trading to 4 to 5
and
for JJ McCarthy
and multiple first-round picks
and giving up multiple first-round picks.
Yeah,
and instead
100%.
of that, they've traded the first-round pick and then these 2 mid-round picks, and they're getting a mid-round pick back as well. So this has been the trade and the pick that everybody thought was going to happen, but it didn't cost them what it was expected to. So if you want to, you can look at this and say, He didn't blink, right? He stuck to his guns. He had the patience and the discipline and the guts to wait it out, and he still got the guy.
And I agree with you 100%. And they do get JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy is the pick here for the Minnesota Vikings, and it's a brilliant job by them because of exactly what you said there, highlighting that. If you want to take out the fact that they missed out on Drake Maye,
right,
they probably offered the best that they could to try to get to number 3, because I think that I really do believe the reports that they liked Maye over McCarthy very clearly, with them not trading to 4 or 5, waiting all the way until 10.
And if New England was asking for 3 first-round picks, then I think you can absolutely justify and defend saying we're not going there for him.
No, I agree with you 100%. Now, this is one of my favorite landing spots for players and teams because of what we talked about a little bit in the pre-show, where Sam Darnold is on this team. And I don't think that Sam Darnold came to Minnesota just as a lie. Like, hey, Sam, you're our guy. We're going to make you, that you're going to start here for a long, long time. I think they were straight up with Sam Darnold. And they said to him, hey, man, we really like you. We think that you could thrive here in this offense. Just letting you know, there's a good chance that we take a quarterback here in this upcoming draft. We're going to maneuver to be able to do so.
Yeah.
However, what we want to do is set up a situation where you start the beginning of the year. We will give you every chance to have a great audition for whoever your next team is going to be, and our guy doesn't have to get thrown to the wolves. To me, this is a massive win-win-win-win-win all around for the Minnesota Vikings because of who they got, how they got him, and the situation that they set up with Sam Darnold 2 months or a month and a half prior. I love what the Minnesota Vikings have done here to maneuver this draft.
Darnold starts week 1, and he lasts for as long as Kevin O'Connell can prop him up, right? He is Mike Glennon in this situation, and he survives
half
for
the neck, but
he survives. Yeah, he
Sam
survives.
Darnold
for
is
as long.
undefeated in the first 3 weeks of the season over the last 3 years. Just saying.
Yeah.
Get 3 wins out of him. And then,
but that's probably
JJ
about as long
McCarthy
as I
back.
expect you to get out of Sam Darnold, right? You're going to get a month of play. You're going to get 3 good games. You're going to get the game where the wheels fall off, and then JJ McCarthy starts.
So we know, like, look, we're going to put quarterback rankings together. We want to predict who these guys are, and we all do this while still knowing that the landing spot is absolutely massive. So the same thing we said about, hey, Drake Maye is going to go to the situation that just ran Mac Jones out of town. JJ McCarthy's going to the same place, a team that was a fringe playoff team, made a run 2 years ago with Kirk Cousins, almost made a run with Josh Dobbs last year and Nick Mullins, that has Jordan Jefferson and Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, a good solid offensive line. They just brought in Aaron Jones. It is the best offensive landing spot for any quarterback. So you've got JJ McCarthy, QB5 off the board, going to the best spot, at least for this season, of any of these rookie
Some
quarterbacks.
hot young quarterbacks in that division now.
It is.
I mean, it is going to be a fun division to watch for sure.
Jets now on the clock at number 10. Well, you can see on the screen right here the offseason breakdown for the Minnesota Vikings, how much a lot of that stuff has changed. Some of the new guys who are in the building, new identity, definitely turning of the page of what they were able to do over the last couple of years. But this feels like a lot more of a reload than necessarily a major rebuild, because I think they're really trying to slingshot that, especially with the coaching staff that they're very comfortable with to navigate all that.
It's really interesting for me with the Jets here now. Everybody's been talking about Brock Bowers, so you trade back, no problem at all. But the decision comes down to, what do you want for Aaron Rodgers, right? Yeah. It's as simple as that.
Right.
Do you want to try to protect him, or you want to give him a weapon? And you can make the argument which one was worse last year, their offensive line or their receiving options down the field.
Right.
So, I don't think they'll take another receiver. So I really do think it's either Brock Bowers, and we've all debated whether or not it's worth it to go after a tight end this high in the draft. Usually that doesn't work out so great, or just try to go for some protection.
I thought we'd maybe see a little bit more offensive line action at this point, but I guess this is where the run would probably start for the New York Jets. I would be taking offensive line here, even with Brock Bowers as good as he is. You've got veteran, well over 30, guys who have been injured before, Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith starting at left and right tackle.
They're both 33 years old.
I mean, you've got to get insurance there, because there's no way you can fully believe that both of these guys are going to make it through a 17-game regular season and then into the playoffs, right? I mean, it's not just a 17 regular season. They're trying to get to the playoffs in the Super Bowl.
The last time Tyron Smith, I think, has played a full slate of games was 2015.
I think it's 2016.
Yeah.
2016 was the last time he did that.
You need to factor in the idea that you're going to need to put somebody out there for at least a few games, and who knows how much more than that.
Well, and the nice thing is you get pretty good teachers on the outside if you bring in a Fashanu or one of those guys. The one guy that Marius Mims is the freak show, right? I mean, he's so big, it's unbelievable. The one guy, though, that I would put down I would take him on my team anytime, anywhere, Graham Barton from Duke.
Let's go.
I think he can play any position, and the NFL is all about trying to stay in front of somebody for 2.5 seconds. That guy does it all the time. He does it all day long. Jared Verse was the only guy I saw on tape that really gave him a headache, but he gave Verse a little headache as well. So I don't think they can do that. I think Fashanu will end up being the developmental guy that they'll sit in behind one of those two if they take him, who has some classic form for a 21-year-old. I mean, he does so many things right, it's amazing, but it's still a developmental project. He's not there yet.
And I wonder how much the NFL is valuing the left tackle part of that. Obviously, we've seen JC Latham already go off the board, so there's clearly some faith that they believe in those right tackles. But to me, you've got Taliese Fuaga, who is still on the board, who is fantastic. Amarius Mims, who you mentioned. Both of those guys are right tackles. Fashanu is that left tackle player. And where I think Fuaga had better tape this past year, and Amarius Mims has maybe the higher ceiling, Fashanu played left tackle. So is that going to matter more to some of these teams, maybe specifically the New York Jets here?
It's interesting if the flexibility does matter for the Jets. I mean, they're clearly a team that needs to win right now with Aaron Rodgers, but you don't want to completely sacrifice the future. But a Graham Barton, who has been called a 5-position player, he could play guard, either spot, he could play center. Does that give a team like all these teams in the teens who need a guard and might need a tackle, Graham Barton might fill multiple roles, give you the depth, sit behind the tackles in New York if that's the case. So that's what gives Barton, I think the edge, he can fit with so many different teams at different positions.
I look at two teams always, well, maybe three teams, the Jets and the Giants and the Dolphins, as being every time we've ever called one of their games, I'm going there going, God, they're just one offensive lineman short. And it seems like every time I go in, it's a different position on the offensive line.
Right.
And Graham Barton's one of those guys could move around and play any of it.
I think Troy Fautanu is kind of the same way, right? Played a lot of left tackle when he was at Washington, but I genuinely believe, like when I was watching him, and honestly, before I knew the arm length for him, because I thought he had a little bit of arm length concerns. He measures in. Obviously, those arms, I think he's got like 34-inch arms, so well above 50th percentile for him to play tackle. When I was projecting him on the interior, I was looking at his movement skills and how low he can get in a snap and all that, and I was like, this guy could even be a center. So I think that he's got that flexibility to him, just like you talked about with Barton. So I think that's probably the conversation that we're going to have with those two guys and how much versatility that they have in a really good offensive line class. So I don't know. Do you guys just kind of see it the same way? Do you see Fontenot that way? Do you think he's more of an offensive tackle? What do you guys think?
I think he can play both. I mean, he's short with long arms, so he could play both, but moves extremely well. I thought that the combine was what really sealed it for you, right, watching him move. But
yeah, no, he was unbelievable.
Picks in for the Jets.
Yeah, Jets pick is in. It is an offensive lineman, but it is offensive tackle Olu Fashanu who ends up going to the Jets. I wondered if that left tackle label would matter a little bit more. We've seen Taliese Fuaga mentioned here as well, but I just feel as though, kind of like what Cris was saying a little bit, the overall pass protecting ability from this guy, I think they look at him and they go, man, he's got the mold of a player that you draft and develop, right? Even though there's some deficiencies with how he deals with power and how he needs to get better at his anchor, I just feel as though NFL teams very clearly wanted to be in on him for that reason.
I mean, he could be a special pass blocking tackle in the NFL. Like his fluidity of movement, his footwork reminded me of Tyron Smith, actually, and I think he might be the best I've seen at that since Tyron Smith came out. So for him to go and be able to learn behind him, I think is a great landing spot for him. And you're probably going to have to play him at some point anyway because of Tyron Smith's injury history. So I think it's a great fit. We'll see what he can become as a run blocker, which is definitely not good. I care about that less with Aaron Rodgers more than like any other quarterback as well. It's about keeping him upright. So I think this is a great pick for the Jets.
Fashanu is one of the best pass protectors that we've seen. We started grading in 2014. I mean, to me, it reminds me of a guy like Laramie Tunsil. Tunsil's developed into one of the best pass blocking left tackles in the league. A guy like David Bakhtiari, who, they're both good against the run, fine from a run game perspective. Fashanu's well below them, I think, even just coming out, even Tunsil. But he's in that mold, right, of just pure pass blocking left tackle, who I think could be a top 3 pass protecting left tackle in the league at some point.
Yeah, I would say Fashanu's a little bit behind Laramie Tunsil coming out. I thought Tunsil was an awesome player coming out. Yeah. No matter what he put on his head and smoked, I didn't care. But it was.
Neither did the Dolphins.
Yeah, apparently not. But this guy is some athlete. I was really blessed to get a chance to play with Anthony Munoz, and I've told you guys before, he played shortstop on our softball team. That's how good an athlete he was. Now, Fashanu is going to have some trouble. People are going to bull rush him. They're going to throw him back into the quarterback some, so he's going to have to get bigger and stronger. But he's 21 years old, and he's going to figure it out. There was a little bit worried about some of him playing against, the better teams, the Ohio States and Michigans, and trying to hold up. But there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be an athlete that can match anybody he faces on the edge.
One interesting thing, though, Tyron Smith locked in at left tackle, Morgan Moses at right tackle. Fashanu isn't the type of guy that should just, start at guard and then kick out to tackle. Like, he's probably sitting until these guys get hurt. He's probably sitting in year one. I don't expect him to play left guard, and Tunsil did that. I don't even think Tunsil was made for that necessarily, but I definitely don't think Fashanu is made to play guard in his rookie season.
So does that set up a better situation, though? Because we talk a lot about quarterback sitting, right? We just talked about Darnold being a great reason for the Vikings to draft a guy like McCarthy because he can sit for a little bit. Is this actually best case scenario for Fashanu?
Definitely. I think absolutely. Number one, you have a like for like mentor to help him along in terms of Tyron Smith. And number two, I think there are some technique things that need to be cleaned up a little bit, which can only be helped from doing from the bench without, getting yourself into bad habits. Like, remember, Andrew Thomas had an absolutely disastrous rookie season because they were playing him and rebuilding his set at the same time, right? And he couldn't deal with it. He was getting wrecked year one. Year two was when we started to see Andrew Thomas become the player that he became for the Giants. So being able to work on Fautanu from the bench, I think, is a much better thing.
There was a mighty roar from upstairs.
Oh, wow.
That was probably.
Oh, wow.
I believe it was Zach.
That can only mean one thing. No. Oh, man, I hope that this is true. I think we're about to get the pick in right here.
It is.
Do you know what it is?
Bo Nix is going to the Broncos.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. That's 6 quarterbacks in the top 12.
Quarterbacks in the top 12.
And 12 straight offensive players.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
Which means we lost the bet, right?
Now
we owe somebody PFF Plus.
Now,
you guys giving away the product now?
We had 2 people bet us. Don't worry, Chris. They're going to give us coffee if we win, so it's all good.
Oh, good. Well, I'm
10
glad.
offensive players was one of the bets, and another guy said 12.
12, yeah.
And so, yeah, he
wins
nailed it.
too.
So, in all seriousness, though, you look at this situation, and Denver now just watched 5 quarterbacks go off the board, and they're only picking number 5. So, and they're only picking number 12. The Bo Nix connection, to me, always made the most sense in the first round.
To Denver.
Right here.
No doubt.
Here.
Yeah. This is a Drew Brees type of player. I mean, if you want to just go down the road here, I mean, this is a guy that's going to get the ball out of his hands faster than any of these quarterbacks that were taken. He's the 6th one. But if you want to make a case for who may be the most ready to play right now, as far as let's catch it and throw it, let's get it out of our hands, let's go screens, let's not take sacks, doing all the things that Sean Payton's going to look for in a quarterback that probably Russell Wilson, clearly that wasn't his strength.
Yeah, I agree. Now, it opens up a lot of different things that we could talk about here because I want to get into what Nix was able to do at Oregon, what he was at Auburn, how different he became in that offense, and whether or not we think that is replicable in a Sean Payton system. Chris hit on it a little bit. I'm going to ask these guys the same question right after this commercial break. See you then.
Hey, it's Cris Collinsworth here, reminding you that PFF is the home to football data analysis. Gain access to insights and tools trusted by all 32 NFL teams with PFF Plus, featuring the number one mock draft simulator in the game. You can draft all 3 days, make trades, get your mocks graded, and see how you rank against everybody else. We'll be rolling the mock draft sim over to 2025 NFL draft as soon as the 2024 draft ends, so you don't miss out on any of the action. Get ready to dominate your fantasy league this upcoming season with PFF's Fantasy Mock Draft Simulator as well and Live Draft Assistant. Use in-season betting tools to find the best player props, same-game parlays, and matchups. Go to PFF.com or download the PFF app and use code 30MDS to get 30% off your PFF Plus annual subscription.
Welcome back to PFF's 2024 NFL Draft Show. Chris gave us his thoughts on Bo Nix with Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos a little bit before we got to break. Steve, you just said that y'all had a mock draft that was similar to the one that's playing out right here, but you said it felt dirty.
It did.
It didn't feel right.
Yeah, it was either the viewers or you and I were going head to head. But I think we did one too, where it's like, we're another quarterback, and like all these QB needy teams, and it was you had Nix to the Broncos, and I think we had Penix going at 13, and it's like, man, 6 quarterbacks in the top 13. Mm-hmm. We had 6 in the top 12 because every year you hear the hype, but there was like a Will Levis falls or Kenny Pickett's the only first-round quarterback a couple years ago. This year it actually happened. 6 quarterbacks in the top 10. Everybody got a guy. Maybe not their guy, but they got a guy.
What's really interesting this year to me is that all these quarterbacks are very different stylistically. And I do wonder, so Denver gets their QB, right? The one guy that had been linked to them fairly consistently all the way along. Now, is that a case of, like Atlanta, does Denver get QB 2 or 3 on their board? Like, did they just sit here at 12 knowing that they were the team that really liked Bo Nix and most other guys didn't, right? For them, Nix is an unusually good fit, and for other teams, not so much. Or is Denver just that desperate that they were willing to pick the 6th best quarterback off the board when their pick came up? Like that, I think, is the interesting conversation.
Or did Zach Wilson take pressure off of it? I mean, I hate to say that, right? But
you give them the flexibility to be able to do this.
it gave them the flexibility of possibly missing out on a quarterback. And with all that they had given away in the Russell Wilson trade, they probably just didn't feel like they could trade up and give away more capital, mortgage the future even more than what they had. And Michael Penix, he may end up being the star of stars, but I think if you polled all of the GMs in the NFL about those last three quarterbacks, you would get a lot of different opinions on those three.
Yeah. Bo Nix is one of the most fascinating QB prospects of all time, right? Starts his career at Auburn for 3 years. He's an Auburn guy, loves Auburn. Just all we want to do is be an Auburn quarterback. And he played stylistically, to me, like a Jay Cutler, right? All over the place, wild, running around, crazy decisions. Then he transfers to Oregon and transforms into Alex Smith. He goes from Jay Cutler to Alex Smith.
Right.
And now all of a sudden he's taking care of the ball. So when he's at Auburn, 11th percentile at avoiding negatively graded throws, right? He's just all over the place, missing. And then at Oregon, one of the best we've ever seen. And he's 98th percentile as far as just negative plays, just not making them, not turning the ball over, not missing throws. Now the offense had something to do with it, but he transformed his game. And I'll make my Parcells joke again. Remember the Parcells rule? How many starts he needed for a quarterback? He wanted 30 starts for a quarterback to draft him.
Oh, in college.
In
right?
college,
Yeah.
right. Well, Bo Nix did that twice. 60 total starts in college. So
Most
he's got
all time.
Yeah, he's double the prospect.
I bet it's those last two categories right there at the bottom of the screen, what we're seeing right here, that makes the difference for a guy like Sean Payton. Pressure grade, first. That's PFF passing grade under pressure. Turnover-worthy plays. The rate, only 1%. That was also first amongst quarterbacks that were in the FBS, I believe, last year. So I think that, to me, is what Sean Payton wants. He wants kind of late-stage Drew Brees. I'm going to get you playmakers around. Over the next year or so, we're going to get you the playmakers. You put the ball in their hands when I want you to put the ball in their hands, and we'll make magic happen.
The draft portal or the transfer portal made Bo Nix so much money, it's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Because what it turned him into was a pro-style quarterback at Oregon. And his ability to adapt and change and learn and accept the fact that he had to change. Now he's taken with the 12th overall pick. It's an amazing story. It really is that somebody could change that quickly.
Wait, transfer portal made Jaden Daniels money, Michael Penix money, and Bo Nix money. All of those guys transformed their careers in a new place. So good for them.
And it might make Spencer Rattler money.
I was about to say, is Spencer Rattler next?
Who
That's
knows?
right. That's
Spencer
right.
Rattler's not a bad player.
Yeah.
He's not a bad player
And he's
at all.
the next guy up.
There is a QB-needy team that's currently on the clock in the
they
Las
are.
Vegas Raiders.
And how sad are the Las Vegas Raiders right now?
So Max Chadwick, who covers college football for us, he's going to be on the draft show on day 3. He sent me a little Slack message real quick. Most quarterbacks in a first round ever. 1983, there were 6. And that was just in the whole first round. It took till the end of the first round, I think, to get that 6th quarterback. Right. And this year, 6 in 12 picks. The Raiders selection is in.
Ooh, how about that one?
And it is tight end Brock Bowers going off the board here to the Las Vegas Raiders. Did not see this one coming.
13 straight offensive players.
Yeah.
They just drafted Michael Mayer.
Yes.
So, guess we're going like heavy personnel, and by that I mean like dual slot and tight ends.
I mean,
offense?
we're going pure best player available, right? We're just
sure.
taking Brock Bowers because he's that good, even though we have Michael Mayer and,
I wondered if the cornerbacks would be rated high enough to where they'd feel comfortable taking cornerback 1 off the board, whether it was Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold or whoever it was going to be here at number 13, but very clearly not. They're opting for that best player available approach.
I will say that Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer can coexist pretty seamlessly in terms of a 2 tight end set. I mean, one of those, in terms of Mayer, is a much more obvious inline, attached to the formation type of tight end, whereas Brock Bowers can function like Dalton Kincaid in Buffalo, where he's effectively your big slot guy. So if we think of Brock Bowers more like a slot receiver than a true tight end, it makes more sense than if you're just saying, oh, they drafted a tight end again.
But like a George Kittle, he will come down inside and he will block. He'll block in space, more like a Travis Kelce. He'll block in line, more like a George Kittle. And, he runs whatever it is, 4.55 or something like that. I don't think he's a great route runner. I don't think you look at him and you go, ooh, look at that, right? but he knows what he's doing. He's strong, he blocks, and he has little wiggle moves to him that will allow him to get open, and he's very good at the catch point.
Yes.
So there's a big gap towards the next one. So, but I personally think we've just seen the end of the offensive run. I think we're going to see a major defensive run starting now. He was the last clear-cut difference maker on offense.
But hold on here. We are 13 picks into this thing. Don't have a defensive player off the board. Saints desperately need offensive line. Like, they desperately need an offensive lineman here. So I don't know if the run ends here with the Saints. Maybe if somebody wants to trade up for him, but shoot.
I mean, you tell me, who would be the next player off the board on offense?
I think it's probably Taliese Fuaga is probably who they would want as an offensive tackle.
Yeah,
there
you're right. I
Fautanu.
can't picture him as a guard. So
Fautanu might be the case because like they draft Trevor Penning. He's probably not going to be a long-term tackle for them. Ryan Ramchik's got injuries that might force him to retire sooner than he would want to. So
and James Hurst just retired.
Hurst just retired. So they absolutely need offensive tackle here.
Fautanu play left guard and left tackle at the same time. Might need to. I mean, they need offensive line help in New Orleans.
Yeah. I don't know if the run stops here, and I wonder if it doesn't stop with Indianapolis either.
The Raiders are the last team left as far as musical chairs go. They're the last team that,
and they're really in a spot now.
So they have Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew, right? So it's not like, and it's a new regime there, right? Basically, right? It's Tom Telesco at GM and Antonio Pierce. So the Raiders might say, hey, it is a transition year.
But a big part of the narrative for the teams like the Raiders, the Vikings, and the Broncos were, well, if you want to be disciplined and wait, you can get somebody in the second round. Well, the second rounders are all gone, unless you're saying Spencer Rattler is the guy. Like, all of the ones we thought might be available if you just had the patience to wait it out went in the first 12 picks. So, it really is like either we're rolling with those two or we're rolling the dice on Spencer Rattler.
But they're at a point where I don't think Spencer Rattler's necessarily challenging Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew in year one anyway. And the Raiders, so they might just be at a point where they're, okay, add Brock Bowers, we got all these playmakers, adding a place for maybe next year, the next free agent or whoever it might be.
Maybe in the second round. I could see that, them being interested in the second round.
Ian Rappaport tweeting out that the Saints are listening to trade offers right now. So we see them on the clock, and that clock is ticking down. It's been one of the first times that we've seen that on the broadcast. And
that makes sense.
I think that it's because now we have a team that really wants to see if there's anybody who wants a defensive player.
Yeah.
Hey, all of these guys are here. Dallas Turner, who you thought might be off the board at number 8 overall, he's still sitting here. Somebody come trade up for one of these defensive players and give us some extra draft picks. I think that is what New Orleans is looking to do.
I agree with you, but amongst the top 5 or 6 defensive players, is there one that you guys just pound the table for that, for sure that would be my top pick?
I'd love Latu. I would. Or Quinyon Mitchell. I think both of them are stud starters at the NFL level. I do. If I'm a team that really needs one of those two positions, I would trade up for them, especially because moving up's really not going to cost you too much. I just looked at New Orleans picks right now. They have their first round pick, they have a second round pick from the Denver Broncos, and then they have 4 fifth round picks. So they don't have anything in between them. Right. They don't have a third rounder, they don't have a fourth rounder. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, hey, we'll trade down to wherever you want to go. We'll give you a 5th rounder or 2, and you give us your 3rd round pick so we can actually pick somewhere in between those 2
And somebody
rounds.
could trade up looking at one of those guys as a tackle. I looked at them both as guards, Fuaga and Fautanu, whoever you say his name.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at them both as guards, but maybe if there's somebody looking for one more tackle, that could be
Yeah, and we're deep enough now in the first round where basically everybody is in play. Like, we're far enough into the round where even teams like Kansas City and San Francisco at 31 and 32 are within range to make that kind of move if they think somebody is worth it. So, this spot, whether or not it's a defender, the top player at a given position, at a bunch of positions, is still on the board because most of the draft has been quarterbacks.
They don't have a lot of picks to work with, but I look at the Dallas Cowboys at 24, and we kind of look at them and say they really need offensive line, but if they wait at 24, the ideal one might not drop to them. They could have an opportunity here where they go, all right, we're going to just jump all of these teams, and we're going to get one of Fautanu, Fuaga, maybe even Amarius Mims, like whoever it is, and they don't have to settle.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
If he ends up being high on their board, sure.
I mean,
like
so
somebody like
that's
that.
my point. Is there's enough flexibility. If you want an offensive lineman, it's not necessarily a tackle.
Right.
There's multiple guys that could fill that need, right? If you want a defensive player, there's multiple guys that could fill that best position available, best player available right now. So, for me, if I were going to jump for something right now, it would be one of the edge rushers or one of the corners. That's where I would come up for.
I will say, if my medical staff was comfortable with Latu, I think he's the best defensive player in the draft. Like his grading profile, his production is right up there with the Bosa brothers, with Myles Garrett, with the elite edge rusher prospects we've seen come into the draft. And the guys that have had that like elite level grading have been immediate productive players in the NFL.
So we got the Saints, the pick is in. They were not able to find a trade partner to move back. It is Taliese Fuaga, the offensive tackle from Oregon State. We felt like they were unfortunately kind of pigeonholed into taking one of those offensive tackles, but there are a lot worse situations where you can be pigeonholed to, because I think this is a damn good football player. Steve, what do you think?
14 straight offensive players.
I told you!
14
I told
straight.
you! The Saints begged somebody to come up for a defensive player. Begged somebody to do it.
Couldn't do it.
And they couldn't do it.
I mean, look, you mentioned Ryan Ramczyk is one of the best right tackles in the NFL. He's dealing with potential career-ending injuries, right? So if that does come to fruition, Fuaga steps in probably as a starting right tackle. If Ramczyk is able to come back, they still need help, either at left guard, potentially at left tackle.
Yep.
Trevor Penning, they drafted 2 years ago, has not panned out. So the Saints needed help here. And look, they've always played, thin ice, right, with their roster building as far as the cap goes and trading up. So they kind of put themselves into a little bit of a spot where they've had to rebuild the offensive line. Fuaga is a good player. You were one of the first early ones to peg him, right?
Yeah.
Look, I think that
You can take a victory lap now. This is one where you're allowed.
Well,
the big board was high on him. It's you.
I didn't scout the guy in junior high, so I'm not like saying I'm first on him. But I will say this, I think there was a lot of draft hype for the guy who played left tackle at Oregon State, Joshua Gray. And I went into summer scouting and I watched Gray. I was like, okay, this guy's okay, but he's got a long way to go. We get like 2 weeks into season, and I just go look at our database, and I'm like, all right, let me see who's playing well 2 or 3 weeks in the college football season. Fuaga's grade was elite, and I'm like, okay, who is this dude? I watched like 10 plays of him, and I go, how was this guy not the one who was on the list for players that we should have watched out for? I think that, look, the measurables, they're not quite ideal. I think his arm length is 33rd percentile for NFL offensive tackles. His stride length, his kick stride length isn't nearly as long as it is for some other guys, but the hands are so violent, they're so fast, and the footwork's the same way. I think, okay, maybe he doesn't cover as much ground when he's kick sliding. Maybe he doesn't have that groin flexibility that some of these other offensive tackles do. But those feet are moving so fast, he often makes up for it. He gets to the spot all the same. And when he gets to the spot, he's got the power to be able to take you out, to be able to move you outside of the play, and even run you up the arc. So I think he's fantastic.
At tackle, would you have had him over Fautanu?
I did, yeah.
Did you? Okay.
I did, and simply because the NFL's a powerful game. These dudes are the strongest football players in the world. And I'm worried about Fautanu because because that's who you asked me, right? Like,
Fautanu. So I thought they were almost the same kind of player.
It was a toss-up.
Like I had both of them moving inside and being better and potentially being like the swing guy that could stay outside and be able to do it. I would be worried about either of those guys holding up in pass protection at right tackle.
I have Fuaga as player 13, and I have Fautanu as player 15. So they're basically right there. It's sort of the same conversation with those guys, but I think they would have both been worthy of this spot here.
The fascinating thing about Fuaga to me is, when you see combat sports, some guys just hit different with a different level of power.
Yes.
He has that, but in blocking terms.
Agree 100%.
When he touches people, they launch an abnormal distance relative to any other blocker touching them. His tape is like a comedy reel of just ridiculous physics where he's contacting people and caving in entire sides of the offensive line. So I think right away he's an immediate impact run blocker. And okay, I don't know that he's ever going to be like an elite pass protector, but I think he's good enough to hold up and be fine and it not to be a concern, for him to be a liability as a pass blocking tackle. So, yeah, I like this pick. I think it makes sense for what the Saints want to do.
Yep, I agree 100%.
So one of the biggest stories of the draft now, all offensive players, the 6 quarterbacks, but I think also the positional value aspect, something we've been pounding the table for a lot here, which is, all right, don't just draft safeties and linebackers and running backs in the first round. I think it's weaker classes at those positions and also stronger classes at the more valuable positions, but we're seeing that. And now, even on defense, the 2 or 3 edge rushers that we like at the top, the cornerbacks, the 2 defensive interior players. I mean, there's some really good players at good, important, valuable positions. I think that's the big story of this draft is every team's going to be pretty happy with the position and the fit and the player.
Yep, I agree. I think it's playing out to where a lot of these teams are very happy with how the night is going. And they're not having to get crazy, right? We talked about, okay, what are they going to be 8 trades tonight? They're not having to get crazy for this kinds of stuff.
Is Dallas Turner the perfect fit for the Indianapolis Colts here at 15, given his athletic profile?
I mean, if the Colts stay in this pick, I think they're loving life right now. Like, Dallas Turner's a great fit. I think Quinyon Mitchell is a great fit for them as well.
Byron Murphy would be a good fit here.
A number of them, yeah.
Cooper DeJean, I think, is a great pick for this team, right? Off coverage type of cover 3 corner, right? For even people who are skeptical about Cooper DeJean and his ability to play outside corner. I'm staring right at you. I'm staring right at you. You had to answer the radio calls for Cooper DeJean, so now we get to have the conversation about it. I think that with Gus Bradley as that defensive coordinator there, I love it. He gets to play off cover 3. He gets to manipulate that space. He gets to keep his eye on the quarterback. It's perfect. It's exactly what he did well at Iowa when he was having a lot of success and still earning those elite coverage grades.
The only problem with him is you don't know. You just don't know because he didn't play, all the guys that at some point we've seen the 2 Alabama guys up in the face of the best receivers in the country, right? And just playing. You just didn't know about Dijon is how he wants it said. Dijon is what he used to call himself. I don't know what he calls himself now, but so that to me is the problem. Is there's just a limited amount. He may end up being really good at all that stuff, but we haven't seen it on tape, and that makes me nervous.
Sure. I feel like I've seen some good man coverage reps, but not against the best receivers in the country.
And generally not in bump and not in up in their face and
You're right. There are so much more. There are so many less reps with that. But I will say this too. It's the same thing with Quinyon Mitchell, right? Quinyon Mitchell, I think, had.
I have questions about Quinyon Mitchell too. He didn't play anybody.
I think Quinyon had.
That's where the Senior Bowl is.
30 reps in press out of 400 as a corner, and so. I think that's another area where you have to just trust the athlete.
But you're also right that the Colts is the best landing spot for either of those 2 players specifically for that reason, right?
Yes.
They're going to ask him to do less of that than any other team in the NFL.
Yeah,
I think what you called earlier, teams trying to trade down here. I mean, if the Colts we just mentioned 4 players who'd be great fits. They're like, all right, we'll get them 4 or 5 picks later. Right. Somebody come up in the second round.
Give me another 3rd rounder, 4th rounder, yeah.
But this is it's an interesting stretch here because I think there's a lot of good players available here.
Here we've got something interesting. The Colts, who covered athleticism more than anything else, have instead gone for Laiatu Latu, the edge from UCLA, whose main criticism, I guess, is he's not necessarily that elite edge. Enter PFF gas, which says that actually on the field, using tracking data,
tell him
Latu is an elite level athlete.
Go off.
Boom! And, by the way, in addition to being an elite-level athlete on the field, he's a pass-rushing savant when it comes to hand usage, variety of moves, ways to win. Phenomenal pick.
93.6 pass rush grade over the last 2 years, 23.4 pass rush win percentage. I mean, this dude has been phenomenal over the last 2 years when it has come to getting in the backfield. You see those numbers up right there. He was top 10 in quarterback hurries. He was 3rd in sacks. Now, this is just over the past 2 years. So this is, I believe, just last year. So the numbers that I said were counting 2022 as well, because it's a bigger sample size, right? Steve, you've taught me that all the time. Since I came to PFF, you told me, hey, anytime you can get a bigger sample size of data, it always means more, because it'll tell you whether or not, okay, this guy really is able to showcase this ability, or he is not. So with Latu, we've got 2 years of phenomenal production from him, and I think that that's very clearly what the Colts saw.
Yeah, and when you're drafting edges, it's athleticism plus production, right? You want both those things. So as Sam said, you kind of ticked the athleticism box using some on-field game metrics, coming from computer vision, and the production's through the roof, right? I mean, it really is comparable to the Aiden Hutchinson pick a couple years ago, and comparable when you put it up against the Boses and Chase Young and all the best guys. So Latu is, as you described earlier this show too, Chris, just a good football player. Uses his hands, does everything well to produce on the football field, and that's what the Colts drafted.
I mean, it's amazing. He's the first defensive player off the board.
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying now that he's better than the corners. You're saying that he's better than those D tackles, that he's better than the edges. It's a heck of a statement.
I don't think that's crazy, but
Not just crazy, but Trev, you and I both called that. About 10 minutes ago.
That's not crazy at all.
No,
it's just the neck.
not.
It's the neck. I think it's just the neck thing.
I mean, when you have a guy that was told you can never play football again, then he transfers schools, and he's got production on the back end of that. I understand it, but that's a heck of a.
Now I will say this, because obviously, like, the neck thing, I think scared a lot of people with their evaluation. So when he was at the Senior Bowl, I got the chance to just kind of like chat with him because he was sitting out that last day. He kind of like bumped his knee a little bit, so he didn't want to stress it too much. So he's kind of standing around practice the day before. So I go up and I just introduced myself to him, and I was just chatting with him a little bit. And we were having the conversation. I was like, hey, when you were at Washington, like, did you genuinely think that your career was done? Did you really think? And he's like, no, I didn't. He's like, I took a hit in practice, and obviously I felt something that was probably going to need some sort of surgery, like didn't feel good. But he's like, Washington's medical people kind of came up to him where they were like, hey, yeah, we're going to medically retire you. And he's like, whoa, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, it just doesn't look good, so we're going to medically retire you. And he said immediately after that, he was looking for surgeons who were going to perform the surgery on him so he could keep playing football. So he finds a surgeon that they're very comfortable with. It ended up being UCLA's preferred surgeon, so that made the transfer to UCLA and for getting him cleared to play very much easier. And so it's like, I remember talking to him, and he just said to me, I never really thought my career was over. Like, that all happened, but I was immediately trying to find ways to be like, okay, yeah, like I got a stinger, but I don't like feel terrible. Like, he even said he was working out.
Well, not just that. You know what he went to do, but like between the retirement at Washington and playing football at UCLA, you know what he was doing? Playing rugby. So he didn't take it easy. He didn't go and rest up.
He was telling me that he was working out.
Right.
Yeah.
He went to play another physical contact sport, this time without pads.
So I'm not too worried about him. I'm really not. I just think he's a fantastic passer.
It is the one thing that historically the PFF data has been spot on generally is picking edge players,
particularly guys in that rare air. And you mentioned, some players earlier. To put into context where he is, his pass rushing profile is better than Aiden Hutchinson's was coming out. It's better than Will Anderson's was coming out. And those guys have become Pro Bowl, fringe, all-pro type of players. He's closer to the Boses and the Myles Garretts than he was those two guys. So, the data has not missed on many of those guys. And I do feel we started off saying that the neck injury was likely a binary thing for NFL teams, right? You were either saying it's cool, it's not a problem, he's just played 2 elite seasons, we don't care, right? Whoever the guy at Washington was, he overreacted or he's gotten past it, whatever, it's not a problem. Or you were saying, we're not touching that. There's something there, it's neck injury, we're not messing with that at all, he's off the board. So it felt like it probably wouldn't affect his draft stock too much because enough teams wouldn't care. And it was only recently there was sort of rumblings of, maybe it's a degenerative thing. Maybe it will shorten his career. Maybe it will be a problem long term. But I think the Colts obviously don't think it's going to be a problem. And at that point, they are putting their money on one of the best pass rushing profiles we've seen come into the league.
So we got the Seattle Seahawks on the clock, but I do want to go back because we got a couple of reports that I want to read here. Jane Slater, who works for NFL Network, said, as we all sit in shock over the Atlanta Falcons pick, a source tells me that Kirk Cousins was, quote, shocked and disappointed. Never said anything to him or his reps that a QB would be drafted in the first round, despite suggesting that they would. Then she said, still, quote, it's a business. So I assume that's kind of where she got that quote from, as the source said that. And then Diana Rossini said the same thing, who's a reporter for The Athletic. She said the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I've learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but did not believe that his successor would be taken in the first round. I am told that he is a bit stunned here.
All right, so when Jordan Love got picked, we were on the live streams, COVID year, right? And we were joking and theorizing at some point. We're like, well, maybe this is good for Aaron Rodgers, right? You make Aaron mad. And we were kind of joking about it, and it led to back-to-back MVP seasons, right? Is it going to work for Kirk the other way? Probably not. Maybe not. Get him mad. Motivate him a little bit.
I don't feel like that works the same way.
It's a good test because we talk about this all the time. Like, what if you did just keep adding quarterbacks? Again, it's an analytically sound move, I think.
So what you're saying is
time.
Rattler in the second round. For
yeah, just keep adding him. Just keep adding him to the room. The thing with Cousins, though, like his job's not in danger. There's no danger here.
Right.
He just got paid. Kirk Cousins is the starter for the foreseeable future.
Well,
at least for 2 years.
Oh, but that's the danger, right? If Kirk plays really well, okay, let me take that back.
It's the danger in the pick. It's not the danger for Kirk, though.
If Kirk plays well enough, but not like insanely good over these next 2 years, this opens the door for them to move on from him when he has 2 more years on his contract.
But you could also look at what happened in Green Bay with both Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers sitting, waiting, learning, and look what they ended up with.
No, I'm not saying that it could necessarily, that there's not a way for it to work out for the Falcons. I'm saying I get why Cousins is pissed, even if we have acted like this is just a 2-year deal for him. He signed a 4-year deal. He's hoping he plays all 4 years of that deal because it's a massive contract.
But
them drafting Penix at number 8 guarantees that he has 2 years minimum on this team.
Well.
Or sorry, maximum on this team.
No, it doesn't matter.
What are they going to do with Penix?
They don't have to play
they got
Penix
a
after
5th-year option too, so they
they don't have to. Just go play well. Kirk.
I think that's the way that Kirk Cousins looks.
But from Kirk's perspective, like if he just played average to good for 2 years, they're probably looking to move on from him anyway at the first possible out because he hasn't taken them where they need to go. Like if he plays out of his mind, Penix won't come in year 3. So it hasn't really changed anything from his perspective.
Plant that thought out
there. Yeah.
Every time Kirk Cousins has one of those games, Penix Jr., let's get Michael in there. You know how it goes. It's just the way it is.
I'm with you. I think this maybe doesn't immediately kick him out, but it certainly eliminates any benefit of the doubt for Kirk Cousins, all right? So, look, the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. We are halfway through the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft. We'll be right back to cover the second half of it in a sec.
As parents, we all want our kids to grow up to be happy, successful, and financially independent. With a UGMA account from Fabric by Gerber Life, you're arming your child with a powerful financial tool to help shape their journey towards financial success. It's all online, and setting up an account could take you just 5 minutes with as little as $1 a day. Then you can manage your child's UGMA account and monitor their investments right from your phone. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Start investing in your child today at meetfabric.com/draftshow. That's right. That's meetfabric.com/draftshow. One more time, MEET fabric.com/draftshow. Portfolio is managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors, Inc. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk, of course. Monthly minimum contribution required. Learn more at meetfabric.com. Do I have no say in this company anymore? Zero. They turned me right into Mickey Mouse. What happened with that?
Can we hire you to do terms and conditions for us on the PFF NFL podcast?
No, I've heard you try to speed up and get all those things in there.
I'm not a pro like you, apparently.
What's going to really upset him is when he realizes his entire voice on this show has been made to look like that.
I was going to say, people listen to podcasts at like 1.5 and even like 2 times the speed.
That's awesome. Gale speed.
So when they get to that point, it's going to be, we're going to have absolutely no idea what Cris is saying when they multiply that times 2. The Seattle Seahawks pick is in.
Yep.
It is a defensive player again. Look at that. Back-to-back defensive players. I told you guys we were going heavy in the first round with defensive players, and then we got 2 back-to-back here. Byron Murphy II, the defensive tackle from Texas, going to the Seattle Seahawks here. If they were going to go defense, I'm going to be honest, I thought that they were going to go edge. I thought Dallas Turner sitting right there. I feel like he is their type of edge rusher. I know they've got some guys on the roster that they like, but I feel like Turner would have been the most talented of them all. But instead, they get the very talented Byron Murphy II. What do you guys think about this?
I like Byron Murphy a lot. I mean, I think he was the best interior defensive lineman. His production was through the roof. He only played just under 500 snaps last year. I think there's still a lot more room to grow. He played a lot of nose tackle where he had to, handle double teams, and that's not really what he should be doing necessarily, but he handled it well. He can penetrate. He can hold the point. I think he does it all really well.
Yeah, he plays defensive line like a linebacker. I mean, he slides up and down the line. Aaron Donald at his best, and I'm not going to compare him to Aaron Donald, but at his best, he was making plays all over the place. And for a defensive lineman to be able to move and make plays outside the way that he does, and he has a nonstop motor. I mean, I was surprised he only had, I think, 6 sacks on the season.
Not a lot, yeah.
But as far as just a presence in the middle of your defense, you just simply can't go wrong with him. He's really exciting to watch. A lot of times they would play a reduced look and put him over the center so that he got that true one-on-one matchup against the college center, and he would have good success inside, but still be able to make the plays on the outside to go with that. So, I mean, on the freaks list, right?
Yes, absolutely.
With good reason. You know, he is a bit of a freak.
Crazy athleticism. I have him and Johnny Newton right there next to each other, defensive tackle from Illinois. But it always felt like Murphy was going to be drafted higher than Newton was. I mean, Murphy's a little bit younger. He is on the freaks list for athletic profiles. He's got the measurables. He's got the ability to play 0 all the way to 5 technique. So for the Seattle Seahawks, which like to be very multiple on their defensive line, and Mike Macdonald now is the head coach there, I mean, that is a Ravens thing, right? That is what the Ravens like to do. That is what I think the Michigan Wolverines like to do when he was there as their defensive coordinator, is draft these crazy athletes on the defensive line and put them in positions to let them cook. So didn't think they would go defensive line, but it does make sense with the fit and the type of player Murphy is. Yeah,
and with guys like Leonard Williams, they've got multiple people that can play at multiple different spots along that defensive line. The versatility and his ability to play anywhere along, like he's a prototypical 3 technique size. He's sort of small. He's 300 pounds, but he's got the strength and the power to line up, head up as a nose tackle and anchor that line. And Texas were letting him do that when they had T'Vondre Sweat on the line. They had a 366-pound nose tackle, and he wasn't lining up at nose tackle because Byron Murphy could do that so well. He strings together moves, and that motor that he has means that he's never not working towards the quarterback. If the swim doesn't work, he's going to ride it to the next thing. He's going to keep coming. He's like, the T3, the Terminator, right? He's always coming. You can't get rid of him. The only way of stopping it is for the snap to end.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars were on the clock here at number 17, but the Minnesota Vikings have traded up. So the Vikings are now back on the clock here at number 17.
All those corners are there.
Yeah, I think it's a corner.
And edge rushers galore are there.
Man,
the Vikings just brought in Jonathan Grenard in free agency, Andrew Van Ginkel on the edge. I think they have a big corner need. So I'm guessing it's.
I think they've got interior defensive tackle too.
Terrion Arnold, perhaps.
I feel like this could be a Newton spot. Now I don't know how high the league is on Newton, but I feel consensus board wise, it feels like it'd be corner. But I think that they could also use a guy like Johnny.
I can't believe all those corners are still on the board. I mean, it may go bang, bang, bang here pretty soon with those guys because they can play. And so can the edge guys too.
Now, but I'm also surprised that Jacksonville's moving off of this pick with all of these corners available.
Unless they fell in love with one of the other ones. Maybe they ended up falling in love with one of the guys.
Like Kool-Aid McKinstry or
Nate Wiggins, one of those kind of guys.
Sure.
And they go, okay, I know who they're going to take, and we can still get this later on. Probably, so they're going to get the 23rd overall pick.
Yeah.
They're going to have a good defensive player left there, and then they're going to get all those extra picks.
Jags also could be in the receiver market. So, who wants to take the next receiver right now? I think there's going to be a receiver run at some point, maybe starting around 23 with Jacksonville, and there'll be a whole bunch
of them. They're going to have defensive players or receivers available. Yeah. It's a great trade for them.
I agree.
Kwesi, the analytics GM, with the second trade up here. Right, the analytics GM supposed to be trading down.
Right,
his second trade up here in this
round. That's true.
And one that's only possible because they had the discipline to wait out the JJ McCarthy thing. If they had packaged this pick to go further up and get him at 4 or 5, this isn't on the table. They're only able to do this because he had the discipline to wait that first move out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jags are picking up an extra third rounder in 2025.
Oh, wow.
And a fifth rounder this year.
Look who
Yeah.
they went after.
They picked Dallas
They
Turner.
did go edge.
And they did go edge.
I
Yep.
am kind of shocked. Especially, I mean, they gave Van Ginkel a 2-year, $20 million deal. You give Grenard all that money. But hey, I guess you feel like you can never have too many good pass rushers on the team. So Dallas Turner, they probably never thought that they would be within striking distance of him at 23.
I
and
think
move
they
up to get
started
him.
looking around their division at who all these young quarterbacks that they're going to be chasing for the next decade.
Now the Vikings are, man, this is an interesting trade for them because they already don't have a 2025 second round pick, and they just traded their 2025 third and fourth. So they pick in the first round right now of next year.
It's a fifth this year, I believe.
Right, no, it's a fifth this
yeah.
year, but I'm talking next year.
And a third and a fourth next year.
Next
I saw
year.
a different report that didn't include third and fourth next year.
No, no, the
That's
third.
depleting them.
That's crazy. They have a first round pick next year, and then they don't pick until the fifth round.
But that means they think this guy's a rock star.
A rock star.
A rock star.
A rock star.
The
yes.
Dallas Turner fit is really interesting because I thought he might be a fit in Atlanta. Everybody wanted him in Atlanta because Raheem Morris drops those edges into coverage more than anyone else. But last year, remember how the Vikings played? 3-man rush, blitz, but like Brian Flores really wants to have his edge rushers like the old school 3-4 where they could drop into coverage, have that versatility. And Dallas Turner, of all the edges, is probably the best to do that particular role.
Well, there are not many going backwards on his defense for Brian Flores. They're either rushing everybody or they're dropping 8, one or the other, to your point, and he can handle that kind of coverage.
Man.
And that's also, Van Ginkel's perfect for that
Right.
as well. Like they now have a bunch of those guys that can all line up and rush or drop.
Yeah, so
Of course,
it's a
what
good
they
fit.
don't have is corners.
They don't have corners, but it's a good fit. I
Well,
want
they
to
have
know if last year.
they have young corners, but they're just not good yet. So this trade
They
to
have
me,
Mekhi Blackman.
right?
Yes.
Who you like?
Yeah.
And I mean, like,
Your end of the list.
I think they've got younger players that they are hoping develops, but this trade to me basically says they're okay in the secondary, letting it ride. Because again, you have a lot of like later picks in this draft, but you now go first rounder next year, no second rounder, no third rounder, no fourth rounder, and you pick twice in the fifth round. That's what they have.
I will say, so the trade terms and the results from the PFF, the data, Jags win this 2/3 of the time, 66% of the time, and a WAR gain of 0.36, which is it's a pretty big number for the Jags. Again, just dropping 6 spots and picking up next year's third and fourth. And
Well, that
another
explains
pick
you're
exchange.
wondering why the Jags did it. They got a haul.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
massive haul.
They probably were like, excuse me?
Okay.
You want, okay, sure, yeah, why not? We'll do that.
Especially when they were probably taking a corner anyway.
Right. So pick number 18, the hometown Cincinnati Bengals.
Here we go.
Pick is in. It is
Ooh.
offensive tackle Amarius Mims. That is who the pick is for the Cincinnati Bengals. This one, I'm not gonna lie, I could kind of see coming because when I looked at the top 30 visits for this team, Mims stood out among everybody else. That they had done their homework on this guy, that they needed an offensive tackle. They bring in Trenton Brown, but I think they do that as Band-Aid sounds insulting, but like I think they got him in there to then draft Amarius Mims as their best case scenario, guy who hasn't played a ton of football, a guy who's just got a crazy high talent ceiling. This to me is a great maneuver for the Cincinnati Bengals outside of some Bengals fans really wanting Johnny Newton. If you're going offensive line, I think this one makes a lot of sense for him.
Yeah, and the Bengals just stacking up people that are bigger than Steve.
It's not fair.
So he's
It's not
going to live
fair.
in the same town. Are you going to fight him?
I would never. The dude's a monster, 340 plus pounds. No, it's just monster tackles everywhere. Orlando Brown Jr., Trent Brown, who you said comes in. Mims, just a fascinating prospect. He looks and moves and does everything like a first rounder, but he's played 803 career snaps. That's it. And when he's been out there, looks smooth in pass protection, but you clearly see strike zone issues with his hands, just general technique issues. So it's a nice fit for Cincinnati. And, in the whole Joe Burrow era, the question's been, okay, how are they going to handle the offensive line? And most of the time it would be to take some mid-round flyers and try to develop guys. That hasn't really worked. And this is the first time, they're really taking a guy to develop and say, okay, you're a long-term linchpin that we're going to draft and develop on the offensive line.
To me, it's all about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow hasn't made it out of preseason completely healthy in the last 3 years. And when he's right, the Bengals have a chance to win it all. And so they just keep taking shots at these offensive linemen. And there's no question that there is a ton of potential here.
Yeah.
But it is just that right now. He is the best looking guy coming off the bus. He has athletic skills. He can move, but he has not played much football at all. He got hurt and he was brought back in and he played about 11 plays against Alabama. And I was watching those before he got hurt again. And I was watching those and I was going, okay, he was matching up pretty well with those guys. But that's a long way from playing in the National Football League week after week after week and getting it done.
So the who is 19? This is the Rams who are on the board,
This
right?
is big news. We haven't had this conversation since 2016.
Wow.
What are the Rams going to do in the first round? What are they going to do?
They have a crap ton of draft picks. I genuinely thought this was a team that was going to target trading up for one of these players. I really thought that because I think they have 11 picks in this draft, so many in the later rounds, and I thought Les Snead was going to kind of like pull a reverse Uno. It's like, oh, before we never drafted in the first round. Now we're going to trade up in the first round. I'm just going to zig when everybody is used to me zagging here. Yeah, I think that he tried as well. There were reports, Jordan Rodriguez, who covers that team, does a very great job doing that, said that there were talks of them potentially trading up. But she also mentioned there's also talks of them trading down. So I think they're just having a lot of fun here, having a first-round pick for the first
There's
time.
There's going to be a lot of players for them to choose from. And obviously they have to replace Aaron Donald coming up. And so you think Johnny Newton may be the guy. He's, to me, if you're going to replace an interior guy, at least, and I'll say this about Johnny Newton. He played like 750 snaps. Some extraordinary. Illinois could just not take him off the field. He was too good. He was too much the better of the player than what they had. I wonder if they drop him down to 500, 600 snaps. If he doesn't become a little bit of that sort of energizer bunny in there and doesn't have to take plays off just because of the number of snaps that he was taking.
Sure. No, I think that's a great point. I also think offensive line, they did their homework on a lot of offensive linemen as well. Like Troy Fautanu is somebody who they brought in, they were taking a good look at. He's somebody who in my final mock draft, I had them trading up with the Denver Broncos to go up and get him because I wondered if they weren't going to be able to sit back at 19 if they liked him a lot. So
if they drafted a left tackle here, the investment that they've made over the last couple of years, Kevin Dotson and Steve Avila last year, move Avila into center, Jonah Jackson comes in to play guard this offseason. Left tackle's the last one. There's a bit of a question mark between Joe Noteboom and Alaric Jackson. So if it's a left tackle, that's like a 2-year, almost complete overhaul for the Rams on the offensive line.
Yeah.
They're also, I think, a very viable team for corners, right? They signed Tre'Davious White, but he is a complete gamble at this point given his injury history. They brought back Darius Williams, but outside of that, it's young guys that haven't done it for them yet. They could easily take the first corner.
They have to be stunned that all those corners are sitting there looking at them.
Right.
Yeah, I think the corner class is getting disrespected at this point. Like, these are good football players. I think these corners are I think these corners are really good. So. I'm pretty shocked that corner has not been off the board yet, but like you mentioned, that
there are questions about all the corners. Let's say that too. The two Alabama guys both run in the 4.5 range, which is not what you expect out of the corner. For Toledo, you've got somebody who never really played that great competition until he got into the Senior Bowl.
It's true.
You take a look at it. So there are some doubts about the corners that are in that class.
Your guy Jared Verse, too, the third of the clear, I think, top 15 caliber edge rushers, right? Jared Verse. The Rams have had edge rusher issues for years. They tried to stitch it together at times with guys like Leonard Floyd. They don't have a good depth chart on the edge right now.
He could go inside and play a number of snaps as well. He's got a little the Brandon Graham kind of, body type, big, powerful lower body kind of guy. So, he does give them some versatility.
Yeah.
They're on the clock for a while here. They did have a first-round pick a couple years ago. They traded into the second, so they haven't made a first-round pick in forever, but they're willing to trade down, and they usually draft in volume, right? That was a big part of the Rams' strategy for years.
And I agree with you, but they have 11 picks right now. They have a first-rounder, a second-rounder, 2 thirds, 2 fifths, 4 sixths, and a 7th-round pick.
Yeah, that's the other interesting thing. Jim Nagy, we had him on the podcast from the Senior Bowl talking about the depth of this draft being kind of weak from rounds 4 through 7 because he's over there. He's in November recruiting these guys to the Senior Bowl, and he's like, the guys I'm recruiting are going back to college because of NIL. So he's saying this draft is not great on day 3 relative to others, which means, okay, that talent gets pushed into next year. So now we go back to that Jags trade, and that looks even better, maybe because we're assuming next year is going to be better, rounds 3, 4, 5. They're picking up picks in next year's draft. And for the Rams having 11 picks right now, it might not be the draft to have 11 picks and having all those day threes.
And even right now, if they're on the phones looking for a trade, maybe they're not looking for picks this year. Maybe they're looking for picks next year in that deal.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely could be something the Rams would want to do.
They just showed a shot of Amarius Mims on television hugging his family. 4 of them at the same time.
he just the
not
entire
just mom and
township.
dad, but brother and sister and aunt and uncle. You got them
That's
all.
what they did on the 30
can you pass me
visit.
the remote?
How
Yeah,
many
it's
people
on the
can
other
you
side
hug?
of the.
Let me see that wingspan in action. Let's see it.
I honestly, though, I saw Amarius Mims in person at the Combine. I don't think there's a human walking the earth who carries 340 better than he does.
And he's athletic. I mean, let's not make it out like, I mean, if he stays healthy, he's a player.
I can carry a good 340. Give me a couple years, I'll get up there.
I don't think it looked the same.
You don't think so?
No.
I'll work on it. We'll work on it here.
But it's another great landing spot. Like a lot like Fautanu, he does need work. He's not a complete guy right now. He is a bit of a project, and theoretically they don't need him to play right away. They can develop him for a year. Like they've taken a sort of a high upside project tackle who's never played badly. He just hasn't played enough.
Right.
And they don't need to put him in there right away.
Yeah, I even think, even for the little amount that he played this year, there were a lot of really good reps out
Right.
there. So this is a lot like we've talked about with some other picks. Like, it's a great situation. Like, I look at it very similarly to the New York Jets, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just, you've got somebody in front of you, and we often only talk about the luxury of getting to sit with the quarterback position, but it could genuinely be something for offensive tackles as well. So I think the Bengals are making a good move there. Do we have a favorite pick, like from the first half of the draft? I didn't even get to ask you guys that. Is there anything that really stands out as a pick that you just absolutely loved for one reason or another? There's probably some people who are tuning into the show, watching it, maybe tuning in for the first time over the last half hour or so. So salute to you. Appreciate you joining the show. We're glad to have you here. Just wondering if you catch people up. Anybody that really stand out for you, Steve?
I promised everybody that if Laiatu Latu fell to the middle of the first round, I would declare that's the pick of the draft. That's going to be my favorite pick. So I'm declaring that for the Colts.
Man of your word.
Defensive player.
You're a man of your word here.
Latu's my favorite pick, going
Okay.
15 to the Colts.
All right. Chris, you got a favorite?
Probably JJ McCarthy going 10th for the reasons that you talked about. That, I mean, it really was, they were under tremendous pressure to trade up to get a quarterback because everybody was talking about it, and McCarthy had so much conversation around him to have the patience to not trade up and to not go, mortgage the farm there and sit basically, only had to trade up one position, I think, was a significant win for the Vikings.
All right. Sam?
Yeah, I think those are both good calls. I would probably have gone Latu as well, but I would go with Olu Fautanu to the Jets. I think that's a great fit. I honestly think his upside is as good as anybody in this draft in terms of pass protection. And again, it's a perfect spot for him in that they don't need to rush him in there, but they'll probably need him at some point this season.
My 2 is kind of a tie, or not any surprises. To get Drake Maye at 3, I think, is awesome, right? Because I thought that he was very clearly the second best quarterback in this class, so that's great for the value that I have. And then getting Rome Odunze at 9. I mean, Rome Odunze could be a top 3 overall pick in most drafts, so if you get him at 9, that's pretty dang impressive. Rams are staying at number 19, and they are taking edge rusher Jared Verse from Florida State. Now, I really did not think that Verse was going to be a target for them. They need edge rusher, but Verse isn't really that stand-up outside linebacker type of a player, and I just felt like they would maybe shy away from him because of that fact, but I think he's a really good football player. Chris, I know that you talked about him as being one of your favorite edge rushers in this class because you love the power profile that he has, and very clearly they believed in that over wanting to have a stylistic comp there. But do you like this landing spot for Jared Verse?
I do. They have young players on the outside now, and despite losing Aaron Donald, and I talked about it, he can play on the edge, he can play outside. But 11 sacks are 11 sacks, 14 quarterback hits, 35 hurries. Those are legitimate numbers, no matter who you put it up against. But for me, I thought the intimidation factor of the guy was what I was watching. He's apparently he built a gym along with his father during COVID.
Yep.
And he's doing all these crazy lifting things, and you can see when people are coming, there's inside zones, and you have tight ends that have to run across and try to kick out the edge, and they're like, oh man, I don't know about this, and whap. And you saw quarterbacks that on the backside are sort of sneaking a peek, over there. Those are the guys have the attention of whoever it is that they're playing. But any defense has to have a few players that are just intimidators. Mm-hmm. That's what he is. He is a big, strong, powerful guy that can move. He runs under 4.6. And those are the kind of guys I want playing for me. I just think that you need 2, 3, 4 of those guys playing on your defense. They will never regret that pick.
I think that this speaks to how talented this draft class is.
Bully. They put up bully.
That's what he is. That's exactly what you
said. We have the NFL feed
Yeah.
going over here, and bully is the number one Daniel Jeremiah note. So you guys are on the same page.
Yep.
So with Verse, I think he would have been the number 7 overall pick last year to the Las Vegas Raiders. I think he's the pick over Tyree Wilson if he would have declared for last year's draft. His 2022 college football tape was good enough, and I was actually very shocked that he came back to school. And I think him going 19 here is much more of a sign of just how talented this class is on the offensive side of the ball than it is Verse isn't the same player that we thought that he was going to be. So to get Verse at 19 in this draft, when I genuinely believe he would have gone top 10 last year, is great for the Los Angeles Rams.
I'm with you. He's edge 2 for last year. And he went to Albany last year in 2022 was his first year, playing a major college football, and his first big game was LSU, and he looked like a star right away. He was week 1 every year. There's like a guy that just looks like a future first rounder. It's like, oh, he's going to be in the first round. That was Jared Verse.
Yep.
But last year, his production tapered off down the stretch in 22, 23. It didn't. He still played well all the way through the end. So I like the fit a lot for the Rams. I think they've had edge rush issues for a while, and they always solved them. And Von Miller and Leonard Floyd in free agency. Now they have a really good player in Jared Verse.
He's got a really interesting technique as well. Like, he seeks contact more than any edge rusher I can think of. He plays. It all ties into
Braley
that.
Trice.
Yeah, it all ties into that kind of.
Trice just lives for contact, but we'll get to him tomorrow.
It all ties into that kind of bully thing that Cris is talking about. Like, he attacks the pass blocker instead of sort of trying to get around him or evade it. Like, he'll go in with that stab move and then try and chop and get himself loose, or simply, rips and chops to free himself after just engaging with the guy, or just running him right over with a bull rush. Like, he goes after the guy trying to block him. I think that's why his production has been so high, because he's not, taking himself out of all these plays by running around the arc and going too deep. He is running through the tackle half the time, or at least running halfway through him before he disengages and shortens the distance to the quarterback.
Now, he does get gassed a little. So he's going to have to be one of those rotational kind of guys. He'll give you everything he's got, but there were definitely plays where you could see he just was out of gas.
So the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the board here, and Troy Fautanu is still on the board. Graham Barton is still on the board, who I mocked to them in my last mock draft, who I think they would love. But the wide receivers are also still here for the Steelers, right?
They've been linked to a lot of people so far. Barton's the most recent. Barton's the most recent, I think, the hottest name for the Steelers.
Yeah.
Or Brian Thomas Jr. Dane Brugler said this was his floor, pick number 20. If he got this far, he wouldn't get further. So
calling Dane out here.
Did he say that this week?
Yes.
He said it this week.
Oh.
The Steelers are usually the team where if there's a little bit of smoke, it usually is real. Like Najee Harris, and you kind of knew who they were drafting.
But so we talked about the corners quite a bit. This seems to be an unusual year in terms of a lot of these guys seem to be very good in man coverage and not so much in zone coverage. And if you look at Pittsburgh's moves this offseason, a lot of them seem to be signaling a shift towards man coverage. Not even just this season, but Joey Porter Jr. a year ago is a man coverage type of corner. If they were looking to keep going in that direction, there are corners out there that make sense.
There's also a move around the league. I think there's a market difference in corners as well, right? They haven't been getting paid as much. Teams are playing more zone generally, and might be devaluing the corner a touch. I also think, to Chris's point, the 5 corners that are projected to go in the first all have question marks, right? They're not great, perfect prospects. So there's things you can pick apart about their games. But I wonder how much this is actually the league in the market saying, hey, we're not going to pay a lot of high-end guys, and we're going to drop them in the draft just a little bit more than usual.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of players to choose from. It's amazing you get to pick 20, and you're still legitimately excited about what's sitting there on the board for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah. No, it's
They're really good
again.
players.
Pick is in.
We sometimes get to this point. You're right. The pick is in for the Steelers. I haven't seen it yet, but the pick is in. We sometimes get to this point of the draft and we go, all right. I guess now it's probably just like a flavor. We still, to your point, we still have like extremely talented football players who are almost no-brainers when you get to this point in the draft. And there's a couple of them here. Well, so. It is an offensive lineman, but it is not Graham Barton. It is Troy Fautanu from Washington. Mentioned that could be one of the choices for them, but they end up going with Fautanu instead of Barton, I think because of the measurables, right? I think that's why you believe that he can play left tackle for you if needed because he's got the adequate length. And I feel as though the league probably believed that Barton was more of a interior guard or center type.
Well, I think Fautanu is too, but Fautanu would be the more powerful of the two. For me, Barton, if you were looking for a tackle, would, for me, fit that need better. I think he's a better athlete. I think he stays in front better.
Right.
But if you were looking for a Pittsburgh Steeler offensive lineman, Fautanu may be that guy because I think he is way more powerful.
Yeah.
So he's going to play left tackle for them.
I think so too.
He's going to play left tackle for the Steelers because, or right tackle.
Chooks is gone.
He's got and last year Broderick Jones was their first round pick. He played right tackle. They're either flipping Jones back to the left side or keeping him on the right. But they've done a lot of work on the interior. They got Isaac Seumalo at left guard. I think Fautanu is going to replace Dan Moore. I mean, he's been the clear weakness at left tackle the last few years. 57 PFF grade, then 62 last year, a 54 grade, over 3,500 snaps of below
like
average
a fourth-round pick or something.
Yeah,
so I think they were even surprised that he's played that long.
They've given him a lot of opportunities. I think Fautanu's the next guy. At left tackle.
You saw the data that we had on the screen there. Just the pass protection numbers were very, very high, and that just goes to show you what kind of an athlete Fautanu is. Did they make the right choice with Fautanu over Barton? Do you think?
Yeah, I think if you want to play him at left tackle, whether it's left or right tackle, he's going to have to play Myles Garrett twice a year. So, this is...
Well, okay, when you say it like that, it's not really great for anybody.
Exactly. So, I do think he's the right guy if you're playing him at tackle. He looks on tape like he's a guard's body, but he has top-tier athleticism, and apparently his arms are plenty long enough to play tackle. So let's see.
No, that is true. Miami Dolphins are on the clock. What type of a speedster are they going to go for? I can think of one that is still on the board here. We'll see if it could be Xavier Worthy or who else is going to be. We'll see in a sec. All right, welcome back to the 2024 PFF NFL Draft Show. The Miami Dolphins are here on the clock, and team that likes to draft fast players. Fast player of all time, still on the board. Do we think they go with Xavier Worthy, Steve, or do they go
just for the humor, just to get?
Would it be humor though?
Oh yeah,
they still need a wide receiver 3.
Oh no, they can use a wide receiver 3.
That he's done in a year or two.
They don't need to get Xavier Worthy right now. 4.2140.
The Bill Belichick said, last week or whatever it was, that real accurate information doesn't start leaking out until 12 hours before the draft. First thing this morning, every mock draft had Xavier Worthy going in the top half of the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Like his draft stock overnight seemed to jump 10 to 15 spots.
Yeah.
That puts him in range.
So we're going to find out if Bill's a liar here too.
Yes.
Dane Brugler, we have
officially a liar.
A liar.
Okay, all right, calm down. Dane's
a friend of the show. We love Dane. I love Dane. I got the beast up
you
here.
guys just had him on.
Love Dane. I'm just saying. I wish he wasn't a liar. Brian Thomas Jr.'s floor. He said it was 20. How could I trust him? How could I trust him? I love him. No, Miami's in an interesting spot as a team generally because they had a little all-in, for a couple of years. The big trades and then some high-priced players, and they didn't have a lot of draft picks the last couple of years. It's a big draft for Miami. They have to get younger and fill some needs on both sides of the ball.
If they go offensive lineman, I just don't know where they would go other than Barton. Maybe a Jordan Morgan out of Arizona, maybe a Tyler Guyton.
Right.
And do you really need more speed? You better keep everybody alive back there trying to throw the football around. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Barton is still there, but is Barton going to be their flavor? Like, are they going to like that player?
They could actually go corner very easily. I mean, think about the Dolphins getting the pick of any corner on the board here. So
they could. There's no doubt. So they still have Jalen Ramsey. Cater Kohu was good in the slot for them last year. They signed Kendall Fuller, and they did draft Cam Smith
last year, second round.
Second round last year. So I think that Quinyon Mitchell is better than most of the names that I just named, but do they believe that they have made the investments? You can see.
Would you guys all take Quinyon Mitchell? Who's the first corner off the board for you guys?
I would take Quinyon Mitchell.
I'd take Quinyon.
I mean, I think it depends on the team.
Yeah.
If I'm playing more man, it's probably Arnold.
Yeah, there's teams that should pick Terrion Arnold before Mitchell. There's teams that should pick Mitchell.
I would take Terrion Arnold. I love the guy. I think that he plays his tail off. I love everything about his game.
I'll tell you one team that really hopes that Miami does not take Terrion Arnold, and that's the team who's picking next in the Philadelphia Eagles, because Terrion Arnold, SEC team, Nick Saban protege, plays the position that they need the most. And I feel like
Howie for Georgia, so does that matter?
Well, he plays for Alabama, and so they've
enough.
drafted plenty of Alabama guys as well. So I think that Philadelphia would absolutely love if Arnold were to still be on the board there.
The other name to watch, though, is Johnny Newton, your guy.
I would love Johnny Newton.
Christian Wilkins is out.
Makes a ton of sense.
Good point.
And so I think Miami fans have been linked to any versatile offensive lineman and any interior defensive lineman during this whole process.
This is very true.
I'm really
I
curious.
think the pick is in for Miami. I don't
Pick's
know what
we
it
don't
is,
have
but
it.
the pick,
We
the
don't
pick
have
is
it
in.
right now.
So
this is, by the way, the time of the draft where I think we'll start seeing some curveballs. Now, I know there was a curveball. It was a slider at 8.
Oh, a slider.
Michael Penix Jr.
No, that's a
now,
knuckleball,
That was a
curveball
hard
time.
slider.
yeah, that was an EFIS pitch, whatever the
That
hell
might have
that
been a
is.
sweeper, because that's back in vogue. But this is about the time when teams, their draft boards, diverge.
But it's also the time that we're talking about the teams that were in the playoffs a year ago. So this gets to be, and there are, we'll say it again, playoff teams in the draft don't always get good players. They're going to get good players this time.
So I have a question here for the group. When you are more of a playoff team, second half of the first round, do you think these guys go more for best player available because that's what good teams do? Or do you think they are, wow, okay, Dolphins pick is in,
speed.
and it is in fact speed, but it's not a wide receiver. It is Chop Robinson, the edge rusher from Penn State. So, look, I wondered if, actually, I mean, I started the conversation with Miami saying, I didn't think that they were going to take an edge because the 3 edge rushers are off the board, but very clearly, Chop Robinson was still on the board, and he was some guy that they wanted because Jalen Phillips coming off major injury, Bradley Chubb coming off major injury. They need somebody there, and so you're losing Andrew Van Ginkel. I think the pick makes sense. I'm not as high on Chop Robinson as some other people as a draft analyst, but what do you guys think about him going 21 here to Miami specifically?
Yeah, I mean, even independent of Miami, which I think it makes sense given how their season ended last year, where they ran out of edge rushers, literally. They didn't have any left for that playoff game. I'm glad that Chop Robinson was closer to that big 3 than he was, the rest. Because I think, honestly, his tape belongs closer to those 3 than everybody else. We were all sort of talking, including us, on the podcast, that it was a big 3 edge rushers, and then really it was like everybody after that. But Chop Robinson's tape is legit when it comes specifically to pass rushing. Like, he's more twitchy and explosive than a couple of those guys that went ahead of him. He's got legitimate production, multiple seasons with a PFF pass rushing grade of 91 or higher. He hasn't rushed as often. He hasn't played as much as guys like Latu, but his production has been legit. I think that's a good pick, and I think it's a good thing for him that he was seen more or less in the same light.
Yeah, Robinson, he was one of those guys the first time I saw him, I assumed he would be a top 15 pick because of the explosiveness and everything. He's only played a little over 1,000 snaps in college football, so he's still a little inexperienced, but he was far more one-dimensional than the other edge rushers. He does not play the run.
Yes.
He reminds me of Carl Lawson. I had an early Carl Lawson comp on him. Take whichever, designated pass rush type who gets after the quarterback really well, but you don't trust him on early downs as much. But that's a good fit in Miami because of the depth that they have at edge rusher with Bradley Chubb, with Jalen Phillips. And I know you talk about, like, what's the last thing you saw? Or what is the thing you always see? The last thing Miami saw was calling up, edge rushers from the 2011 draft class, Melvin Ingram and all these other guys, to come in and try to go beat the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying they're always going to be hurt, but I think this is one of those also, never again are we going to be that weak at edge with all of our injuries, and let's add some depth and a guy that they can ease into the mix and rush the passer.
Yeah, just a crazy athlete. So it obviously makes a lot of sense that the Dolphins were the team that gravitated towards him because they've done that on the offensive side of the ball, now obviously doing it on the defensive side of the ball as well. I see him more as a specialized pass rusher, which I felt was more of like, hey, this is somebody that you probably draft as a priority guy on day 2. But again, you look at the team that he goes to, you mentioned their situation and where they're at. Even if you take the lower end of Chop Robinson and just say he is a specialized player, that works for them. I think that works for where this team currently is. And you mentioned some of the veterans that they've tried to bring in to fill those holes and to make this team as good as possible, to make a run and to honestly get after Mahomes.
And it's the Dolphins. I mean, everything is speed. We want the fastest guy at every position on the field. And I didn't have him in the first round, and I'll be perfectly honest with you, but I think he can be a Dwight Freeney kind of player. Like Dwight Freeney used to talk about that you put your hand in the dirt and you race to 5 yards. And depending on what that guy does, I either turn the corner on him or I spin back inside of him.
Yeah, sure.
Right? When you have the kind of explosiveness off the line of scrimmage that Chop Robinson has, then you can be trained to do things that guys who can't run like that, they can't do it. Mm-hmm. They just physically can't do it. So I think they're betting on their own coaching staff here to get it done, and they took another great athlete.
So the other thing I think that's sort of under talked about is we've talked for years about how nickel corners and slot receivers are becoming full-time starter players. A situational passer, I think, is becoming a bigger, sort of closer to a starting role than it ever used to be. There are a ton of NFL players that play like 2.5 times the number of pass rushing snaps than they play run defense. So I think you can take a guy like Chop Robinson and play him, 400, 450 pass rushing snaps, have him out there for 150, 200 run snaps. Even if he's not particularly good at it, it's not a big problem. Like Will Anderson last year played 400 pass rushing snaps, 200 run defense snaps. He's a better run defender than Chop Robinson is, but my point is, that's quite a small part of his game if you want to make it that way.
Right.
You can even that up if you want, if you think he's an every down guy that can do everything. But if that's your problem with Chop Robinson, if you're like, he's an elite pass rusher, but the run defense is a little spotty, I think we can hide that pretty well nowadays.
Well, and the other thing, remember where you're playing. You're playing in Miami. It's hot. So it's hard for those guys to go 700-800 snaps. You're lucky if you get 500 good pass rushes out of a guy. So if you're thin anyway, and you're thin in the heat of Miami, then you're really thin.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
no, it's a really good point. We got the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock right now. We mentioned you've got elite corners that are still on the board here for them. And honestly, Jackson,
I bet they can't believe it.
I bet they can't believe it either. And also, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but Jacksonville traded down from 17 to 23. We went, how could they do that? The good corners are on the board. They're guaranteed to get one of Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell still. So that, to me, like that is an unbelievable situation to get what they got from Minnesota and still maybe get that guy at the cornerback position if they want to go that direction.
If you go to the PFF mock draft sim, the top 4 players that have been selected for the Eagles throughout this entire process are all cornerbacks, all of whom obviously are still on the board. So take your pick.
Yeah, but it's Howie Roseman, the one who's running the Sims.
That's what
we want to do.
But they haven't drafted a first-round corner since 2002.
No, they don't do it. They don't do it. And that's why I
But they have to now, surely.
I labored over this mock draft selection, and I ultimately had them with Quinyon Mitchell in my final mock draft because they need it so bad. But I look at the draft history of Howie Roseman, he just doesn't do it.
Could they possibly, because they always go offensive or defensive line.
Right.
And Dallas is sitting in there behind them, probably looking at a center at this point. Could
just
they
take
possibly
Barton right from him?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Oh, man, that'd be brutal. That'd be brutal.
They got to replace Jason at some point.
So I was going to ask you guys, we talk about corner for Philadelphia. Is there a player that is still left that would tempt them? You mentioned maybe sticking it to Dallas a little bit and getting Graham Barton could be the temptation over a corner, but is there any, like...
I don't think so. I think they need a corner so badly. I just.
But the other play is these guys are all going to drop. I actually think there's pretty good depth in the corner class too. I think there's
there is.
I mean,
certainly
even just 2, 3, 4. There's some players in those round ranges. So they might just play the board and stick with draft the big guys, right? Draft your offensive and defensive linemen. That's the high value position. That's our trend.
Or
draft and develop those guys.
By the way, so they just gave Devontae Smith a ton of money. A.J. Brown has been unfollowing them on social media. It's always the first step, right, to a divorce.
He just got paid.
Huh?
A.J. Brown.
When did he get paid?
Didn't he just get paid?
Yeah, he just got the extension
just
today.
before the draft.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, forget that.
Before we just, at 7:44.
Well, it's
we were
okay.
going live
That's
at
fine.
45.
No, he followed him back now. He followed him back.
Yeah, that's okay.
He just
That's
had to.
fine.
He just had to get the money first.
Yeah, then wide receiver's probably not on the cards.
Is that all you have to do to get a raise?
Yeah,
Is just unfollow the team on
All right.
social media.
Noted.
That's how you get a raise?
Somebody needs to be paying attention to that,
Next
though.
commercial break, I'm going to go to
I
PFF's
heard you.
channel.
No,
and
the
then
corner.
unfollow.
I mean, the corner thing's fascinating for Philadelphia because they have their pick of the 5, and so now this is the thing, right? We will never mock a corner to Philly if they don't take one here.
Right.
You never have to deal with that. Eagles
This
fans.
now becomes
This
the
is factor.
linebacker talk, right? Like the Eagles for forever have needed a linebacker, and they've had opportunities in the past to draft one in the first round, and we just now go, Howie will not take one.
And the last time they did draft a corner in the first, they double dipped and came back in the second round, grabbed Sheldon Brown.
This is a really interesting choice here.
Pick is in for Philly, but
But we were in college at that time, so I don't think that means anything. And Philly, do they need a corner? We're saying that because they have James Bradbury and Darius Slay on the roster, both high-priced guys who disappointed a little bit last year.
it is in fact a corner.
It is.
We don't have to freak out too much more about it. It is Quinyon Mitchell, the
There we go.
cornerback from Toledo. Our guy Mitch working the camera right behind the camera that we got in front of us. Both of his fists are in the air. He is very excited about it. He is wearing his Toledo shirt as we speak right now, representing as CB1 off the board. If you have a ticket out there for who will be the first cornerback drafted, and it's Quinyon Mitchell, you probably didn't think that it was coming at 22,
Right.
but you're cashing out regardless.
It made you sweat, Trevor.
Which you loved it.
It
Hey,
made you sweat.
you know what? As long as look, I don't have that card, so I'm just
I was
shouting out to
speaking
everybody else.
generally here.
Yeah. So Quinyon Mitchell, I think that obviously we knew that was the pick, but man, now I think the Jags. I mean, this is best case scenario for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Absolutely.
You got a haul from the Minnesota Vikings, and the guy I think they would have picked at 17 is still available here at 23, and that's Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama.
I mean, you do have, if you choose to go that way, you do have receivers now that begin to make a little more sense in the 20s here. That for me, it's whether it's Brian Thomas or Mitchell or Ladd McConkey, one of those guys. They are available here, but there's a lot of them. So you could move up, down, around. You could do some things here.
There was a bold prediction from one of our viewers, PFF NFL podcast. We asked for bold predictions, and one of them that's on the line right now, he said A.D. Mitchell will go at pick 23, which originally started with the Vikings via the Texans, via the Browns, and is now the Jags. So this is in play right now. He said it's going to get traded, and the Vikings aren't going to.
Did he know all along?
A.D. Mitchell.
Is the draft rigged?
It must all be right.
He had the script.
That's what we're asking. Yeah, like the games, like
He had the script.
The Falcons didn't get the script.
He had the script.
So-
The key is I always read the script the night before, but I fall asleep, so I don't know who actually wins the game. It works out.
That's why you're so good on Sunday night. You're
I
always
get
surprised.
excited. I
You're
get
surprised.
excited at
That's
the
good.
end, yeah.
The Jags wide receiver situation is really interesting, though. They lose Calvin Ridley and basically replace him with Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis is like a receiver 2.5, right? Like a low 2, high 3, deep threat type. It's a lot to rely upon in just Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, and Christian Kirk. So more playmakers for Trevor Lawrence. And then the corner situation you're talking about, Trevor, they bring in Ronald Darby. Tyson Campbell's in the last year of his contract. Could always use more depth there. Darby's basically been like a rent-a-corner the last few years, so he's not a long-term play. So there's a couple key positions I think the Jags can upgrade there.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And it's always just a wild card. Like, what is Trent Baalke going to do? Right. It felt like they had the number 1 overall pick and they went with Trayvon Walker in a absolutely stacked draft class, and it hasn't really worked out for them yet. Not to say that Trayvon's been terrible, but a lot of other guys who are in that draft, Sauce Gardner, Aiden Hutchinson, even at the same position, who have worked out much more than Trayvon has. And so that's just kind of what Trent Baalke always does. But that's why, like, the Terrion Arnold thing, I think he lines up with Baalke because he's like a big school prospect, and Baalke tends to go for those high-profile, high-program types of players because they play against really good competition. But at the same time, Arnold's not the athlete that Baalke often goes for. So to me, I feel like this is either A.D. Mitchell or it's Terrion Arnold.
Or you could go Nate Wiggins and watch him run 4-3.
That's true. That's true. He's got the athleticism part of it down. There's no doubt about that.
I do wonder if someone like Johnny Newton is in play as well, because I know they added Eric Armstead, but they still don't really have an impact pass rushing, interior lineman for that defense. And even like the defense as a whole, pass rush is still basically Josh Allen and not much else. So.
This is so Terrion Arnold for me. I don't know why. I'd be stunned if it's not him coming off the board here.
I think so too. I really do think so too.
Can we go back to Quinyon just for a minute?
Sure.
Quinyon Mitchell going to the Eagles in that fit. Mm-hmm. Remember, James Bradbury last year, I think he was one of the biggest keys to their Super Bowl run in 22 and one of the biggest keys to their defensive collapse in 23. And it looked like he got old overnight. Still making a lot of money. So Mitchell's going to come in, have a chance to compete. He's unbelievable in off coverage, a lot of what the Eagles like to do. So I like the fit. And yeah, there was a reason why the Eagles went corner. And they got the top corner off the draft just by sitting at pick 22. The Eagles always seem to draft players that are rated pretty high by the consensus.
Not just that, but the draft seems to continually just fall to them. Remember last year they just
Carter.
sat there and Jalen Carter falls into their laps.
That's a great point.
Again, it's the whole how does Howie keep doing it meme. They just sat there, did nothing, and the consensus top corner in the draft falls right into their laps. And the team that doesn't normally do that changed, because of course you would do it to take the top corner off the board.
Look, I think
that Senior Bowl film that we're showing right now is something, and it's all bump and run coverage.
And it made him money,
That's what you didn't know about him, and he is throwing blankets over everybody with this tape.
And look,
it was so good, he just sat out day 3.
And look,
he was standing next to me on the sideline on day 3, just like, no, I got it, I'm good.
And look, it's so much more than that too. Look, for our grades, it's so difficult to get an elite PFF elite coverage grade, right? Because it's about doing your job, and playing corner is extremely difficult. You've got so many difficult assignments, and I know that Quinyon was playing, at Toledo, and the competition wasn't as great, but he had back-to-back seasons of an elite coverage grade. He had the most forced incompletions of any corner in the FBS. And then he goes to the Senior Bowl and shows, all right, you want me to play bump and run? You want me to play press? Bet. And he shut down everybody there. So to me, this is a steal for Philadelphia, because I feel like he should have gone 10 picks earlier. He's a top 12 player for me. He was number 9 overall on my big board. I'm shocked that he lasted this long. He's such a good football player, and the Eagles, how did Howie do it again? They can't keep getting away with it.
I thought there were 2 at the top, Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell, and I didn't know who would go where. But this next one isn't Terrion Arnold, I don't know who it is.
See, pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
They tell us it's in, but
wow, look at that.
Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver from LSU. So, what do we think? Instant reactions? Steve, you kind of made a face towards Sam. What's your immediate reaction here?
Well, Sam definitely has some strong Brian Thomas Jr. takes. He was the consensus wide receiver 4, right? So there's the big 3 that have already come off the board. The consensus wide receiver 4 is Brian Thomas Jr., 19 on the consensus board. He goes here at 23, so that's the expectation. Big guy, big threat, deep threat. Don't think he's as polished and all-around receiver as some of the other guys. Sam? Go for it.
Yeah, look,
back to you guys.
So he's a big, fast receiver that has, incredible traits, but I think there's a lot of concern that he is very much a one-trick pony at the moment. And the question is he ever going to be more than that? Like, you can't teach the things that he's got down, which is that size, the 4.3 speed, but 75% of his yards came on go routes and hitches, right? That's quite one-dimensional. The offense there obviously put him in a ton of position to succeed. There were, scout and coach quotes that said, you don't actually see him getting open that much as him being open because of the scheme. And if you look at the best cornerbacks that he faced, most of them handled him pretty well. Like, a lot of his production came against guys that aren't particularly good corners. So I think there's definitely reason to believe that twitchiness, that speed, the capacity is there for him to be a much better player in the NFL than he is right now. But if he doesn't become that, he's a one-trick pony whose one trick is being slowly taken out of the league by the way defenses are changing.
Well, and the other part of this is it's very easy to talk about Brian Thomas's speed because we saw multiple plays where he just ran away from everybody, scored touchdowns, big deal. I mean, it really was. It was flashy. But Adonai Mitchell is just as fast. And Ladd McConkey ran 4.39. So if you're going to go, so we're talking about over 6 or 7 hundredths of a second, we're going to choose. And now, if you're going, all right, take the speed element out of it, now which receiver do you like the best? Right. I think it's a really hard call.
Look, and here's the thing now. With no Calvin Ridley on the team, Brian Thomas Jr. and Gabe Davis basically play the same role.
Yes.
So now they have to double this role. So in order for this pick to work out, because again, kind of like you said, if you believe that Brian Thomas Jr. can be a much more well-rounded receiver, then I think that works out for Jacksonville no matter what because he's really talented.
Right.
But at the time being, what he is, him and Gabe Davis basically are the exact same thing. So is Jacksonville's offense, is Press Taylor and Doug Peterson, are they going to be more willing to just be a vertical shot offense, to really push down the ball down the field a lot? Because if they're not willing to do that, then they're either going to be redundant or they're going to be putting one of their receivers in a place where they're just not naturally going to win this
And
deal.
why did you let Calvin Ridley walk out the door?
And that just makes the fumbling of Calvin Ridley's situation even worse. So
and Christian Kirk is at his best running deep from the slot. Like they struggled last year.
Now has to be a completely vertical offense. So Trevor Lawrence is either going to throw for 5,000 yards this year or the Jags are not going to make the playoffs.
I am intrigued by that. I mean, look, we mentioned the name Gabe Davis throughout this process as a comp for Brian Thomas Jr. because there was rumors that the Jags might like him, and they might have redundant skill sets. But I'm kind of intrigued by can you have both of those guys out there on the field at the same time? Gabe Davis is averaging over 17 yards per reception in his career, right around it, and Brian Thomas Jr. feels like that type of player. Where I'm concerned about him is I don't want him getting 150 targets a year. I don't think he can do that type of thing. So if Buffalo was going to get Brian Thomas Jr. and say, hey, go replace Stephon Diggs, that didn't feel like a good fit.
Right.
But in this offense where Christian Kirk's going to get probably the most volume now, Evan Ingram, those guys are working underneath, intermediate. Zay Jones is in there kind of as a possession type, and then Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas Jr. as the vertical threats. I think it can work. It's just like you don't have that true number one high volume guy still. It's just a lot of different pieces put together.
And let's give Brian Thomas a little credit here too, though. If you watch it from beginning to end, his last season, he was pretty bad early on. He looked a little intimidated going inside. He looked a little, I just wasn't. He didn't come back to the ball. He didn't do little things right playing receiver. Mm-hmm. And then you still saw the speed and go, okay, I get why people love him. By the end of the year, he was catching and running with some balls over the middle. He was running better routes. He was coming back to the ball. So if the progression from the beginning of the season to the end was an indication that he really was so raw at the beginning of that and he's growing into this,
right,
then this could work.
And you see flashes of it all the time on his tape. Like he has one incredible play against Florida State, the ball's dropped into a window on the sideline. He catches it and jumps inside almost in the same move and then outruns everybody to the end zone. Like, you can see why people love him that much. And every now and again you get a play where you're like, okay, that is special. It's just too much of it is one-dimensional. Now, that doesn't mean he's not going to be much more multifaceted at the next level. But as you say, like now you're being put on a team where probably their top 3 receivers are all best running vertical.
Yeah, and I like this range for him. He's 25 on my big board. He goes 23 overall in the draft. And like you said, I think this is a player who you just kind of take a chance on because he's 6'3", he's 210 pounds, and he runs a 4.33. I mean, that's just, as a starter there, that's a Trent Baalke dude, right? I mean, like that is somebody that he was obviously going to be a fan of. So now we've got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock.
I think the Cowboys pick has changed. Don't you?
In what way?
Well, I mean, it was 1,000% that it was going to be an offensive lineman, right? It had to be a left tackle or a center or something. But there's some talent sitting out there. I don't know. This is getting interesting for me. I'm even wondering, they're having some negotiating problems with CeeDee Lamb. Do you go young receiver? And I mean, anything's really possible out of Dallas. I think Terrion Arnold's a top 12, 15 kind of player in this draft, so I still would go with him. And Graham Barton could fill a lot of needs. He could play center too, but give him some optionality at tackle across the board. But
I mean, Steve has made this point a lot with Dallas on the podcast, that they are at their best drafting when they don't draft for need and they just take the best player available regardless of what position it is.
Well,
right?
we're going to have to wait for it because the Cowboys are trading down.
They've been working on phones. So
from
they're trading
24 overall. Oh, they've been working the phones?
Yeah. That's why they traded down.
You got sources
they
in the
had
building?
Yeah.
You got a connection to their Ring camera?
I
You see
read
what
it.
they're doing?
I read it on Twitter.
Oh, okay. All right. You mean next?
Good
source.
trading down. Who's trading up?
I don't know. That I don't know yet. I only see the report that they are trading down. I
this
do
Buffalo?
not see who is trading up. I mean, it
Is
could
this
be.
Buffalo to keep the receiver run?
Do you know that it's Buffalo? Or are you
I
just taking a
don't.
guess?
No. I'm asking. This isn't me fake predicting stuff like they used to do back in the
could
day.
Buffalo want Arnold? They're needy.
I just wonder if
They're definitely
Brian
needy at
Thomas
corner.
was the very clear wide receiver 4 as far as consensus went. Now I think the wide receiver board.
Lions up to 24.
Now they need a
That's
corner.
got to be corner.
They need a corner.
This has got to be Terrion Arnold.
They're going
right?
to get a corner.
This has got to be
Terrion Arnold's the top
Arnold.
player, number 11 on the consensus board. He's the top player remaining as far as the consensus
He's
goes.
their type of dude.
He's
too.
their type of dude,
know?
just all in. Those were the guys that I just loved, and Terrion Arnold was one of my 3 for sure.
Now, I will say this, though. Frank Ragnow's gone through, some injury. They're now having to start Graham Glasnow, but he's older as well because they don't have Jonah Jackson anymore. They can sign Kevin Zeitler, but Kevin Zeitler's a little bit older. Graham Barton is also a Detroit Lion type of a dude.
Oh yeah, he is.
I don't know. I feel like that could be. I feel like that could be a pick there.
It is Terrion Arnold, according to Albert Breer.
It's got to be.
It is Terrion Arnold, Alabama cornerback.
That makes too much sense.
It's a huge move by the Lions.
Love that.
And they're a team that hasn't really had any needs. Had the unexpected corner need this offseason, and I think they meshed the best player on the board with their need perfectly. That's why they went and got him.
That is a great play by the Lions.
I don't think there was a reality where they thought this player was going to be at this point.
Agreed.
So that's why they made the trade up. Sam said that he absolutely loved it. We're going to get his analysis of why he absolutely loved it right after the break. We'll see you guys after that.
Hey, it's Cris Collinsworth here, reminding you that PFF is the home to football data analysis. Gain access to insights and tools trusted by all 32 NFL teams with PFF Plus, featuring the number one mock draft simulator in the game. You can draft all 3 days, make trades, get your mocks graded, and see how you rank against everybody else. We'll be rolling the mock draft sim over to 2025 NFL draft as soon as the 2024 draft ends, so you don't miss out on any of the action. Get ready to dominate your fantasy league this upcoming season with PFF's Fantasy Mock Draft Simulator as well, and Live Draft Assistant. Use in-season betting tools to find the best player props, same-game parlays, and matchups. Go to PFF.com or download the PFF app and use code 30MDS to get 30% off your PFF Plus annual subscription.
Welcome back to the 2024 PFF NFL Draft Show. We've got the trade details for the Lions and the Cowboys that just unfolded for the Lions to get Terrion Arnold. Man, Cowboys get an extra 3rd-round pick this year to move down 5 spots. That's it. That is, I think, a hell of a deal for the Dallas Cowboys. But, Cris, like you were saying when we were in commercial break, have you seen the Lions secondary? It's not so great.
I mean, they just keep firing, shots into that secondary, and for me, it's almost as much of a culture pick as it is anything else. Terrion Arnold, if you watch him play, is one of the most intense, all in, just, loves football, understands how to cut off routes and guys release outside and he's turning and sprinting like Darrelle Revis back to that spot and pinning you into the corner. Just well-coached guy, makes tackles all over the field, is a really good rusher out of the slot, has the ability to make people miss who are trying to block him in the backfield. It just a culture fit to perfection for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've already traded a third-round pick to get Carlton Davis, so they're spending third-round picks to try to get these corners, and I think that it's a rich deal for them to move up those 5 spots.
Yeah.
But the Lions are going for a Super Bowl, right? They're bringing everybody back. They're signing Amon-Ra St. Brown. Ben Johnson's back another year. You've got the band back together, essentially, and they're going for it. They're going for that Super Bowl this year. And a third-round pick, if that's all that was sitting in the way of getting a corner that you think is going to be the difference for you, go and do it.
Yeah, and it's as we said, there's no way that they expected he would ever be in range of the Lions, right? They were never anticipating a scenario where they could get Terrion Arnold. And okay, a third-round pick is a significant pick to give up to go get him, but in their eyes, if they're getting a player that belongs in the top 10 in this draft or somewhere in that area, and they're able to get him, with their pick, and all it cost them was a third-rounder, I think it makes sense. Like Terrion Arnold has all the feistiness. He's got that inside-outside flexibility as well. He could play in the slot for them, even though they're not going to need him to do much of that with Brian Branch there. But he has some of the most slick, ridiculous movement skills, particularly in man coverage, of any corner to come along in years. I think this is a great
And the Green Bay
addition.
Packers sitting right behind them, who would have definitely taken him. The Packers are another team that could never find a corner.
It's an interesting multi-year dynamic for the Lions. Remember, 2 years ago they traded up for Jameson Williams, a massive trade up from 30 all the way to 12, I believe it was. And then last year they had all the extra picks. They've been working with extra picks since the Matthew Stafford trade. Last year they had 5 picks in the top 50.
Right.
And of course, all those picks were a big part of them going to the NFC Championship. So from a team building standpoint, last year they loaded up on draft picks. This year they're willing to give up to go get one player. So I think the Lions are willing to play the board kind of based off how their roster's constructed. And now you've got Terrion Arnold and Carlton Davis, who they just traded for.
Right.
I mean, that is a nice 1-2 punch at corner, which is probably like the last weakness that Detroit had to figure out this offseason.
Right, yeah. No, they're certainly trying to reload here. There's no doubt about it. So now we've got the Green Bay Packers on the clock here at 25. This was one of the most difficult teams for me to figure out when I was doing mock drafts over the last couple of months, because a lot of their biggest needs are not really premium positions, right? I mean, safety, linebacker, running back. I mean, it's an interior offensive line. It's a lot of stuff that you could go, you don't need to draft this position in the first round. But every time we got here, seemed like that was the best available option for them. Graham Barton is still on the board. I think he could be a realistic pick for them. Cooper DeJean is still on the board. I think that he could be a selection for them. Both of those picks make sense. Is there anybody that really stands out that is still on the board outside of those guys that, as we can see the PFF big board and the best available right now, that stands out as
What did you guys think of that Tyler Nubin, the safety out of Minnesota? Now, he's a crazy man. He's one of those that's all over the field, and he's going to hit people in all different angles, and he's going to miss sometimes. And but he's a flashy player.
I liked him. I think really a 40 time is the only thing keeping him out of the first round, if it does keep him out.
So
of
the Packers do go offensive line, but it's not Graham Barton. It's Jordan Morgan from Arizona.
Yeah.
So I think they see a lot of similar versatility, right? The Packers love that, right? These players that can play guard or tackle for them. I think Morgan is that perfect player because he's played left tackle for Arizona. But the measurables, the testing, maybe he's more of a guard for you. But they just love those guys that can, any given week, play guard or tackle for you. So, again,
it's not a bad pick. Jordan Morgan can play.
I'm a little shocked that it's not Graham Barton if that's the kind of player that you want. But maybe they simply believe that Morgan can play tackle better
first.
than
yes,
right.
a left tackle first kind of approach to be able to do this. And he's a good player. Again, he's a little bit, I put down some comparisons to Graham Barton as far as, it's not going to, like when you watch his graded plays only, you go, oh, there's some ugly ones in there. But when you watch an entire game of him, you go,
good player.
Way more good than bad. He can
agreed.
occasionally just look bad and get beat, and that happens to everybody in this league. but definitely some flexibility and definitely a guy that's ready to play today. This isn't a developmental project. This is a guy that's played. He's going to stay in front of people on a regular basis, and he'll be able to help them right away.
I actually had him in my mock draft going to the Dallas Cowboys at 24. So him going 25, I mean, that's kind of around the range that I thought that he was going to go. Some people wondered if he was going to be a first rounder, but I just think the league really liked Morgan and his versatility there. I had
him with the Ravens in just a few picks.
Exactly.
So,
okay.
It's not a reach at all.
Then it's all right there.
So this is tackle 7, basically. We're saying Fautanu's a tackle.
Yes.
So that's 6 tackles already went. This is number 7, right?
Yes.
This is a run. And there were 6, I think, that were clearly going to go in the first, and then a couple of the fringe, late first, early second guys. Morgan was rumored to be a late first, early second. Definitely progressed throughout his time in Arizona. 87 pass block grade last year, and did it against, when he had pretty good competition, he handled himself pretty well. So,
I wonder if Tampa trades out here at 26. Jason Light in his presser for draft week, it was either earlier this week or sometime last week, he talked about how, we've got about 5 to 7 players that we'd be comfortable with that we think are going to be available at number 26. I wonder if one of those corners would have been one of those players. Like I think Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell were certainly on their board. I don't know how in on Nate Wiggins they would be if there's going to be a corner left that they would like.
Kool-Aid's still there. McKinstry is he doesn't run well. He's a 4-5 guy too, but he's a trained by Nick Saban corner that's not going to look bad on you out there.
It's true. And DeJean is also here. So, they trade Carlton Davis. Now, I've heard that Todd Bowles likes Zion McCollum to play on the outside, but there's a difference when you have these corners available here at the draft. So I wonder if one of those guys is going to tempt him, because I would have told you that edge rusher is their preference. They need edge pass rusher.
Yep.
And with not really a good option left on the board, even with Chop Robinson not there, I really do wonder if Tampa trades out of this pick at 26.
They wanted Chop, huh? They don't.
No, I don't know for sure, but I think they were hoping that one of the top edge rushers could get to them at 26.
From a consensus board standpoint, Chop Robinson was 27, and then the next edge is Chris Braswell from Alabama at 52.
Right.
Yeah. Just from a where's the drop off from the consensus? It's pretty steep.
If they really want a edge rusher, I would be so shocked if they pick one here at 26. It's either also corner or a trade out to me.
Yeah, and this is also the spot in the draft, though, where a pick on a wide receiver at literally any pick for the rest of the first round wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. No, I guess I mean, wide receiver is a sneaky need for this team.
That AD Mitchell, Ladd McConkey can play. There's 2 guys in the slot, Ricky Pearsall, Roman Wilson from Michigan. Those are very similar kind of players in the slot. So the only reason you wouldn't is you may say, I can still get somebody who can really play in the second round.
I think Barton is an option here for them. I think they'd absolutely love Graham Barton, but Jason Light's had so much success getting offensive linemen, especially interior offensive linemen, later in the draft. I don't know if they feel like they have to force themselves to pick him here. So, I think that just Tampa could go a variety of different directions since they wanted edge rusher, and a lot of the edge rushers are not there for him. So, you think wide receiver, though, could be an option for this team? It is? Pick. Wow. Okay, there we go. It is Graham Barton. I figured he was a Jason Light type of a guy. I just, again, wondered with their draft strategy if they believe they could have gotten interior offensive linemen later in the draft. I mean, he's just an absolute
tool. He's a tool. He can play anywhere. He can do anything.
He is a Jason Light player to a T because he's a guy who played left tackle, but he could play so much. That was the same thing with Cody Mock. It was the same thing with Luke Gadecki. It was the same thing with Ali Marpet. He just loves to draft these guys that play tackle in college, and even if you want to move them inside.
And whether or not he's a 5-position player at the NFL, he's certainly a 3-position player in terms of he could fit any one of those interior spots.
Yes.
Any of which you could argue is a need for Tampa Bay right now.
And if you get somebody hurt at tackle, he can play tackle.
Right.
And I just think you're right. That's
value.
Exactly
That's value.
What that team wants there. Arizona
He'll probably slot in at left guard right away, right?
I think so.
Maybe get a shot at center, compete with Robert Hainsey.
It just depends where they think they're weakest, right? If they think he's more, I think if they think he's going to make a better impact taking over for Robert Hainsey in the middle, that's what they're going to do. But if they think he's better at left guard, I think whatever their best.
17 games, a lot of games to play. Those linemen get hurt, man.
It's true.
When you have somebody that can move up and down the line, when you have you don't have to keep just a center on your team, or you don't have to keep just a tackle on your team. You got somebody that can do anything that you need him to do. That's a valuable guy.
An extremely underrated part of the Bucs Super Bowl run that year was the fact that nobody on the offensive line got hurt. And I think that they saw the value of obviously not having to shuffle around their offensive line.
When you have Brady, season. You only have to block for 2 seconds.
Well, and that's obviously true as well. You know, when you have Tom Brady, that makes it a lot easier. But I think that's just an underrated part of that Super Bowl season that doesn't get talked about.
I think it's a really good pick by the Bucs.
With a lot of good points there. So we get the Arizona Cardinals now up at number 27. That pick obviously was the Houston Texans, but they traded down last year to get this extra first-round pick.
Man, we thought this was going to be a lot higher of a pick last year.
We did indeed. We did indeed. I think the mock draft simulator had the Cardinals picking 1 and 2 to start the season before it began.
Yeah, absolutely. They were odds-on favor for that by the bookies' odds. But equally, we've had a bunch of scenarios recently where we've come out of these mock drafts with Arizona with an absolute haul, right? Right now, obviously, they've got Marvin Harrison Jr. with that first pick, but on the board are guys like Cooper, Dijon, Johnny Newton, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid. Like, there's a lot of really good players, or offensive linemen. Like, there's a bunch of interior guys to fix that group. So they have a selection to come away with exactly one of those hauls that we've been giving them.
I really like Jackson Powers-Johnson here.
Yeah, but
as a fit for them.
For sure. But if they don't, Dallas would love to be able to figure out a way to get back in that mix. You wonder if they might be trying to move their way back up. A lot of people mock that guy to Dallas too.
I feel like this could be Johnny Newton here.
I think that's a great pick.
It would be a great pick for them, and they've talked to Newton a couple of times throughout the process.
Okay, let's play a game. Do you want me to read their defensive tackle depth chart?
Go ahead.
Interior defensive linemen.
Sure.
We've got Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, Roy Lopez, Dante Stills, LJ Collier, Kairis Tunga.
All right, let's write down Johnny Newton.
Newton.
I think that it's going to be Johnny Newton for this team.
Well, plus you've got Dan Quinn moving on now. And Dan Quinn was notorious for wanting smaller guys on the field, more safeties, more smaller speed linebackers.
Oh, you're talking about Dallas?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm in Arizona.
We were talking about Arizona. Because
Okay.
Arizona's right now, and we're talking about the Johnny Newton connection for them.
Yeah.
But your point still works of, okay, you hear those names and you go, let's pencil in Johnny Newton here, actually.
There's a couple of places that pencil him in right now.
Newton's he'd be a
he's a great football player, man. I just feel the league's lower on him than they should be. That's just my humble opinion.
I agree. I think he, by comparison to Byron Murphy, he looks a little one-dimensional, but that's because Byron Murphy's doing a bunch of things that he probably has no business doing. He's just able to do it. Johnny Newton is a much more prototypical, by-the-book, 3-technique, winning as a clean, penetrating, pass-rushing defensive tackle, and the Cardinals have nobody that can do that right now.
They pick again at 35, which is, even more intriguing. So, two picks in the next 8 here. Would they ever double up at receiver? I know they had Michael Wilson last year who emerged, but, have a legitimate trio for Kyler Murray because they just had Marvin Harrison Jr., of course, in the first.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Kyler Murray might say, find somebody to block for me first, and then let's worry about the rest.
A couple different options here for Arizona.
Yeah, there are. I still think defensive line is the way that you go. I really do. I feel like defensive line is the way that they go, and it's not Johnny Newton. It's Darius Robinson, the defensive lineman from Missouri. What do you guys think about Darius Robinson? I'm very curious because it feels like the league has been very high on him. Very clearly, he ends up being a first-round pick. I did not see the first-round pick value in him, but
I didn't either.
What do you guys think about this pick?
Yeah, on film I didn't. And then he went to the Senior Bowl and had the highest pass rush grade because we grade every snap at the Senior Bowl too, doing it for the last 6 or 7 years. Mm-hmm. He had the highest pass rush grade we've ever given to an edge rusher. And so that reminded me a little of Jermaine Johnson a couple years ago, first-round pick for the Jets, where Jermaine Johnson's actual film was good, it was fine. And then he went to the Senior Bowl and had one of the best weeks, and he's finally Jermaine Johnson in year 3, kind of starting to figure things out. So Darius Robinson, that sold me on him a little bit more. But he's just a weird body type, 290 pounds. He's going to play on the edge here, and I think he's solid, but the Missouri film wasn't as good as Senior Bowl.
So I think he's going to be more of, because with Jonathan Gannon, they're playing a lot more 3-down defensive linemen, right? It's more of a 3-4, it's more of an odd front. which I think actually works really well for Darius Robinson because he can play as a 3-4 defensive end. So schematically, this fit makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I think he's a first-round talent, and I think
In what year?
So, no, I think he's a first-round talent right now. I think in 2004, he's a top 10 draft pick. Like, this is a guy who I think should play kind of on the interior, but as that sort of classic 3-4 defensive end. And he's the first or the best of a number of tweeners in this draft where he's not quite an edge rusher. He's not quite a prototypical interior guy either. And you're right, this is the defense where that actually works to a pretty good degree. He's incredibly strong. He's not unathletic in space either. Like, people will run away from him because he's not fast. He's like a 5 flat 40. But they have to get away from him first. And that isn't easy to do because he's got ridiculous length and actually pretty good short area change of direction stuff. So I actually like that in that defense. I think that works well.
To me, I agree with you as well. I wasn't super high on him, but of landing spots in the first round that would have made sense, this is actually one of them that I don't mind.
I mean, I know they need depth up front. I read the interior depth chart. I mean, Robinson can move around, play, create mismatches with his length.
He is an immediate starter for them.
Yeah, he'll get in there and play. And they need help on the defensive line regardless, whether it's a longer, bigger Darius Robinson or a more undersized Johnny Newton. They needed, somebody.
Yeah. Now, I would have taken Johnny Newton ahead of him, but Darius Robinson would be the third interior player that I would take off the board. Like, I think he's that good.
All right. So, I mean, you do like him a decent amount then if he would have been that third defensive.
I just think he's born 15 years after he would have been a top 10 draft pick. Like, if you would put him in any of those classic 3-4 defenses of the early 2000s, that guy
Steelers are drafting him in 03.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Steelers are drafting Brett Kiesel's replacement and plugging him right in there.
Buffalo on the clock.
This is really good here. I think it sets up great for them. I really do.
It has to be receiver. Right?
It has to be now. You
don't draft for needs, but this is matching up.
Yeah, I just don't see any other way out of this. And Edie Mitchell just makes a lot of sense to me right here.
Well, the thing for Buffalo is, okay, you obviously need a wide receiver, but what type of wide receiver do you need? Because they lost their sort of alpha target, the heavy volume guy. The guys on the depth chart right now are smaller types. You sort of need that guy that you think can be an X receiver down the line. And that's where this draft class, I think, isn't tremendously well stocked. So Ladd McConkey's a guy a lot of people have been mocking to them. But if you're looking for somebody that can be, 150 targets and a true X receiver, that's probably not Ladd McConkey.
Well, Diggs is much more of a quick guy. When you watched him, the magic sauce for him was he was just quick, and it was hard to stay attached to. And McConkey may be more of that kind of player when you really break this thing down at the end of it. Mitchell has the more of the top end speed of a Brian Thomas. So you've got a big arm quarterback, right, in Josh Allen. Right. So you may want to have the ability to, instead of guys throwing it 45 yards in the air, he throws it 55 or 60 yards in the air, and you want somebody who can go get it.
The one other name I would throw in there is Xavier Leggett in terms of big body, speed, and the kind of physicality to play X while Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel and those guys be the complement. Like, that would be a serious missing piece in terms of skill set to this.
I had Leggett sneaking into the first round in my mock, and it was with the 49ers,
right.
Because maybe they move on from Brandon Ayuk. They brought him in. He feels like their type as a deep ball receiver. So he is somebody who I kind of thought could sneak into the first round as well. But there's just so many different receivers that they could go with. And I don't know if anybody on Buffalo's roster right now would prohibit them from drafting any type of receiver. To me, it's basically who is the highest wide receiver on your board. That is who the Buffalo Bills should be drafting.
I think they're trading back, though. I don't know what
are they?
That makes sense
trading back.
Because there are so many receivers,
yes,
and because there are probably a couple of corners here. So you can add in 3 receivers and a couple of corners. So you go, I'm good for 5 picks, and I'm still going to be able to get sort of what I want here.
I'm real interested just
Somebody's
to see
jumping
who they.
Dallas. I don't know who's jumping Dallas, but that's what.
Or is Dallas flipping back up for someone?
Washington was a team that was sneaky to trade back in the first round.
That's true. They need a tackle,
and they need a tackle. And
We're running
Guyton's
low
still on the board.
Running low on tackles here.
You got Guyton. You got Patrick Paul, Roger Rosengarten, whatever. Like, we've heard those names in the first round as potential. players. I mean, Guyton is the one who has been most commonly mocked in the first round. So I wonder if it is somebody who's coming up for one of those offensive tackles. But like you mentioned, there's more corners on the board than I thought there were going to be at this point as well. So perhaps that could be a trade-up candidate.
It's interesting to me because you never go in and like, we're going to draft a receiver. But if any team was going to do that, it felt like Buffalo in this draft.
Because they're one of those teams that has 10 draft picks already, and a glaring need at wide receiver, hoping that somebody would be there at 28. They have receivers at 28, and they're still choosing to pick up extra draft picks to move down a few spots.
I wonder if they're going to get a pick swap here. I wonder if they're going to try to, move back just a little bit. But Buffalo doesn't have a third-round pick right now. They have 2 fourth-round picks, 3 fifth-round picks, 2 sixth-round picks, and a seventh. I wonder if they're going to try to.
The Chiefs are trading up.
Wow.
Here we
for
go.
a tackle? Oh, I wonder.
So this could be for the last tackle,
or receiver,
or they value one of the receivers.
Oh.
By the way, Buffalo taking a trade.
This could be corner too with
Buffalo taking a trade with the Chiefs also.
Yeah.
If Buffalo's the reason why A.D. Mitchell goes to Kansas City.
Last time this happened, Mahomes happened.
Yeah.
Wait, Buffalo traded?
They traded from 27 to 10.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't be that ready to pick up the phone if Kansas City was calling me and I'm Buffalo.
Oh, no,
and Buffalo got Tre'Davious White. That was one of those, like, on paper.
I think they're going to take a tackle, though. That's my guess. Over a receiver.
I'm guessing it's more for a tackle because of the run.
Right.
Yeah.
But it is interesting when it's not a division rival, but it's clearly your
right. I mean, either way, one of your principal rivals in the AFC, you're allowing them. You're enabling them get better somewhere.
I'd rather trade with an in-division team.
I mean, this could be a corner too, right?
Sure.
With L'Jarius Sneed moving on.
They lose L'Jarius. I think they'll ask more of Trent McDuffie, right? I think that Trent McDuffie took a big step forward this year, and I think that he is somebody who they can have a lot of faith in there. But maybe it's corner as well. I still do. I think it's offensive tackle. I wonder if it's Guyton.
So last year
Guyton
they had Wanye Morris in the third round, developmental Oklahoma tackle.
Right.
They signed Donovan Smith as like their stopgap for the year. Donovan Smith's not there, so Wanye is currently listed as the starting left tackle. Juwan Taylor is the starting right tackle. So they need a left tackle. All last season we felt like they needed receivers just because the offense was struggling, and then they just decided to be awesome during the playoff run. So they still probably need receivers. And then after trading L'Jarius Sneed this offseason, it's Jalen Watson, Joshua Williams. With Trent McDuffie, who played in the slot, could play outside. So could use help at any of those particular positions, and there are players on the board.
I feel like no matter what, we're going to look at this pick and we're just going to be like, the Chiefs. Again, there it is. They're just drafting a really damn good football player. But I feel like that's just what has happened here.
I mean, I'm fascinated that Buffalo was willing to deal with Kansas City, given just the way they must see the Chiefs right now.
I completely agree with you. The Chiefs do end up taking a wide receiver. And it is Xavier Worthy.
Wow.
Worthy gets into the first round and he goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. That is something, man.
So I would now be absolutely petrified if I was Buffalo.
I cannot believe they just did this.
Xavier Worthy is more than just 4.21, right? That's what he's being known as right now. The fastest guy ever to run at the combine. The new record holder. He is so much more than that when you watch his tape. He's actually got route running chops and the ability to separate beyond just running past people. He's stronger than he looks. Like one of the biggest concerning things, he weighed like 165 pounds at the combine to run the 4.21. But he'll attack weak shoulders and try and run his way through defenders and get a couple of yards at the end of it as well. He is really good. I felt a little bit like there was some Jordan Addison to his tape as well, except 0.4 of a second faster in the 40. I would be terrified of what the Buffalo Bills just allowed Kansas City to do.
Man. You know who ranked last year 20-plus yard throws? Do you know who ranked 38th in the NFL among quarterbacks in passer rating?
Is it Patrick Mahomes?
It was Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes was 38th on 20-plus yard throws. Now, we know that the offense has evolved in Kansas City the last couple of years, throwing the ball underneath.
I can't believe
and they've won 2 Super Bowls while doing it.
I cannot believe they just did that.
But now they add more versatility.
How do you trade out to give Mahomes Xavier Worthy? How do you do that?
When you need a receiver.
So
this offseason, they've now added Xavier Worthy and Marquise Brown. And, Rashee Rice dealing with whatever, his legal trouble is going to be. But that 1-2 punch of the deep threat, it does look like Kansas City's downfield game should be getting better.
they got a pick swap out of it. They didn't even rob them in the trade.
Oh, do you see the trade details?
Yes.
What's the trade details?
Okay,
so the Bills got the third rounder they wanted.
Yes.
So the Bills
But in order to get it, they had
the
to give
Bills
up.
got 32, but they also got a third rounder and a seventh round
Right.
pick.
But in order to get it, they had to give up their fourth rounder.
Right, but they are still. I mean, they're jumping 40 spots.
Right,
from
but
the
they're
fourth
trying to
round.
get a receiver. They obviously had no interest in Xavier Worthy. I'm sure they had to tell him who it was. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't have wanted Xavier Worthy either in this spot.
That's the most interesting thing to me is Buffalo, with a massive wide receiver need, has their choice of wide receiver 5. We've all said there's probably 10 guys. We wouldn't be surprised if we heard their name. Buffalo had none of them in a clear spot better than the other, and the Chiefs did. They said, we do. We have Xavier Worthy in a clear spot above everyone else. We're going to go get him.
Yeah, but for a trade that essentially projects as a coin flip most of the time, letting the powerhouse AFC team that you can't get past do what they want, for that is a hell of a gamble.
Yeah.
Unless you really didn't like him at receiver and you're like, oh, you want to trade up to get him? Okay, we can cover that. And we think he's a one-dimensional deep threat.
I guess, yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, you just don't know.
But that,
You don't know who they're taking, though, obviously.
You wouldn't say, I would imagine they're not doing the deal unless you say, who is it? I mean, they might, wouldn't you think? Like if you're Kansas City and you're picking up the phone.
That's how it works. I don't think you're really.
It depends who it is, I think. Some teams don't care.
You're taking a calculated risk. I think there's a lot of good information around the league.
If you're Buffalo with a need at wide receiver and Kansas City of all teams phones you up saying, hey, here's the trade offer we're giving you, I would certainly be asking who they want.
Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating that it's between the Bills and the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just for, if it was for tackle 8 off the board, I'd be like, yeah, they needed to fill the tackle spot. But Kansas City's being aggressive here, saying let's put points on the board again.
Do you wonder if, because I don't know if those conversations happen, right? I don't know if you're allowed to be like, all right, who are you taking?
I mean, you're allowed to do whatever you want. Whether they'll tell you or not.
Obviously, right, but I'm saying, I don't think they're going to tell them what it is. Like, okay, do you want the deal or not? I wonder if the Bills are like, okay, they've really wanted to upgrade an offensive tackle. We don't really care if they take a tackle because we want a receiver.
Maybe.
And they come up for a
but
receiver
equally,
anyways.
If Buffalo says we're not doing the deal unless you tell us who it is.
But don't they have Hollywood Brown too? Didn't they sign?
They do. They do. I mean, they're just.
Again,
to be fair,
they said we're going to improve throwing the ball down the field.
Right.
Beyond 20 yards. Get the deep ball back with Marquise Brown and now Xavier Worthy.
Yep. Man.
Wow.
Dallas Cowboys now on the clock at number 29. Traded down from 24 to this spot with the Detroit Lions.
And lost nothing. You know what I mean? I just don't see them. Maybe Graham Barton.
They lost Barton. And they lost Morgan. They could have drafted both of those guys, and they went 25 and 26. And I think those would have been huge picks for Dallas. So maybe they want a receiver.
Corner.
Picks in on the tracker.
Is it?
Tyler Guyton.
It is Tyler Guyton.
Dallas.
Wow.
29.
Okay.
So
All
that
right.
fits them.
It's Tyler Guyton getting in the first round. Sweating it a little bit there,
Just
whether or
gonna
not
say
he would get
This
in the
falls
first
under
round.
need pick.
Yeah, well, not just that, but it means we're taking, one of these sort of developmental tackles and we're starting them right away.
A big development tackle.
Because
No.
Tyler Smith will end up presumably staying at guard.
They want Tyler Smith to play guard, for sure. And that's why they're drafting a pure left tackle.
Right.
Okay.
So he's coming in starting day one, left tackle.
Shoot, then this is dangerous for Dallas. If you want Tyler Guyton to not just start year one, but start on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage, he only played right tackle last year. He didn't play left tackle. So if you're telling me that he's going to switch to the other side of the line of scrimmage with how raw he already was, that's tough.
I mean, theoretically.
I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. If I'm Dallas, I'd much rather have had Graham Barton or Jordan Morgan. I think they're much more valuable to where the
They
Dallas
always
offensive
go
line
for
is.
body type, though. They give them the biggest monster guy, and they'll figure it out from there. That's just Dallas.
I guess. Got a lot of faith in the O-line coach.
There was some debate about Amarius Mims, who went at 18 or 20, or now 18, to the Bengals, and Tyler Guyton as like the developmental tackle prospect. I think Mims was clearly a better prospect than Guyton. Guyton has reps. He did it at the Senior Bowl.
Yes,
he did it last year
easily.
with Oklahoma. I don't think there was much of a debate. I think Guyton he needs the most development of any first-round prospect. Unless there's somebody coming up, I don't think there will be. He needs the most development of any first-round prospect. It showed on film at Oklahoma and showed at the Senior Bowl. There are some reps. If you take some reps, so Jim Nagy compared him to Tyron Smith, and now Dallas is going to get him to replace Tyron Smith, which is interesting. There are some reps. If you put the best 10 plays up there, you could see Tyron Smith. But it's not about best reps, it's about consistency, and that's where Guyton's really lacking right now.
But that isn't always the case for these developmental, athletic project tackles. Like, a lot of the time you get these guys come into the NFL and there isn't even good tape. It's like the tools are there and the traits are there, but the tape is lousy across the board. Guyton at least does have good tape, just not all the time. So it's more a case of I can at least see what I want on tape already, I just don't see enough of it. And I need to figure out how to get him up to that level all the time, which at least is different from some of these projects that are complete shots in the dark, and they're not, they're nowhere near the level they need to be ever, let alone on a certain subset of plays.
I didn't write enough offensive linemen down on my board. Holy crap. Like, they're all gone.
Yeah.
This is tackle 8.
Tackle
right?
number 8?
Or if you count Barton, it's 9. So Barton's probably going to play.
No, he's not going to play left tackle for them.
Right. So he's going to play guard,
He'll
but
play
he
guard.
was a tackle. But this is the 9th guy that played tackle in college that's been drafted here.
Yeah.
And probably the eighth pure tackle off the board.
Wow.
So far.
Wow. We said there are a lot of offensive linemen that were going to go in this draft. Just didn't know exactly where it was going to happen. We've got the Ravens here at number 30.
Could use a tackle.
Could very well use an offensive tackle,
That's
but
what I had
I
don't know what they're doing now, though.
I don't know any that are still worthy of being picked here.
Just to
They're
put a
all
bow
gone.
on the Dallas thing, where my whole theory was, they stumbled into Micah Parsons a couple years ago. They wanted to draft corner. That was their big need. The 2 corners went ahead of Micah Parsons. They get Parsons. They got CeeDee Lamb at pick 17 when they already had Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup on the roster. Not a need. Those are the 2 of the best picks they've made over the last 20 years. And then, but when they picked needs, when they just filled a hole last year, like, we need this interior defensive run stopper in Mozzie Smith, it felt like, he's the 40th best player, 50th best player in the draft.
By the way, another sort of incredibly gifted physically offensive lineman that was a bit of a project and had inconsistent tape was Tyler Smith. And he came in and immediately was dominant as a guard, looked really good right out of the gate. Okay, move positions, et cetera, but he was being talked about as a project in a different way, but they took a project offensive lineman recently and nailed it.
I see what you're saying. I'm viewing it more through the lens of PFF production. And I know Tyler Smith played at Tulsa, but he had an 86 grade his second to last year. He had a 92 grade his last year. Was he a project from a technique standpoint, size and movement skills, and needed to clean some stuff up? Yeah, but he had college production, which for offensive linemen does matter in their projection. Tyler Guyton doesn't have that. So that's why I'm saying he needs the most development of any first.
He's also a tight end coming in.
Oh, so. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason for it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just he's a late bloomer, and you're expecting him. It just might take a year or two, and I think a lot of people are on board that it might take some time.
And again, that's the thing is, like, if you're putting him out there year one, I think you're in trouble. Like, I think you look at pass rushers that are in that division. I mean, look at what the Giants were able to do. I mean, they've got Kayvon Thibodeau and they got Brian Burns. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, they're loaded at pass rusher every single year. I mean, Washington's, hopefully going to get some extra pass rushers, coming up here. But you just look at this team and they're going to be having to go against some really good pass rushers even within their own division. And I think Tyler Guyton's going to be in for a tough season if they're going to put him out at left tackle for week 1.
But they almost had to have something, right?
That's why the trade back is tough.
They traded back, and there was a little bit of a reaction that you
I'm guessing they would have
out
had
of the
him.
Cowboys.
I'm guessing they would have taken him a few
right
picks
where he
earlier.
was. Yeah. So they got additional picks.
Most teams trade back. I'm going to guess most teams trade back and still get their guy. They're taking a calculated risk.
No, a lot.
But they
I think that happens
they're
more than
only
people
trading
think.
back when it's like, hey, we've got 2 or 3 players we feel good about.
Yeah.
We'll still get
And
them.
they had 2 linemen. They had Guyton and they had Jackson Powers Johnson, the center. So they had a double shot.
Then that's where it becomes interesting, right? Because Tyler Smith gives you the flexibility to go either the tackle or the interior guy. And you would say, at least from our perspective, Jackson Powers Johnson is a safer pick than Tyler Guyton, certainly in terms of like day one coming in and starting, but they elected to go with the tackle and keep Tyler Smith inside.
Ravens pick is in at number 30. It's cornerback Nate Wiggins from Clemson.
Yep.
So Nate Wiggins gets into the back end of the first round. I was wondering if we were going to get Wiggins in here at this point just because of the lower weight profile and, the worry on just overall run support and tackling. But on the flip side of things, we talked about this during the draft process. If you want a corner and you want to point at a wide receiver and you want to say, don't let him catch the football, he might be the best of any of the corners here in this draft.
He jogs beside people.
He
is so
extremely
fast. He literally looks like he is jogging when somebody's trying to run a go route.
We're going to see him. I mean, they're probably going to play the Chiefs, pretty often. They're going to play next year. We're going to see him and Xavier Worthy one-on-one.
Good point. Maybe that was a why.
Yeah. They're like, get the fast corner.
The Chiefs just got him.
Go get the fast corner.
Let's go find somebody to run with him. Nate Wiggins probably, no, he's not faster, but he's as fast.
Man, I think that this is a really talented coverage defender. But Sam, I can't remember. Are you really high on Wiggins? Because I feel like I had a conversation with you about just his overall coverage ability.
Yeah. Like as you said, if you just want a guy to go out there and cover, he's as good as anybody in this class, and I think he's more versatile than. Quinyon Mitchell, I think, is really good in off coverage and zone. Terrion Arnold has sick man coverage skills. Nate Wiggins is like a blend of both of them. He can do either one of those things at a really high level. And I think, we're going to get concerned because he's over 6 foot. He's 170 pounds-ish, depending on what you think he is.
That's the weight theory. That's the weight theory. What do we do with it?
So he had 173 pounds at the combine to run his 4.28 or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
A week later at his pro day, he was 182. Put on 10 pounds in a week. After he slimmed it all down to run fast, he then put on 10 pounds.
In a week?
Yes, a week.
Right, that's what prospects do, right? You want to slim down so you run fast.
Yeah, but you
also want to show that you can carry weight.
Okay, but his play weight's then high 170s.
Right, but the point being,
that would still be like first.
So what do you do with this 4.28? Is it a real 4.28? He had dropped 7 or 8 pounds to get there.
The 4.31.
We know he runs fast.
We know he runs fast.
If I jumped off the 4th floor of a building, I wouldn't go 4.28. It's just like there's just no way, man.
But at somewhere in the high 170s or low 180s, right? You can probably get a little bit more on him in terms of mass. His frame is there to take more. We're not talking about the next Emmanuel Forbes in terms of a guy that's going to be playing at like 170 flat, right? You can get him to a sort of conventional cornerback size, which is the biggest weakness for him, right? Is the fact that he's been relatively lightweight, slight build, not as big as some of these other guys. I don't think that's as big a concern for him as it has been for some other small corners recently.
What's interesting is have we reached a point in time where you have to have that specialist cornerback on your team? Because you have these Xavier Worthys, you have Tyreek Hill, you have Devontae Smith, you have some of these smaller, quicker, faster receivers, and you better have somebody that can run with them if that's the style that you want to play. If you want to play some man coverage, you've got to have somebody like that to run with those guys.
Yeah, definitely if you're playing man coverage. The problem is most teams, they just don't match up that way, right? So you need to figure out some other way of taking away those speed vertical threats.
Interesting pick for the Ravens because a lot of people had them pegged with offensive line. Their offensive line is being overhauled this offseason, and there's Ronnie Stanley contract situations coming up this offseason.
He's got 1 year left, and he's missed 2 out of the last 3 years with season-ending ankle injuries. Right? I mean, I don't know how much longer he's going to be there.
So a lot of people expected the Ravens, but we've had this tackle run. And they get Wiggins, he'll join Marlon Humphrey. Brandon Stevens had a really nice season last year. So there's more depth in the secondary, but the Ravens still have to come back and figure out probably some offensive line depth really soon here.
So we got the San Francisco 49ers now on the board at number 31. We got 2 more picks left in this draft. It's going to be the 49ers at 31 and then the Buffalo Bills at 32 as it stands right now. What do we think about needs for the San Francisco 49ers? How much are we weighing these Brandon Ayuk, and I guess we'll throw Deebo Samuel into it too, like potential trade talks, because we've heard that over the last couple of days. Do you think that I don't want to say forces them to take a receiver, but do you think that makes receiver the most likely for them now at this point?
Well, I think all those conversations were centered around them trading up and using one of those guys as ammunition to do it. Obviously that didn't happen because they're still sitting here. So I don't know if either of them are actually on the table. I think they've been telling the truth when they've been saying we can and we want to keep Brandon Ayuk around and pay him, We just haven't got the deal done yet.
Would McConkey kind of fit into San Francisco, right? Catch and run, kind of tough guy inside.
And those like lateral cuts that he makes in that offense would be amazing.
Catch some slants, and that may be a bit of a fit if they go receiver.
Yeah, right now their wide receiver room looks like Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, Ronnie Bell, Danny Gray, Trent Taylor.
What if Buffalo flip 32 to the 49ers and the 49ers close out the first round with back-to-back picks?
Back-to-back receivers.
Yeah, for Brandon Ayuk.
Oh.
Buffalo for Brandon Ayuk for pick number 32.
Oh, okay.
And then 49ers
when you said flip picks,
I didn't know what you were talking about.
When you said flip picks, I was like, why would they trade Brandon Ayuk to go up one spot or to go down one spot? Okay, I see what you're saying now. They're trading Brandon Ayuk
and the Niners
straight up.
take a receiver and Johnny Newton, maybe.
For 32.
Hypothetically. Johnny Newton would be a good fit here as well.
At receiver?
You could do that. He played
Johnny, go.
Played high school linebacker.
He could get off press. He's got the fast hands. I don't know what he'd do after that, but he could get off press.
Newton also feels like a Niners type of pick, just with all the, they want to roll 8 deep on the defensive line.
It's a second shot at Javon Kinlaw, right? It's kind of like
I mean, they've got Jordan Elliott, they've got Javon Hargrave, they've got Malik Collins, but I think that they could take this shot here.
They like that D-line depth.
Keeping you up, man. This is a long night, isn't it?
Man, I think I'm just honestly.
Podcast is live. We're going live right after this.
I think I'm more hungry at this point. Normally, when I'm yawning like this, sometimes it's just.
Yeah. Is there any pizza left over there?
I think there is. I'm hoping the guys didn't steal all of it, or I'm gonna have to have
we got another couple hours.
I think the Niners are looking to trade down. I think they've been.
I think everybody probably is at this point, right? I mean, I think
this is usually the point,
where every team is.
There's
most likely
so many
down.
receivers on the board that if you were going to take a receiver, you wouldn't care if it happened now or 10 picks from now, or 20 picks from now.
The receiver class has always been this, like, there's so many of them. Are we going to get any kind of run, or a team's just going to be comfortable waiting until the second or third round because there's so many?
The Niners have so many players making $18 million plus per year. I don't know if they can afford to have another Brandon Ayuk, another contract do that, but. The pick's in, but
pick is in. They didn't trade it.
Corner.
I feel like they took it down to the wire. They took it down to like a minute left.
It's mustard.
There you go.
Is it?
It's mustard.
Wow.
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean is their pick here.
That was the one. We didn't get around to that. I mean, corner depth, whether he's playing outside or in the slot, I think they could use either of it.
I'm glad that I'm glad that he's still in the first round.
There's your guy.
Because he's absolutely worth it for them.
Tell everybody why you love him.
I love him because he's a completely versatile player, man. I got him as a top 10 player because whether you want to call him an outside corner, which I believe he can play outside corner, especially for the 49ers system, or whether you want to say that he's most impactful at safety, or if you want to say that he can be most impactful at slot corner, he can check every single box for you. To me, I look at Cooper DeJean and I say, okay, you can do a light version of the Jalen Ramsey plan. Now, Jalen Ramsey is a better outside corner. I want to make that very, very clear. However, with DeJean, you have the flexibility to say, okay, where are they going to try and put one of their best receivers? Is it matched up in the slot? Is it on the outside? Do we like what you could do better as a safety because you're going up against teams that are going to push the ball down the field more vertically, especially those vertical slot routes that we talked about earlier in the show?
Wait. We got a false start. False start.
Oh.
It's not.
It's
mustard.
not.
It would have been a good fit, though.
Flag on the play.
Florida Gators. I almost said this. I
trusted PFF.com draft tracker.
Oh no!
You know what?
I just called people out. I'm sorry. We all made the mistake.
So Pearsall.
It's my mistake. It's my mistake.
I almost said when you
Didn't
watch
confirm
Pearsall, he runs all those jet sweeps. He runs all those little touch passes. I was thinking when I was watching him, I go, man, this is too soon for Pearsall.
Wow! So Pearsall going ahead of Ladd McConkey.
How about that?
And a bunch of other receivers. I mean,
Gator great, baby.
That's what can you say?
Florida Gator great.
Say.
Pearsall was the best player on the field. Maybe not for both teams.
Pearsall ahead of A.D. Mitchell.
He was the best player on that Florida offense by far over the last couple of years.
No question.
And an offense that wasn't that good. And it was like, oh, well, Ricky Pearsall's making a big play.
And they just kept finding a way to get the ball in his hand somehow, and he makes people miss in space. He's And he made one of the greatest catches I've ever seen in my life.
No question.
That one against Charlotte, was that?
Yes, yeah.
Right hand over the top, sweeping.
Yep.
I've never seen.
Would you even try that? You would just be like, no, it's an overthrow. Sorry.
No, here it is. You got on gloves. First of all, it's the only chance. He gets drilled by two guys at the point of the catch.
It's nuts. It
was one of the greatest catches I've ever seen.
So he looks like the sort of classic, stereotype of a slot receiver, and then he shows up at the combine and tests in the 90-plus percentile in every athletic measurable possible.
Yep.
It's like, actually, this guy's just a phenomenal wide receiver prospect. Forget slot only; he can do all of it.
Yeah, he's again one of those guys that you like having on your football team, but especially with San Francisco because of all the different ways they find to get their playmakers the ball.
The David Tepper could not stay out of the first round.
One pick?
One pick up. He said, damn it, I'm getting in on Thursday night.
This has to be a receiver.
Mitchell,
I wonder if it's
who?
Xavier Leggett.
Could be.
Local product.
They've had
Leggett
love
him
for like
4
12
times.
sleepovers or something.
4 times.
The visits, I call them sleepovers.
That's actually pretty funny.
They've had sleepovers
I
with
actually
Leggett.
kinda like
Legit 4
I wonder
visits.
if this is Xavier Leggett here to round out round one, because I know that they like him.
We don't want to cut the Pearsall analysis, but yeah,
Well,
I
just wanted to mention
big play
a
threat.
6'4" 3-cone. Like, that's the record. Like, record-setting 3-cone.
You and I both said best double move we've seen, probably
Who,
scouting.
from Pearsall?
Yeah.
So, and I said this after the combine. Nobody's had a better, well, I don't want to say nobody, but from the receiver position, nobody has had a better year in terms of their draft stock than Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, like, if you throw everybody in there, Jaden Daniels was probably viewed as a day 3 pick, and now he went number 2 overall. But Ricky Pearsall, from what he did on tape this year at Florida, to what he did at the Senior Bowl, to what he did at the Combine, he could not have aced this year anymore. And I think that Pearsall was, again, probably a day 3 pick going into this past college football season. And now he goes number 31 overall in the first round.
Yeah, fantastic.
Panthers pick is in.
And I wonder if Buffalo is planning on just drafting 6 wide receivers.
That's exactly what I was just thinking about. They're going to take a lot of them
We're going to
here.
keep trading down, and then we're just going to get 5 of them and let them all battle it
for
out.
the record, I mean, this is going to be the whole like butterfly effect. What they've passed up: Buffalo, Xavier Worthy, Ricky Pearsall, whoever the Panthers take here, and they're going to pick day 1 tomorrow.
There it is.
Xavier Leggett, baby, gets in the first round. I love that.
He did say the Panthers were going to draft him. He said it.
Look,
right?
They have been super in on Leggett, and so it makes a lot of sense that they would say, hey, let us trade up, let us go get him.
David Tepper's going to show his friends that
This is the guy we want. David Tepper did not let us down.
He's going to say, we won the Super Bowl. We picked at 32. See that?
Oh, my goodness.
But now comes the greatest part of the whole draft extravaganza. Our
Leftover
boys
pizza?
are like hanging out here. They are doing the podcast, the rehash.
Yeah.
As I'm driving
It's true.
home and
It's
brushing
true.
my teeth.
Do it all over again.
The guys are ready to. But I heard them the other day talking about the key element is to get us out of here as fast as possible.
It is.
Because
It's
they
true.
want,
to go. You're done?
they want to maintain the audience here for the aftermath show.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. But before we get everybody out there, I know you guys are going to do a lot of analysis on this, but for everybody who is watching the live show itself, I want a favorite pick and I want a most surprising pick from everybody here that's
We don't
on
need
the
the
desk.
most surprising pick. It's all the same. It's
know
all
it's
Michael Penix Jr.
Okay, all right, that is fair. I guess, all right, the Michael Penix Jr. selection is going to be the
I'm
most
the
shocking
least
for everybody
surprised
here.
by the Penix pick because I knew the love in that building
Oh,
for Michael
okay.
Penix.
All
I'm
right.
the least surprised, but it's still surprising.
Okay, all right.
That's
Who's
still
favorite picks? Let's go favorite pick. We did this when we were halfway through. Now we got a full draft. Who's your favorite picks? Let's hear it. Let's get people out here with the
I
favorite
said
picks.
Latu to the Colts at 15.
Is
but
that still your favorite?
it's still the one, but Quinyon Mitchell at 22 to the Eagles, I like quite a bit, right? Just let the draft come to you and take the best player on the board, and I think they did that.
I think Terrion Arnold to the Lions would be my favorite. I know
they
they
gave up a lot.
I know they did. They gave up a lot to make it happen.
Yep.
But if you factor in what they must have thought of him as a prospect, I just love that fit. I think it's a good aggressive move.
Cris, you got a favorite that stands out to you?
Oh, man. I love my guys, so I love Jared Verse, and I made that clear. The Rams picked him up.
Yep.
But I've got to say, for Quinyon Mitchell to land in Philadelphia.
That would have been mine.
That was a bit of a stunner
That
there.
would have been
so
mine.
they really patiently didn't move. A team that's known for moving around.
Yep.
Was patient enough to let it fall to him, and it worked out.
Yep. Before we get out of here, I wanted to let everybody know all the data that you see on the screen and in the draft guide and everything that we do, it's a really cool part. It's the backbone of what we do here at PFF. We've got another round of hires for part-time data collectors. If you guys want to go over to pff.com, you can see that list. If you're interested in one of those part-time positions, please apply for it. Again, it is such a cool part of what we do here at PFF. The data collectors are the true heroes.
Well,
they give us all that great analysis.
Were you a data collector too? I know these two guys.
I was not. I didn't get to do it, but I talked to them.
These two guys, give them some idea. Now that you're up here making hundreds of millions of dollars and doing this show.
Wait a second.
That's how we started.
Maybe I should have been a data collector. Can I go back down next year?
I mean,
That's what I got to do.
I love it. We watch football and track it. You guys paid me to just watch and track football. That was great.
A former baseball player is now considered a quarterback guru. The guy
all because of data collection. Yeah.
Well, more to the point,
because of it, yes.
Forget us. Offensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons was a PFF data.
That's right.
Data guy. Offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans was a PFF data guy.
So you figure it out.
So you figured it out. Starts with data collection, and then you're calling plays for your favorite team. That's what we're saying.
Clearly, we're giving you the tools to succeed in the NFL. You got to do the rest.
Thank you to everybody who watched night one of our coverage here
Results
at
are uncommon.
The PFF studios. We've got 2 more days of fantastic coverage and a recap show coming for you as well. So we will be back, I believe, 30 minutes before round 2 gets kicked off tomorrow night. And we'll be back for doing the same thing for day 3 as well. Be sure to stick around on the PFF YouTube channel. These guys are going live right after this for some great analysis on all the picks. Myself and Connor Rogers at the NFL Stock Exchange podcast, we're going to be doing the same thing. So check both of those things out. Guys, really appreciate it. This is one of my favorite
Always
nights
fun.
of the year. This is so much fun. For Sam Monson, Steve Palazzolo,
The
Cris
guy who
Collinsworth.
gave birth to the draft, 1.5 years on this one draft, man. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. I am Trevor Sikkema. Thank you guys so much for watching and listening to the show. We will see you guys for round 2 and round 3 starting tomorrow.